Good afternoon and welcome to the Simracersworld Endurance Series, Round 6 from the very dark Sebring International Raceway. I'm Adam Hedgecock. With me in the booth at the moment is Marco Barbanera, and arriving shortly, hopefully with some bacon sandwiches, will be Sam Fitzpatrick. Marco, it's an interesting day-night we've got going on. We're starting really early in the morning. We're going to be racing until sunrise. Hopefully, it will bring with it some glorious racing to go with the glorious scenes of the morning sky. Oh, put my words in.
Yes, I mean it's always beautiful to race around here, and at night it becomes even more of a treacherous place than it is in the day. You have a little bit of help because I don't know if it's because it's keeping in team with the airfield kind of vibe that goes on in here, but you have almost like those little lights. I think they're called cat's eyes that are on the side of the road that basically almost look like you are perennially running around in a runway, which, in a sense it is of course true, and it makes for, a very, very tricky drive. You have sometimes lights on the apexes of the corners, but that's not always the case. Driving at night around here is even tougher than driving in the day, and driving in the day is not easy to begin with, so it's going to be fantastic. 1,000 kilometers, final race of the season. So, yeah, it's going to be great. Perfect setting. Reminds me of 2 years ago. Well, 1 year ago, 1 year and a half ago, where I won the 10th split of the 12 hour of Sebring on iRacing. My greatest iRacing accomplishment, I think. So I love this place. I love that we are ending the season here, and qualifying is also underway. So let's see what happens.
Of course, the 12 hours was not so long ago, was it? It was only a few weeks ago. So these drivers should be pretty familiar with the track. I mean, it's a widely used track in many series anyway. So hopefully they're all up to speed. Last time out, of course, we was at Silverstone, and we saw some amazing racing there, especially towards the end of the race. It really shows that tyre management is crucial in these races, and no more so than here. Of course, you've got the lovely race tarmac area on the infield, and then you've got those really bumpy turn one and the final turn as well, which doesn't matter how good you have your car set for the rest of the track. If you're not riding those bumps properly, you're going to have some issues with the outside wall. But as you said, we are into qualifying now. That is a 20-minute qualification. So we'll see how the cars get on. Who is out on the track at the moment? It's hard to see. I'm not actually seeing anything, Marco.
Let's see. You should see people running around. If not,
there we go. You stitched me up, Marco. You put it into local mode.
oh, did I?
Yeah.
Oh man, I was sure I put it in commentator and slave, but apparently I did not. So we should be on board with Michael Evdoka right now of Texan Fitsai Motorsport to check if we are on the same page. And this TCR class has proven to be the closest together with GT3s all season long. Hopefully you are running on board with him as we are moving into the mid portion of the lap.
I am indeed. Yes, I can actually see him now. Look at that. Yeah, as you said before, the cat's eyes. Look how prominent they are. You're just using them for guidance. The occasional little bit of lighting around the track makes it particularly tricky. Of course, you have got those cones on the outside of some of the corners as well. As you can see, just on the left-hand side there. They're little bit of brake markers, I suppose, aren't they? Of course, you lose a lot of your references for anything outside of the track in the nighttime scenario like this. But wonderful to see. Look at all the motorhomes lit up on the inside of the track as well. That's a wonderful sight. I don't often race here in the night. I'll have to be honest. Even in the endurance races, I'm usually a daytime driver. So seeing it like this is absolutely fabulous.
It is a lovely place, absolutely fantastic, and of course the details This is one of the tracks that, of course, as you can see, is night ready. So the stuff around the track lights up as the as the skies grow darker. You can see those lovely vans in the infield, and as we go, of course, under the bridge here at Sunset Bend, bounces all over the place, and then we come back on the, I say, best lit part of all the racetrack, with start finish line, of course, and plenty of lights there. But it's just people that maybe come from Daytona, the 24-hour race there. They are used to a track that's basically lit every inch of the track has got some source of light beaming on the track at night. Sebring, of course, the complete opposite.
No, you're absolutely right. We can see already how the traffic might play a part as we're looking at those two TCRs and the GT3 trying to force their way through. On board now with the Fury SimSport GT3 Mercedes. Looks like he's just trying to create himself a little bit of room here at the moment. 20-degree track temperature. Oh, that's a chilly track, isn't it? It's Ben Sharp, I believe. He's just giving himself a gap before he takes his next run. Currently leading the way in the GT3 class by 9/10 of a second over Year 1 Racing Team Red.
It is 4:30 in the morning of the 10th of May, so we are just slightly in the past. Right now in Sebring it's 8:10 in the morning, so we are more or less 4 hours behind of the real life clock, but lovely attention to detail by the organizers. And so yeah, I think in first couple of hours of the race we should see the sun and there is nothing I love more, both in sim and in real life, to see the sun start to come up from behind the horizon, and telling the drivers that are still running around, okay, the night is over. Now it's just to matter to bring the car back home. Especially in a 24-hour race. If you're able to, catch the sunrise, it gives you a sense of hope inside you. It's something that you really need to do it to understand it completely, in my opinion.
It's interesting you say that. I'm more of a sunset kind of guy. Because of how I usually end up in the team, the layout of the team for an endurance race. I generally do my racing, most of it, before the sun goes down. So when I see the sun set, that's usually my cue to think, oh, I've done my job now. I've done the best I can. Now it's up to the boys through the night. I can go and get a good rest and see how they are in the morning. So yeah, interesting that we have those two takes on what is essentially, well, the most beautiful times of the day either way, aren't they? Let's be honest.
Yes. Now, it might surprise you, that usually when we do the endurance races, I am the nighttime driver in my team.
Oh, really?
Which usually means, like, I am very lucky to have some fantastic drivers and teammates in my team, and they are all much quicker than me. So I always feel a bit under pressure when I have to keep the car, take the car and drive it through the night when everyone else is sleeping, and try my best to not have them have a bad surprise when they wake up. Now, thankfully, this year in Daytona, well, this year Sebring lasted like 30 minutes for us, so that didn't even jump in the car. But Daytona, I managed to keep my car unbelievably clean. And I was, I think, the only guy in the team that didn't actually run into someone else or got run into by someone else. So at least we have that. Oh, Sambuzin is racing with us today. Nice to have him here for the Abruzzi team. There he is. So yeah, but yeah, usually I drive at night, so this is my element. And I can justify my slowness with, it's night. I need to take it carefully. Everyone has been in a bit of a It's in a long race, so I don't want to take any risk. But of course, today this is different because this is much like Bathurst 12-hour race. We are actually starting at night, so it's going to be interesting because this is going to be the best moment for the driver when they are the more fresh, ready, concentrated, of course, at the beginning of a long race. And so this is going to be the also I think for them temperature wise the best time of the day because it's only going to get worse. Yes, the sun is going to be comforting when it comes up from the horizon, but the track is also going to become hotter and hotter. Again, it's 10th of May, so um, that Florida sun is not going to be kind on these drivers, I think.
No, absolutely. I agree with that one with the temperature. Funnily, you mentioned Samuel there. I was actually talking to a one Nicholas Rotti not so long ago, who was saddened to find out that I was in the booth this afternoon and he wasn't going to be racing. He actually pulled out of the Abruzzi team just this morning. Wasn't able to race. Didn't give me a reason. I'm not sure he wanted to divulge, but I said it was a shame that he wasn't going to be racing because we did enjoy him doing his donuts last time out at Silverstone. The many times that the car went round. I'm sure he saw the funny side of it.
Oh,
Who's that going off into the wall? That's a big one.
that's Ashley Beard of the Year One Racing Team Red. Getting a little bit of a taste.
See, out on the ground. Oh, that's so easy to do, isn't it? You just want to run that curb as much as you can, and as soon as you dip a wheel on that outside, that's it. You're going straight to the inside wall. So easily done. So easily done. How much longer have they got? 7 minutes to go. So he's got time to get some repairs and get back out there and give it another go. Fury Simsport still leading the way with a 1 minute 58.1 at this moment in time. 8/10 clear of the Year One Racing Team Red and 1.1 ahead of T3 Esports, who are currently P3 in your GT3 class.
Michael Evdoka in the Texans car puts the car on provisional pole. You can see the classes on the top of your screen. The black is black. Well, let's try to do it a bit more. Oh, there you go. This is better. So you can see in black. It will pop up a bit more when the day comes. The GT3 cars. In silver, it's the Porsche Cup car. In orange, it's the GT4 cars. And in that beautiful magenta, the TCR, I switched the colors around. I just realized because magenta was the color of the GT4s until this round. But I might have accidentally switched them around because TCR is the most popular class today, or maybe not. We'll see.
One thing is for sure, absolutely, the TCRs will be massively competitive, as they always are. Generally see some of the best racing on the service within the TCR categories when they are out on track. I think it's one of those cars that you can just throw around. You can lean on each other. You can push each other, and the car doesn't take that much damage for it. So you can be a little bit more aggressive with it, and of course that lends itself to some amazing racing. As you can see, the top three in the TCR class only separated by 8.5 tenths. So that's not bad. Top four now with iLivery's VIB3 Sports coming in within 1 second as well. So and of course this track does have some serious draft on it. If you can stick with the cars in front with a bit of draft, you're always in with a chance. So even if you're not the quickest through the infield, just stick with the front pack and. Yeah, like I say, you've got that chance, and of course we've seen there's a little bit of a run wide onto the grass there. As we've seen, it's easy to drop a car on this track. So yeah, stay within that pit window, stay within that draft, and yeah, it could be a good day for you.
Yes, I will have to just very quickly bring up the splash screen because I did a broadcast the other day and they asked me to have some costume cameras to show off some liveries for the TCR cars and the GT4 cars. Therefore, I don't have the beautifully done Sam Fitzpatrick camera, so just bear with me for a second as I bring up the weight screen of Apex, as qualifying is almost complete. It's mostly the TCR car that I need to, because we don't have cameras. Of course, Sam is being very, very lazy and hasn't done any cameras for the GT4 car. Porsche Cup car is okay, so should be back in a second with live pictures, and we should see in just a second if Adam has the correct camera pack.
Uh-oh.
The driver's face.
No, sir, I do not have that camera back. I'm looking at the rear wheel. Let me go and grab that one. I was sure that I got that, you know. I was sure that I got that.
But this camera is the stuff of nightmares because Sam has pointed the camera straight at the face of the driver, both in the TCR car and in the Porsche Cup. There's no Porsche Cup on track right now, so you won't enjoy that. But you will see how magically, when the sun rises, the drivers will, without missing a beat, will switch from their clear visors to their, dark visors. I don't know how they do that. These drivers are absolute magicians, but they are able to do it, and they will switch very quickly to a more suitable visor for. Ooh, I see something interesting happening on your timing tower there.
Yeah, that's
Which is very interesting.
And it only happened when the qualifying started. Before qualifying, it was fine.
Okay, so I will tell you how to do. On the right side of the screen, we do. This is live. This is beautiful. On the right side of the screen of the hamburger menu, when you press F3, you should have a data display, and where it says name, you can pick various combinations, including driver name, team name.
There we are. Thank you very much.
I don't know why, because I gave you the same file that I have, and it's showing okay for me. But you know, we don't question technology; we just adapt to it.
There we go. Beautiful. And I now have the TCR cameras. I now have the TCR cameras.
That is absolutely lovely. You will see that Michael Evdoka is actually running a Michael Schumacher tribute helmet, but adapted to his TechSense team sponsors, which is absolutely lovely. Look at the concentration. All these drivers look the same. It's like an attack of the clones, basically. They are all identical.
You know, so don't blink.
Yeah, it's a bit unsettling. I told you, this is the stuff of nightmares. Let's look at Edward May also. Looks absolutely spot on with the other drivers. T3 Sports 2 12.80, which is their best lap of the session, but not enough. And they will start second by, wow, a very, very small margin, 0.075. Chris Warner is still your pole sitter in overall, and of course GT3 by 7/10 of a second of Jens Oman of T3 Esports. Then Year 1 Racing Team Red, which is in third place. Final few seconds, Michael Evdoka will try to improve on his pole position lap in that lovely Audi TCR. And he doesn't improve, but that doesn't matter, because I don't think Daniel Perry will be able to beat his pole position time, as we are getting closer and closer to the start of the race. Of course, a full pace lap around here. Year 1 improves, 58.9, but still in third. In GT3, here comes Daniel Perry. Can he close the gap to the leader? The answer is no, that's an invalid lap. Edward May and Edward Raprager are the only two drivers left running on the racetrack. Edward May is the closest to the start-finish line, so let's jump onto him. Here he is. Couple of pedestrian sectors, couple of green sectors. In the end, he sets a 2:13.5, which gives him third place in his class. And here comes Ed Raprager with the GT4 Cayman coming home We were talking about, if you remember, Adam, the last enduro race we did last month. We were talking about pedals and the fact that they ordered my load cell pedals, no?
Oh,
And
yes, yes.
so they came a couple of days after that race there, and it was absolutely incredible. The biggest change I noticed was with the front-wheel drive car. I'm absolutely, as a 210.8 Raprager improves on his pole position time, I'm absolutely loving my time with the front-wheel drive cars.
I'm glad to hear it. Yeah, with mine, I think I said at the time, they didn't make me any faster. They just made me a whole lot more consistent.
Yes, that's it. It makes you more consistent. It's so much easier to get the braking correct and to basically I'm having a hard time locking up the tires, which is of course a good thing. But I noticed the way I can throw around the Jetta and the Audi RS3. In the other cars, I still don't feel the same change, but for front-wheel drive car, where of course it's so important to brake well because then you need to use the tires to propel you out of the corner. It's been there. I'm having some fantastic races with the Audi in the official series. It's so much fun. Uh, Driving that car. I love front wheel drive car. I know this might anger some people, but I absolutely love them, and it's nice to have them finally, finally understand them as we are getting ready to go full pace lap around here. Therefore, we have plenty of time to go through the various categories, and we start with GT3.
We do. A much smaller GT3 field this week, but competitive nonetheless. On pole position, we have the Fury Simsport GT3 team with a 158.9. 7/10 back is T3 Esports. Third place is Year 1 Racing Team Red, with Abruzzi Esports GT3 in fourth. Nomad Sim Racing Black in fifth. And rounding out your GT3 field is Fury Simsport Silver.
You need just two cars to make a race, and that's what's going to happen in the Porsche Cup with the G-Drive Racing Eximia Porsche is sitting on pole position, but just 1 second behind is the Abruzzi Esports Cup number 202, and we switch now to GT4.
Only 3 in this field this time out, but as you said, you only need 2 to race, so let's have 3 to tango, shall we? Fury Simsport GT4 leading the way in your GT4 category with Abruzzi Esports just behind them, and in third...
is a steward.
Team Sebastian, he is a steward. Yeah, I saw that and I thought, no, that's not right. It is a steward. It's only 2 to tango this time round. My apologies.
And finally, TCR with TechSense on pole position. That's been the picture of the season, I think, because look at that, only 0.075 in front of T3 Esports Alpha, then it's Fury Simsport TCR, 40-40 Racing in fourth, and then the iLivery's Vibe Esports car, all 5 of them within 1 second on a 2 minutes, 12 laps, 12 lap or so. So this is going to be massively close in the TCR category. As per usual, as it looks like we are finally rolling.
Yep, pace car sets off to take the front runners round their first touring lap of the circuit. But no, I think you're absolutely right there, Marco. The TCRs, it's going to be a monumental battle from start to finish, one would imagine. And the same with the GT3s, to be honest. Like I said earlier, we saw last time out how close they were. They spread out a little bit towards the end of the race, but even so, we had racing all the way up to the checkered flag, didn't we? With a sterling defensive effort from the Year 1 guys there. Track temperature is still the same, 20 degrees Celsius at the moment. It is almost 5 o'clock in the morning, which means in a couple hours' time, we're going to see that beautiful sunrise. And as you said, we're going to see the drivers magically swap their visors along the way too.
Adam, just looking at your picture now, I'm realizing you must have not loaded my project file I sent you, because TCRs should be in all their magenta glory in that.
No, I loaded the one that you sent me.
So I might have made a mistake with that. So let me just send that back to you in a second, my own, and then you adapt it, switching to slave and commentator. So just a second, and I will make
My the one actually on screen, my on screen overlay is fine. You know, it's all coloured out beautifully like you did.
Yeah, but there's some things not right.
Well, let's hope it's just a few teething problems for us, and let's hope there's no such problems for the drivers out there as they're getting right into the back end of the circuit now. How much do you warm your tyres at this point? It is an endurance race. We don't see anyone weaving around. I think they're just trying to conserve their tyres as best as they possibly can for as long as they can, even on this pace lap, taking it nice and steady.
Yeah, I mean, it's more a matter of getting heat into those tires on iRacing than the weaving, left and right, which is, as we thank Porsche Sport, and I thank Danny for subscribing to us on Apex Racing TV here on YouTube. So I think the weaving is mostly helpful to crash into other cars. That's usually what I see happen in the officials. So we'll see. As we are onto the Ullman Straight, and we are getting ready to start this 166 lap race.
All right, thank you for that, Marco. I will load that once we get underway.
Yes,
I think.
A smart idea.
We could see how.
I mean, I always known you were much better than Sam. So.
Oh, don't let him hear you say that. See a little bit of weaving there. They're just getting themselves a little bit of temperature, aren't they? Last moment, we could see how much Ash Beard in the Year One car was trying to push round the car in front as they go now. Gone early. Who have they caught on the inside there? The T3 Esports car was a little bit slow off the line. Allowed Year One up into second place, but it is Fury Simsport leading the way into turn one. They all filter back in behind themselves. We look back to the Porsche Cup, and they're away as well. It seems a little bit lonesome for the two of them, but they're managing to sort themselves out and get themselves into a line ready for turn one. No issues there, and the same for the GT4s, who are now underway themselves. Although they look side by side, I wonder if either of them are going to yield. Doesn't look so. Nope, they are line astern as well, with Fury Simsports leading the way there. And back to the TCRs now, the final class of the day. It's TechSense Fitstyle Motorsport leading the way with Michael Ivdoka just sending them down into turn one now. T3 Esports having a little look up the inside, just asking a little bit of a question, making sure that Michael is fully concentrated. But once again, they all filter down into a little crocodile, and they start snaking their way through the infield.
Beautiful clean start. I don't see anyone going off track in my event viewer, so good job to everyone. They know that it's a long race. And there we go, 166 laps or 7 hours, whichever comes first. I would imagine it is going to be the laps that are going to come down first, as we are heading into the final portion of the first lap already, with Chris Warner for Fury leading the way. Actually, let's bring up those leaders there at the top of the screen. And Beard and Omen coming close to them, but already here in TCR it is a fantastic battle. Man, how much would I wish... I mean, no, it's wishful thinking, because first of all, I love to be in the commentary box, but secondly, even if I was on track, and I would love to be on track with these guys, I would never have the pace to stay together with these guys. So, no, it's better to be in the commentary box than running alone and being a moving chicane on the racetrack.
Oh, see, there's no real passenger seats in them. I couldn't be in there with you, Marco. But I can confirm, absolutely. Like I race against the Tech Sense guys on a Thursday night. I've been in official lobbies with some of the T3 and the Fury guys. They are quick, and not only are they quick, they are consistent. If you think that you've got a chance, think again. They will make you work for every inch of tarmac. It is. Unbelievable how good they are, but it's brilliant that they are so close in this league. Though it's like I said right at the start, you can really throw these cars around. You can put them into places that you just can't do with any other car on the series. On the service. So it's yeah, a lot of fun to drive, even more fun to watch. And I'm sure we're in for a stellar one today. We see a little bit of a gap opening up in the GT3s, don't we? The Fury Simsport have just pulled a little gap over the Year 1 car, who's looks like he's defending a little bit from T3 Esports just behind. I do wonder how hard they're going to battle this early on. Do they want to let the Fury driver of Chris Warner disappear, or do Ash and Jens want to leave their fight for a little bit later and just try and catch him back up again?
Let's see. It's going to be an interesting thing for sure. This one. We are heading into the backstretch. Beautiful sound of the Audi V10. Tell you what, this is one of my favorite cars. Oh dear!
Bit of a swapper there from Ash Beard. We saw that, didn't we, in qualifying when he clipped the curb. I wonder if he's got that car set up really lean with next to no wing on the back because of the straights.
That's a very rare mistake from a driver like him. Let's see once again.
Oh, I wonder if he just got a little bit of a graze on the inside wall that unsettled the car. There's not particularly big bumps at that section. The bigger bumps come further around the corner. So I just wonder if he maybe just grazed a little bit of iRacing additional wall. Oh no, he's a long way off, wasn't he? Oh, I'm not sure about that one, Mark. I'm really not sure how he's done that.
Yeah, very, very strange. And now all the way to the bottom of this very competitive GT3 class. Again, a mistake that I was not expecting from a driver like Ash. Everyone makes mistakes. Of course, I mean, he is a fantastic driver, and I can only remember one other mistake from him in an endurance race. January of 2019. Daytona 24-hour race, top split, as we were running in 4th place overall. Well, I was not driving, I was just spotting because it was the top split. And yeah, we were sitting in 4th overall in the top split of the 24-hour race, and unfortunately Ash made a mistake coming out of the bus stop with I think 6-7 hours to go, and the next car in line was our Daytona prototype, and then there was no more Daytona prototype, unfortunately.
He had a sterling outing last time out, didn't he? At Silverstone, both him and Mark Fletcher driving their proverbial socks off to take the win in that one, and yeah, it was pretty flawless from both of them. So maybe he just felt like he owed us one on the broadcast. Maybe he thought, you know what, let's make it interesting. We can see already that he's right up behind the Nomad Sim Racing black car of Ryan Walker, who himself is not a slow driver. A man who's been on the service for a very long time. I remember when I first started joining the Facebook groups, the first post I saw was from Ryan Walker with his broadcasting. We see Ash go to the outside of him in turn 1. That's brave, Ash. That is brave, but he makes it work. Holy moly, that is some confidence after just having a spin the lap before to throw one around the outside of turn 1 on Ryan Walker. That's an impressive move, Marco. I'm thoroughly impressed with that.
That's a fantastic move there, absolutely. As we move to the fight for the lead, are you sure you are talking about this Ryan Walker? Because there's 2 of them.
Yes. No, Ryan D. Walker, not the ex-commentator Ryan Walker.
Okay.
Yeah,
they are easily mistaken.
Well, yeah, I used to race with the other Ryan Walker. He'd done a few races for the Boosted team a couple of years back. In fact, he was my teammate in the what league was it? It was the Formula Renault 2.0 League for Apex Online Racing, I think it was. So yes, no, I know the difference between the two of them.
I don't want to, take another shot at him, but Sam gets them mistaken a lot as Ackerman dives down the inside and gets into the lead of his class. Oliver Ackerman for the T3 guys jumps up at the front of the TCR field. TCR field that has had already a couple of overtakes. Daniel Perry moved past Ackerman. Ackerman got past Perry a few laps ago. We can see it now as we move to a replay. But no, because we have a pass for the lead in the GT4. Where is Steve Clays? Sorry, in the GT Cup car. What happened to Steve Clays? Talk about great timing to go to a replay. There he had a sizable lead, the G-Drive car. Oh, and he goes again, just like Ashley Beard. Very lucky that this is the sector where you have the most runoff area of all the tracks, so you can live with a mistake like that. But of course, Sven Leibe jumps up to the lead.
Sorry, I just reminded myself of the specimen Steve Clays.
Oh yeah, of course.
What a brilliant conversation that was last time I was here with you.
There he is.
Oh. And we know he's pretty quick. It won't be long before he's back up with the Abruzzi guys. That's not a shot at the Abruzzi guys, saying they're not particularly quick, but he did have a sizable lead, so we know he is quick. So yeah, I would wager to say that it won't be long before we see the specimen back in the fight for the lead. See Ashbeard going around the outside of the Fury Sim Sport car. Who's that? Ryan Oliver. That was another move. He's liking these outside lines at the moment, isn't he?
Oh yeah, I mean, he's certainly hasn't lost confidence after that spin there. And
I don't think he's the sort of guy to drive angry either. I think I've never heard him get angry and frustrated when he's racing. He just kind of gets his head down and goes for it, doesn't he?
Absolutely. I mean, one thing's for sure. He's always giving 100% as the race goes on. By the way, I think Daniel Perry has just jumped Michael Evdoka. So this TCR guy, I mean, this looks like one of those ARLTC races, because we have 5 cars in the TCR class. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There they are. Basically, you could throw a blanket over them, and they are nose to tail, absolutely fantastic stuff.
I don't think it's going to be changing anytime soon. I do wonder if the mind games have already started, whether Michael Evdoka has decided, well, you know what, if you guys want to go out in front, feel free. I'll just sit behind you and do a little bit of fuel saving. These fuel tanks on these TCRs can go an incredible long time. I think it was at an hour 40, something like that in Silverstone, wasn't it? It was an absurd amount of time. So I'm just wondering if he's letting the front two go off and do their little thing and just going to sit behind. But the gloriousness of the ARL TCR is that if you lose a position, you generally lose about 10 or 15 because the freight train comes through. At least these guys don't have to worry about that. It's just the 1 or 2 places that they might concede.
Absolutely, you are absolutely right. I have the utmost respect for the drivers, because yeah, you need to be so precise. You miss your braking marker, you get just nudged out of the way, and then it's very tough to get back in line in those races. By the way, I think absolutely lovely touch by the 44 Racing guys. 4040 Racing guys, apologies, as they have put their names on the back of the car, which, it's been a lost art in sim racing, I think. I always love to put the driver names for an enduro. And here comes the race leader, by the way, getting past some of the TCR field.
Lapping already. That's, oh, mind you, we are on lap 7 already. Where is those 7 laps gone already? What? Wow. Are we really 7 laps into this? I thought it was going to be a little bit longer, but no, they are here already, aren't they? Doing their lapping. Who is this we're looking at? Ryan Walker has had an issue. Oh, he started losing it pretty early on, didn't he? You can see the over rotation of the rear just wasn't settled. I did find the Audi of all the cars was the hardest to actually race here. It was particularly lively at the rear. The Mercedes was the kind of go-to for the endurance stuff, I feel. So props to the guys who are running the Audi in this league. But as you saw there, it's particularly tricky.
Yeah, someone had a little bit of a. I did Italian broadcast the other day, and someone in the in-race chat was not very happy when I said that the AMG is the Mercedes AMG is the most. If I can describe it with an adjective, it would be honest. It's an honest car. The Audi may give you that little bit of oh, Steve Clace is around once again, by the way. It might give you an inch or of performance over the other GT3 cars, but the Audi has that nice tendency of trying to kill you every once in a while, especially when you try to push it to the limit. So you need to think hard, because if you feel confident with the Audi, then by all means go with it, because probably pound for pound is the quickest car in GT3 right now. But if you, for us, you also need to think that as we thank Blake for subscribing to us. I don't know if these guys that are subscribing to us are watching us or are watching the other broadcast that we are doing right now. In any case, welcome on, welcome aboard. As the Abruzzi esports car has disappeared. Oh no!
Oh, that's a big one. That's not even a small one. That's not good. Outside on the dirt again. What corner was that? That's not even a corner.
I think it was coming out of turn 1 on the straight between turn 1 and turn 2. Let's see, maybe from another perspective we can have a better idea. See, yeah, it was coming out of, but yeah, it was going on a straight, so that was very, very weird. And so this is going to be a long one for the GT4 car of Daniele Giudici and Abruzzi, and this, of course, it's music to the ears of the Fury guys. And they now are basically in. Oh no! Oh dear! Almost joining the rivals into the pits for repairs. There, Edward went very, very wide. Thankfully for him, there was tarmac there and not grass, so he was able to keep his car stable.
I do wonder if he got a little bit spooked by the Fury Simsport GT3 car that was just overtaking and just putting a lap on them, which would be surprising, seeing as they're in. They are the same team essentially. I wonder if they did get on the phone to say we're coming through, or whether they took him a little bit by surprise. Just going back to the Audi thing before this excitement. I have to totally agree with you that Audi does Audi things. That's how we describe it. You see side by side, 2x2 going into the last corner.
Oh, Michael Abdoka sideways! Ooh!
What a save! What a save!
Oh man, that was
wow.
Inches from disaster, and he was running in second and third side by side. So if he spun there, the field is so close. That could have been tears for a lot of these TCR guys, and also I think there are other classes. Oh well, you know what? We have a track map, so let's use it and see.
There we are.
Where everyone is. Oh, they are alone, thankfully for them, but still, if Michael had spun there, could have collected second place in class, third, which was himself, fourth and fifth of the TCR car, so thankfully he saved his car, but yeah, that was not ideal. And they are still fighting, and again, Michael gets past Daniel. So for the time being, this is helping a lot the T3 guys, and they are now pulling away. Matter of fact, let's bring up the gap. So 1 second and a half over the Fitztai Motorsport car, and 1 second point 8 over the 4040 Racing Team car of Daniel Perry.
No, I don't think that's going to be the end of the battling for this class. Absolutely not. As we can see, Perry is all over the back of Doka. And Doka runs wide onto the grass. You don't want to be doing that in a TCR. It's like driving on ice. Very brave to throw him up the inside of the hairpin, by the way. It's one of those corners that's very much, oh, you know, it's a hard braking zone. We can just go up the inside. It's a prime overtaking opportunity. But the exit has kind of got that weird little chicane thing going on. So if the car doesn't concede and holds it around you outside, all of a sudden you're fighting over a very, very tight piece of tarmac. We've seen many times incidents there. In fact, I think in the ARL GT, we saw many incidents there, lots of contact, many people facing the wrong way just because they just didn't anticipate the car on the outside sticking it out and fighting back.
Yeah, Adam, you think you have a shot there most of the times, but also the guy that you are defending from, that you are attacking, thinks that he has a chance. As we hear a very loud Audi going past. That's Ryan Walker. There is that cone sticking out of the catch fence there that you never see it until you see it, and then you cannot unsee it. Basically, it's there. And at night it sticks out particularly bright on the left side. I don't know why.
I don't know about you. I use that as my apex. So that's the point that I aim for. Yeah, when I see that, that's the point where I want to be closest to the wall.
I never used it. I mean, I knew that it was there for a reason, but basically many people have Sunset Bend as their corner where they take every lap a different line. I do as well, but I also use the first corner as one of those joker corners where every lap I take it in a different way. So,
have you experienced the very janky wall on the entry to turn 1 on the outside the pit wall?
Oh yes, of course. I mean, if you hit it at the exact right spot, you can also do a barrel roll there on the spot.
Yes, you can. I'm a VR racer, and the first time that I hit that, I'm pretty comfortable with the sizes of my car. You know, because being in VR, you get that whole size perspective. You can really feel where the corners of your car is. And when I go down that wall, I try and hug it as much as possible. But the first time I hit that little bit that sticks out, that doesn't show that it's sticking out, oh boy, did I get scared. Yikes.
Ashley Beard continuing in his comeback. He's now on the back end of the Abruzzi Esports GT3 car driven by Sebastian Hawkins. Jump on board with Ashley. Let's keep an eye on the clock as well. Sorry, Adam, go ahead.
No, sorry, I was just going to say that Ash was the fastest guy on track last time round in the GT3, so he's definitely got the bit between his teeth. He's definitely wanting to make up for that little error, isn't he?
I don't want to open the beta UI because it would create a disaster, so let's see the sunrise in Sebring for today, the 10th of May, 6:39 a.m. So we are more or less 1 hour away from the sun coming up, but of course the sky is going to become lighter and lighter in the next few minutes until the sun comes up. Sorry if I bang on to this point, but it's really like the best. It's the best moment of the day.
I'm not going to disagree with you of how beautiful it is. We see Ash making a move into sunset there, leaving it nice and late. Looking up on the inside, see how bouncy it is. Blimey, they're all over the place, aren't they? We see GT three Cup Porsches at the moment, having a little battle themselves. Still pretty close, which is good to see. One car that I've never really got on with, but awesome to see drivers out there throwing it around. And these two are nose to tail as they have been for pretty much the entire race.
So Steve Claes was leading this fight, then made a mistake, then started a comeback, made another mistake. Now he's finally caught back up to Sven Leib and his Abruzzi Sports Cup car, so in the meantime the Fury GT4, according to Ian Roots, just need to finish the race to become champions in GT4. And here we go, Steve Claes. The new livery, by the way. There is something different about that car. And I don't know if you know this team, Adam, but they have gone through, I think, 9 or 10 names and liveries in the last 2 years. So, and I have to say, all those liveries have been one better than the other. Now, this is, of course, very much in line with the real-life livery of the G-Drive team in the World Endurance Championship. That's because one of their drivers, Job Van Uitert, is a driver for the team in the WEC. Also, as I say every time, I have a piece of a car he collided with in Vallelunga 2-3 years ago. He had a collision with a car in the Italian F4 Championship. That car went off and basically was smashed into bits. And luck was that was a BWT livery, the Italian F4 car, so very similar to the Racing Point livery in F1. And a friend of mine, colleague, was working at that corner, and so it's now a trophy in my bedroom just behind me. A big piece of the side pod of the car. So thank you, Job, for colliding with that car. So that's why I have a BWT. To the untrained eye, I can say that's a bit of a real F1 car, and they would not notice, of course.
Not know any difference. I have to admit, I don't really watch a lot of real-world racing other than Formula One. I watch a little bit of the British touring cars, but other than that, I don't really watch too much. The big events I'll tune into, the 24s, 24 hours races I'll watch. Yeah, I always like hearing little stories like that of incidents. In fact, I think I've heard you've said that before.
Yes,
I think
I say this every time. It's
well,
one of my go-to stories.
But yeah, no, I like little things, little incidents like that, little stories of where you get collectibles from. You can see the Porsches getting involved with the TCRs now. Look at this. This is brilliant. We can see that Evdoka has caught up to the back of Ackerman and just created a little bit of a gap back to third place. We see that. I have to admit, I'm a big fan of the split liveries. So that G-Drive car does look very nice, and we can see it right up on the back of the two TCRs now. Is he going to? Oh, he is. He's going to try and take them both before the hairpin, and should easily get that done. Yeah, big fan of the split liveries. I do like the contrast, very vibrant colours. You'll see when the sun comes up, we'll be able to see how much that pops, especially if they've used spec maps on it. A nice matte on one side, nice shiny on the other. Oh, yeah, that would be nice.
Yes, it's actually one of the toughest parts of commentating races at night is making out the liveries, because of course if there is no light behind the car, it's very difficult to have an idea of where you're looking at. And of course when you're looking from the front, you have the glare of the headlights so bright that again you lose a lot of details on the cars. Let's see from the nose here, the sky is still pitch black, therefore we'll have to wait just a bit. Of course this today is I think the first time in Sebring that we have a race and we cannot say that Sunset Bend is going to be extra tough because of the sun, because the sun is not going to come anywhere close to Sunset Bend in this race. So yeah, it's going to be a at least the drivers won't have to contend with the sun straight into their face, which is, I think, last year's Sebring 12-hour race on iRacing was the first race with the day and night cycle, if I'm not mistaken. Or maybe it was Daytona, I don't remember. That then again was my first enduro with day-night cycle, and those 30 minutes before the lights came on were absolutely tough at sunset, because there was a cloud blocking the sun, a very big cloud, but the game, the service, whatever, turns on the lights on the cars and on the around the track when the sun goes below the horizon, basically. So according to the sim, it was still day, but that was a massive cloud in front of the sun, and I remember having to second guess myself at every corner because it was so tough to pick out the apexes. And then when the lights finally came out, it was beautiful. It was absolutely fantastic. You also get a massive stutter every time. I don't know if that's the same for you, but during the enduros the lights come on, there is like a half a second of panic for the sim, and then it works smoothly.
Well, I have to run at the moment because we're watching this in replay and I'm not in VR. I can have all of the bells and whistles, all of the shiny things on, everything absolutely maxed out, and it looks beautiful. When racing in VR, I dread to think how much a PC would cost to actually run everything full out without frame drops and stuttering and whatnot. So yeah, I have to run with a lot of stuff turned down. Just to maintain that kind of fluid frame rate, so I don't get to experience a lot of the beautiful things like that. For me, it's that the lights are off and then they're on, and that's it. There's nothing else to write home about. It's just there, and yeah, it just happens like someone flicks a switch.
Fury Sim Sport just had the fastest lap of the race, 2 laps ago, 58.88, fastest lap of the race, as we also have an update from the pit lane, because back on track is the Abruzzi Esports GT4 car. They are 5 laps behind their class leader and also missing the hood on that car, but at the same time, who knows what might happen to the Fury car. So it's not over just yet for them. Also, the Fury car is just behind them, so, and we'll put another lap on them because Daniele goes wide and loses the position on, well, loses another lap on compared to Edward Raprager. Moving back to TCR at this fight. Here we go, still fighting hard.
You can see they do have a 2.5 second gap to P3, the 4040 racing car. As we can hear that the Mercedes coming through before we see it. The low grumbling growl of the Mercedes just makes its way through without too much of an issue. Yeah, the front two of the TCR here, the T3 Esports and the TechSense Fitstyle Motorsport car, just pulling a little bit of a gap over the 4040 racing car. They are starting to spread out a little bit now, but as we've seen before, one little incident and they'll just close all back up again. But I think this is kind of synonymous with how it's been, specifically the races that I've watched in this series. The front two or three generally break away a little bit, but more or less they kind of come back together again towards the end of the race anyways. Where are we at? 30 minutes into the race already, lap 16, so we're not a million miles away from the GT3s starting to think about making their first pit stops. What are they, about 45-50 minutes, something like that, aren't they, on a full tank of fuel? So we're not too far away from them thinking about it. We go back to the Fury Sim Sport car. A big gap back to T3 now, 12.5 seconds. the recovering Ashbeard in year one, Racing Team Red, just a smidge behind them, putting in another 59.5 that time round. That seems to be his sweet spot number at the moment.
Oh, wow! Evdoka once again with a great save. Losing a precious time, you don't really want to lose contact with the driver in front of you, as here comes one of the Audis. But yeah, another scary moment for Michael there. Put the gas pedal down, got the car back into a straight line. But that was certainly not ideal. Another mistake from Evdoka, and now a crucial mistake, might I add, because look at the traffic that they have behind them. GT3 cars coming through. So this is going to be a very, very costly mistake probably for Evdoka. He has to hope that Ackerman gets into trouble with his lapped whilst he gets slapped, because that's going to be tough. 1.3 seconds of a gap to close for Evdoka is going to be a bit tough. Let's see. So strange mistake from Michael once again, but he was able to save the car and continue.
It's amazing, isn't it? We've got this big track. I mean, it's certainly not a short one. I don't know the full length off the top of my head, but we've seemed to have got this little group that are all stuck together. There we go. Thank you. 5.79 kilometers. It's a biggie. It is a biggie. I don't know what that is in miles. That's what I'm used to.
Oh yeah.
Any ideas?
Sorry,
I'm very old-fashioned. I like my miles, but 5.79 kilometers is still. We know it's a big, long track, and we saw on the track map there just how concentrated the cars were together. It's amazing how that plays out, isn't it?
Yeah, it's 3.6 miles.
There we go. Thank you. So yeah, so that is even in miles, that's still a long wait. Like it would be any shorter in miles over kilometers. It's the same length either way, miles or kilometers, but it's a big one, and yeah, to see the cars all together like that is amazing. We can see how much Evdoka is already caught back up again. He won't be happy with his mistake. I wonder if he just run the grass a little bit. Just got a little bit of a slide going, but sure, he caught up pretty quickly. It's uncharacteristic of Michael as well. We often see him in a lot of cars. I remember seeing him in GT3s a lot, and he was very, very consistent with that. Who was that? Just having a little blink there. Edward May, fallen off the back of the pack, some way behind now, unfortunately for him. How far back is he? Oh, he's not a million miles away. A little incident here and there could pull him back in.
Speaking of incidents, Ryan Walker is doing some maneuvers to get back on the racing surface proper. What happened to him? First corner coming out, just like Daniele Giudici, maybe no, because he made his mistake in the next corner. Spun around, and again, lucky to avoid the wall. What happened to Jens Oman? He lost a position to Ashbeard. And Sebastian Hawkins. Oh, he went off. Oh, and did he clip the wall? Unfortunately, the answer is yes. Big hit for the T3 Esports driver. And let's see if he jumps into the pits for repairs and to, at this point, takes on a full service, because that was a pretty big hit.
His wheel was just wobbling around there while he was going down the straight. I wonder if he has got a little bit of damage. He's carrying it on this time round though. Gonna see what he can do. Yeah, it seems to be people are just pushing that pushing the cards a little bit too hard in this colder weather, and I don't know whether it's a thing, whether it's an actual thing, but when it is colder like this, it does kind of get those incidents. Oh yeah, he just tried to save it, hasn't he? Got a tank slapper on and puts him out into the. Unfortunately, it wasn't a big hit though, was it? So maybe you got lucky. Maybe it's just a little bit of front aero. Hopefully they got a hammer in the pit lane, so when he does come in for his stop, they can just batter that and back out. I have to say, actually, that I've just said that, it just made me go into a little bit of an angry mode. Why can we not have replacement hoods and replacement bumpers and things for these GT3 cars? Why can we not do that?
That's absolutely true. I mean, it's been a long wanted. I mean, sometimes iRacing can be absolutely stubborn, like we had on the old IndyCar, the DW12. No, there was this unbelievable thing that in 2015, Juan Pablo Montoya won the Indy 500, and he won it despite having to do earlier in the race a pit stop under yellow because he was hit under pacing, under caution, and basically from behind, and that the hit broke. If you remember, the old DW12 had like a full-on assembly with the rear wing and those ugly wheel covers, no? So
Oh,
he,
yes, yes,
he
yes.
got a pretty big hit, and he had a bit of that rear wheel cover, flapping around. So, no biggie. He was under caution. He went into the pits, got the mechanics came out, unscrewed the assembly of the rear wing and the wheel cover, and put a new one in. Total time was like 30 seconds. He came out, made a comeback, and won the race. Well, in iRacing, we asked for it and got it, I think, 2 years later. If you got even a little bit of damage on the rear wing, there was no way for you to get it repaired. And, that was asked even before the Indy 500 won by Montoya that way, because it was one of the big selling points of this new DW12 car, that you could basically replace the entire rear end with just a couple of, just like you would replace a front wing in F1 or in IndyCar for that matter, Yeah, it takes a little bit longer than a normal stop, but it's in the realm of 30 seconds instead of 10 minutes, like it could be in an endurance event. And no, iRacing, no, and then in the end, finally we got it. 2 years later, and I cannot even imagine. You cannot even imagine the times that I've had seen drivers in the meantime have to retire because they got clipped in the back of the car. Nothing major, but that was just enough to bend the rear wing or break one of their wheel arches and lose massive amounts of downforce, and they wouldn't replace it for you in the pit stops. So, yeah. Let's see how long it takes for them to get the new damage model on these GT3 cars, which I think will also kill all of our computers, judging by, I don't know if you ever tried commentating on a F3 big grid as of late, but you really need to start praying to all the gods, the ones you believe in and the ones you don't believe in order to hold your CPU, even if you have a good CPU, working when there's a crash. And that's only with one model. Can you imagine all the 7 GT3 cars having a pile-up at some point with a new damage model? But that seems to be the only way that you get replacement hoods. For example, in the GT4 you can get a replacement hood with a new damage model, but not with the old damage model that we are using today.
I was part of the race in the ARL TCR a couple of weeks ago at Road America. There was a big one in race 2. And I'd got past it. I was just ahead of it when it happened. And when everyone started coming together, my game went into almost like a slow mode. I was at the very last. Ian was chugging. I could feel the heat pouring out of the machine at that point. It was struggling so much. So much. I did hear a little door go. Has Mr. Fitzpatrick come to join us? And did he bring bacon sandwiches?
Oh, hello.
Hi.
No, I haven't, unfortunately. Bacon why are you having bacon sandwiches?
Well, I was kind of thinking, it's early morning while you're hot-footing it across the paddock to come and join us in the comms spot. You might stop by a little food truck and grab us a bacon sandwich or two.
Well, I've just got on a flight actually from California in with Sonoma all the way over to Florida. So I've had a nice curry on the
Oh.
plane.
Is
And
that your private
here I
jet?
am.
Is this what's funded by all of your camera packs you do?
Well, of course, yeah, I do get a lot of money, to say the least. I'm not afraid of saying it. Uh, what's been going on? 42 minutes into the race, it looks pretty close in certainly the TCRs. It's looking pretty close. Yeah, what's been happening?
Well, we have a new camera pack. Sorry, we have a new project file which you can find in the in-race chat too, which is very important for when semi-inevitably you will have to take over the cameras when I go and grab some coffee in a bit. Um, don't confuse it with the previous file, which apparently was bugged or something. It's the latest one I posted. But apart from that, fantastic fight in TCR. We've had Ashbeard, who's now in second in GT3, having made a big mistake in the opening portion of the race and then making his comeback now up to second. Steve Clace leading GT3 GT Cup despite two big mistakes. And Ed Raprager all alone in the lead of the GT4 car with 5 laps over Daniele Giudici in his Abruzzi car that had to make some long repairs. So welcome to the booth, and yeah, hopefully it's going to be a great one. I mean, Adam at the beginning of the broadcast was a bit, I wouldn't say concerned, but yeah, even Ian said, the last race of the season, the car count is a bit lower. But Sam, and this is true, Adam, many years ago, had to commentate on a 7-car endurance race around this place. Am I wrong?
Well, you're not wrong. However, I think to say that I had it bad is being very disrespectful to Alex Simpson and Ryan Walker. You were commentating on the first 4 hours of that race. I merely joined for the last 2 hours because I had a commentary that clashed, I believe. So they were by themselves for 4 hours, yet commentating on a 7-car field. Also did a Daytona 8-hour race, I think. Relatively recently, I think. Maybe it was earlier this year or something, or maybe late last year. Where yeah, it was me and someone else, and I think there were only about 10 teams in that. So there's been a few of these over over the years, but I must say, and we started off the season with not that many cars and not that many teams. I think. I mean, we maybe had about 28 teams, I reckon. It's been really impressive from this series, the way that the teams have actually kept up on the most part. I mean, we've maybe lost on average 2 a meeting, but usually you have a massive slump where you lose almost half the teams but by the halfway stage of the season, especially with how few cars there were in each of the classes. But credit to the teams and credit to the organisers. And the numbers have actually kept up, and yeah, there is a little bit of a drop off today, but no, it's certainly better than what we've done before. And we know at least that these drivers are very evenly matched. I mean, look at that, the top 4 in the TCR class all separated by about 4.5 seconds. So could be a lot worse. Also, at least it's going to get lighter as well later on. It's currently 5:30 in the morning, I believe, in sim, and I cannot stand the night of this. It's tricky to commentate anyway, but when you can't even see the cars, it's even worse. But within the next hour or so, I think we should get a little bit of light onto the circuit as G-Drive Racing Xemia Porsche coming to the pits. Bit of a strange one this, only 45 minutes into the race, which seems a bit early considering that these Porsche cars can go about 70 minutes on a tank of fuel.
I'm seeing from these cameras, you can see the outline of the clouds, which means that sky is getting lighter and lighter. Hopefully, Sam, you have the new project file all loaded up, and the driver name are showing correctly in the iRacing live timing. This is massively important because I really like my coffee breaks.
I've got Sven Leib currently as leader of the of this class.
Okay, now important that you have loaded the right file and that the TCR cars have a nice magenta color next to
Yep.
beautiful. So at least we are on that. And of course, whenever I leave for my coffee break, imagine that it's one of those movies when they put, you know, a civilian in commando of an aircraft and they need to land. Whatever you do, don't press the replay button. If there is a replay, I will show it when I come back.
No, no, you know what? I might watch the replay. Yeah? Why not? So,
You rebel.
on the event viewer, if something happened, honestly, Marco, if Fury Simspot crash out from the lead of the race and lose the title, we're not gonna wait for you and your coffee addiction to deliver us the replay. We're gonna watch it straight away, even if it does break the stream. So we're in for a treat, guys. I will change to broadcaster right now.
No, why now?
What, you don't want it now?
No, no, no. I'm waiting
Oh,
for the
fine.
sunrise. I mean, let me be Italian
Okay.
until the end. I want to, you know, enjoy the sunrise, and then, you know, I go take my coffee. I mean, I want to be romantic until, even if. Well, more important than the coffee, I forgot to grab a bottle of water, which, given that it is summertime now, we keep it on our in a drawer that we have on the porch on the outside, because there's a lot of course we are stocking up a bit more food than usual, as here comes the leader Chris Warner past the cars there in TCR class, so I will actually have to go on the balcony, open the drawer, get my water and come back, but that will be all done. I am sacrificing myself. I hate very, 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 very rich and therefore very salty pasta with tuna and tomato and olives, which is a notoriously salty pasta, fantastic. And then I ate some very, very, very salty muffins with cheese and bits of salami on the inside. So you can imagine my thirst level is particularly high right now, but still I'm soldiering on because I want to enjoy the sunrise, and more importantly, because I'm a great professional and commentator of the season.
If only that was the case, Marco. If only that was the case. So to say, I won the GT commentator of this season. I think Ian Roots will back me up on that. I think, to be fair, Adam's going to come up from nowhere and only do 2 of the rounds and still win it off us for the endurance championship.
Oh, I don't know about that. You should have heard my opening. I was tripping over every word. I wasn't expecting it. Like I didn't even think about it. And Marco's like, right, here's your countdown, and then flat mode happened.
It's really true. I remember when I first did a few lead commentaries, I had to write down what I was going to say before I said. So I had to. I mean, it's really simple because you just say the championship, which sometimes I forget, which isn't a good start. And then the round of the championship, the circuit that you're at. And then say some really generic thing about how exciting the race is going to be. But when you're first starting out, yeah, it's really tricky. So don't feel bad about it.
Now, actually, you saying about that, we just saw Evdoka having a little look on the T3 Esports Alpha Cup. Oh, a little bit of mistake going in there. Oh, what a drift! As he saved it, just about. Back onto the tarmac. He's going to lose first place. He's going to keep hold of second, though. That unleashes Evdoka, who's been looking very racy up until this point, despite a couple of mistakes himself. Did he just dip a wheel on the outside? Oh, it looked like it, didn't it? We just about caught it there. Well held, though. Managed to keep it pointing in the right way. Didn't turn it around in a circle. And he's back underway. Just saying about... Oh, there it is again. What a drift. Oh, beautiful. Sam, remember we had a conversation about World League Sim Racing last time?
Oh, yeah.
And you asked me all about it. Well, while I was looking for some videos for Dane for this little compilation he's doing, I went back into some of our old Club 73 World League Sim Racing broadcasts. And
I think
I caught the one. I think that was you were there. They were like your trial ones, I think, because there was 3 commentators at the time, and you didn't really say a lot, and you sounded very shy. Very,
yes, I
very much
noticed
like,
that. I
did
noticed
you
that.
see it?
No, I noticed that I was watching the first stuff we did 2 years ago when I first started on Apex, and Sam sounded so young and so shy, and then I completely ruined him in these 2 years we spent together.
Honestly, Marco, if you haven't watched the Club 73 ones, it's a different level of
He's
honestly,
adorable. He is
it is
adorable.
it's adorable. It's also painful to listen. I honestly, I'm going red even thinking about it.
I know what I'm
But
doing tonight after the broadcast then.
oh no! Honestly, my first commentary I think was Silverstone in the Sim Racers World Asia Championship, and it's dreadful. It's absolutely apocalyptic, and I'm pretty sure, and I'm genuinely not lying here. Sim Racers Asia didn't re-sign with us for the next season. I genuinely think it was because of me. Um,
We can ask
because I was
Weian. We have Weian in the chat.
well, yeah,
Maybe.
was it because of the awful commentary? Because they went to another commentary company for a couple of seasons before going back to us. So genuinely, I lost us a broadcast for like a season. That's how awful I was.
Oh, you are adorable. It made me smile because you'd obviously forgotten who WLSR were, and I didn't even realize that you were part of that commentary team. And then I saw the video back. And, oh, actually, you commentated on the thing that you didn't know anything about.
There were four of us at times in that. I mean, it was Soviet Russia all over again with some terrible, some terrible decisions of full employment. With four of us all in the commentary box. Me, Alex Simpson, Woody, and Adam Barth. All in the commentary box, and it was absolutely disastrous. I mean, they were doing a great job, but I was laying the side down. We were losing money on those broadcasts. I mean, honestly, I was such a burden for a long time. Now they were paying me to literally make the broadcast worse and be a fourth person who was just retracting time from good commentators. So thanks to Apex, because honestly, I think why they stuck with me, I do not know.
Pit stops are happening. The GT3 cars are coming in to make their first of many pit stops. I'm no good at mathematics, so I don't know how many in total they'll be making. But they are in for their first ones, and it looks like most of them have been up on the jacks. They are taking tyres. I haven't seen any. Who's that spun out?
That's Walker. I mean, he just came out of the pits, I think. There he is, yeah.
This is remarkable how he's lost it here. Wow. Oh.
It's what we were saying earlier, Mark, wasn't it? The Audi doing Audi things. That's out of nowhere.
Absolutely, you are absolutely right. Here comes Ashley Beer then. Interestingly, that we see that Chris Warner has actually stayed out despite being in the lead for the majority of the race, if not all of the race. And despite that, he has been able to extend his stint by one lap. He should be coming in right now. Evdoka has had a little bit of an issue. More than a bit of an issue. The leader in TCR is in the grass and losing 2 places, maybe 3. It will just be 2, I think. What happened to Michael?
Second time we've seen the race leader of the TCR class spin out, and it was contact. Was that with Ashley Beard in second place? I think there was a 0-2 on that.
Let's see the replay.
Oh, maybe not.
Oh, it was the
no,
guy
0-5. Mateus 10.
That's too bad because it really I don't know, maybe removes Michael from the equation. That was a big smash that he gave on the rear side. I mean, this car, especially with the old damage model, is made out of steel, as we have seen plenty of times. I think it was the Texans Fist-Time Motorsports car, Sam, that in the Barcelona round, the opening round of the season, well, 6 months ago now. So was it December, I think? That car got
November.
no, that car got smashed left, right, and center, and I can remember 3, maybe 4 very big hits, and I still think they were able to win the race. So.
Well, he's only 5 seconds back from the Fury car out in front of Oliver Ackerman. So, sorry, the T3 car, by mistake. Yeah, he's only 5 seconds back, so he's not out of this.
The incident is under investigation, unsurprisingly. So we'll see the race steward. We say hello, of course, once again to Ian Roots and Sebastian Eberer, who are your live stewards for today. Chris Warner, Ashley Beard, Jenson, so I think Sam Buzin jumped into the 101 car, and Tammy jumped into the 116. Ryan Walker stayed into his car. So did T3 take some repairs? They
No, don't think so.
did not. So driver change for the 101 and the 116 then. You don't know this, but a couple, let's say 20 to 30 minutes ago, Oman had a pretty sizable hit into this corner here. As Evdoka, none the worse for wear. I mean, I want to really talk to the guys at Audi that made this car. I mean, gets past Daniel Perry for second place.
Bit of a tricky decision when it comes to kind of rule sets for leagues, and we've had so many different leagues on iRacing or on Apex Racing TV recently, which all kind of have different ideas about fast repairs. So this series doesn't have any fast repairs, but I've been doing AOSC, which has 4-hour races sometimes, and they have 2 fast repairs in that, and then we got other series which might have 1. We've got a British F3 series coming up, which will feature many real-life British F3 drivers, and that'll be starting next Sunday actually on Apex Racing TV. They demanded unlimited fast repairs, and they're only 20-minute sprint races. So it's really tricky to say what is the way to go. In ARL GT, the league that I kind of have most control over, no fast repairs. Of course, in ARL TC, no fast repairs. But then we saw at Spa this season, in this championship, when we had unlimited, we had I think it was unlimited fast repairs, or at least 2 fast repairs, and it turned out to be an awesome race. By the way, AOL GT, apologies, does have 1 fast repair. So again, very different. And yeah, this is Spa was awesome when we had some fast repairs. Just thinking, going into next season, hopefully there will be a Sim Racers World Endurance Season 2. But what would you guys say would be the ideal number of fast repairs? Would you make it 0 still, or 1 or 2, or unlimited? What would
1.
you guys go for? 1. Okay. What about you, Adam?
No, I agree. While we're in this position where we can't replace body panels easily, 1 fast repair would be the central thing. As soon as we get the ability to put a new bumper on, or spend maybe 5 minutes having a new rear wing bolted on, that kind of stuff, then yeah, it can change. But 1 fast repair seems good.
No further action. As we see, a slow motion. And they both went for the same piece of tarmac. I agree with someone in the chat saying that basically maybe Evdoka went a bit too much to the left. But I mean, that car, not even a
That was a massive hit. Yikes.
Well, it's all damage model, of course, as well, so it's even stronger than what it is now, and it's still pretty strong with the new damage model, so yeah, that's insane.
They need to put the damage model onto, as we see, year 1 car. I'm gonna look up the inside of Evdoka there. God, he had flashbacks straight away. Thought better of it and just eased out. It'd be great to see if we can have a damage model on the tyre barriers. That'd be fun, wouldn't it?
Yes. Oh,
yes.
Wow.
Have a nice 40-minute red flag period where we can drink some tea whilst the barriers are being repaired. That'd be good fun.
I can
That
tell
would
you,
be
it's no fun when that happens. We had a smash in Vallelunga during the World the FIA Motorsport Games in November. I think it was in race 2 of the GT3 Cup. And I still have to watch the replay after all these months, but apparently one of the cars went through one of the tire barriers and then destroyed a couple of the the catch fence, poles that holds the catch fence together, and we were stuck for more than 1 hour under torrential rain, might I add. So I was was very very happy to be in the opposite side of the track as a marshal and not there, because that must have been some massively hard work. I was
I
in the
have to
pits
agree with.
I was in the pits getting pelted with rain regardless, because of course Sven Leiber comes in from the lead in the Porsche Cup car, and therefore Rob Thiessen, who took over Steve Claes a few laps ago, should be back in the race, in the race leaders. Michael Evdoka back in the lead. Wow, that was quick.
I have a theory. I think T3 might have waited for Evdoka to catch back up so they can get back into the draft. Seeing that, I think Road America was probably the best example, where it turned out that being in second place was definitely the place to be, and it pretty much got them the race victory on that occasion. So I think they may have just waited for Texans Fitstone Motorsport to overtake them, so they can stay in this draft.
I really missed tinfoil hat conspiracy theory Sam in the booth in the first hour of the race. Angus Hu jumps into the Abruzzi car there in GT4 then. He will come out of the pits as Rob Thiessen, who is trying to close the gap to Angus there, might have made a mistake in this very crucial lap where his rival was in the pits. Oh, and around he goes. Avoids the barriers. Takes the lead back, but that was a pretty big risk.
Very similar to the owl that we saw there at the beginning of the race, wasn't it? Just managed to collect it up though before he got the good old tank slapper, sending him onto the outside barrier. So easy to do there. Like it's such a weird corner, isn't it? You run way off track on the entry, and then you try and use all of the massive curb on the exit, and it's a weird one. It's so much space to use, but it's so easy to drop it.
What's your opinions on this circuit? And I mean, do you like to race around here?
I don't mind it. I don't mind it at all. It's not one that I would instantly jump to if I saw it. If I was just looking to go and have a race somewhere, I wouldn't put this up there as one that I would jump to. But it's fun. It's good in the touring cars because you generally stick so close together with the tight infield and then the long straights for draft. Yeah, it's not bad. Not bad.
I mean, it's just that everyone loves this place. And maybe it's just because I'm not particularly into endurance racing. I'm not a big fan of it. I mean, I can't, to be fair, ever remember seeing a proper race around here in real life. So yeah, I know I'm not a big keen. Oh, look at all that red as well in the distance. That looks pretty cool. So yeah, not a massive fan of it, but no, certainly it's one of the driver's favourite tracks. Usually has pretty good races as well. Pretty tricky to overtake as well. I'm just thinking back to I'm sure Adam and Mark are seeing this because we're going to have a very nice well, I think I can say we're going to have a 10,000 subscriber special video which Dane Baird is currently preparing, which is going to be a compilation of some of the well, it was going to be some of the biggest moments of Apex Racing 2, and then we kind of realised all the biggest moments are just funny moments, which kind of shows the level of the commentary that we deliver. But one of them is going to be Adam Barr pointing at the sun and saying, "That's the moon," and being totally convinced that it was the moon. I also remember Adam Barr on this circuit thinking that it was seeing the sun just beyond this corner going into sunset, and not thinking that, hang on, this corner is called sunset, and thinking that the sun was in fact lowering, that it was getting darker rather than the morning, despite the sun was very visible down at Sunset Bend. So he got that one wrong. So he's not fantastic on astrology.
Now, to be fair, but first of all, it's astronomy, please. And
What's astrology?
Astrology is the stupid things that say,
Oh, that's the Tom Cruise one.
You're going to have a good day because the moon and the sun, etc. No, but second of all, let me defend Adam here, because because before HDR became a thing in iRacing, the sun with the new weather system, the dynamic weather, was just a little bit of a white disk in the sky. So.
Yeah, but come on, it's like blue sky around the sun. I mean, when do you see the moon shining? I mean, and it was shining, was the moon, in a blue sky. Come on, you can't excuse that.
There is also another thing to notice. iRacing actually doesn't model the moon. So, that's a feature that I've seen requested every once in a while. Yes, there is no moon in the sky in iRacing.
I've never noticed.
Now you know. As astronomy fans notice this stuff straight away. There is no moon. There are no stars in the sky, for example, which.
Well, there is a star in the sky.
Well, of course, yes, there is one, but
Because our daylight is actually starlight.
Absolutely correct.
That blows a lot of people's minds. It blew my mind when I first figured that out. Like, our day is actually nighttime. Like, yeah.
Jeez.
Yeah.
I want to have a 24-hour race at Hell, that new circuit, because I reckon if you had it because in the north of Norway or Sweden or Finland, kind of Lapland area, you have 7 days during the summer solstice where the sun doesn't set, where literally sunrise happens on like the 18th, and then sunset happens on like sunrise, apologies, happens on the 18th, and then it actually sets on like 5 days later. If you had a 24-hour race around Hell, that would be pretty fun if you set up during that. Or equally, you could just make it darkness for an entire day as well. I mean, I say that's quite a fancy thing. We did have that round Daytona for about 8 years, so probably not that great.
Yeah, I mean, you can just fire up Euro Truck Simulator and take your truck to the northern part of the map, and you will see that the days are, since Euro Truck Simulator 2 in the base form, and then you can mod it, but in the base form, every day is the summer solstice day. So the more you go up, and the more the days are absolutely long, and you will see that the sun barely goes below the horizon, if that has a... I mean, look at that gap from FDoc. What's happening there? 5 seconds over T3 Esports, and that's after spinning around as Walker is going for a ride in the grass. Very smartly moves out of the way, reverses it, and back onto the track. So, I mean, FDoc maybe got some boost from that crash. I don't know, because the gap has never been this big, and I mean that's saying something. I mean, we have had gaps of 0.5 of a second, 1 second at the most in TCR, and now it's 5.5 seconds. I don't know what they did to that car, but if I was them, I wouldn't want to repair it in the pits.
I think someone in their team has told him that I predicted it being a close race all day. I think that's what it is. He's just doing it to prove me wrong. We can see through that through the windscreen the clouds really becoming very, very defined now. We're not far away from the gorgeous eye candy Marco serenading our eyes with the sunrise. I hope you've got some good screenshots for it, like some good cameras. Oh, who's that?
Well, you have to ask Sam about the cameras. I'm merely an executor of his cameras. as Angus Hu, who's in second place of the Porsche Cup car, went a bit off, took the escape road. That's the Marco Barbanera corner. As
I
Ryan
think.
Walker had an issue.
Right, yeah, he's lost it again. Maybe into turn 2, seemingly. He's struggling at the moment, is Walker. He's had been a bit up and down as Walker. Sometimes, some rounds he won't make a mistake for the entire race, and then other rounds he'll make a few of them. There you
Oh.
go, and heavy into the wall as well. Into the corner as well.
he
Let's
tow
see
back?
how that car is. And yeah, it seems like he towed back. Certainly disappeared on my screen. So shame for Ryan Walker there. Hopefully he has a team. I costed the entire Daytona round, all 6 hours by himself, which was quite an achievement, and drove pretty well as well on that occasion. I was just going to say how the right-hander after Big Bend, where you take the escape route there, it's where it defies the laws of physics, where that extra rate, it loses you so much time. I never understand. I always think, well, I'm just going to skip through it, and you lose like 5 seconds by running through it, and then you get a slow down on top of that as well. Always painful whenever you make that mistake. It's almost always better to actually try to make the corner. If you do, even if you do go off the circuit, you're probably going to lose less time by missing the corner slightly than missing it altogether.
I did wonder there if Rob Tisman was just outbroke himself a little bit going into the first part of that complex, and then we heard the rumbling of a Mercedes creeping up behind him. So just letting the Fury car go through to put another lap on. Oh, looked like he snatched a break going into the hairpin there. I was saying to Marco earlier, Sam, about the ARL GT when we came here, and how the hairpin seemed such a great overtaking spot. But the amount of times we saw incidents because the car on the outside decided to stick it out, and then you'd have the two cars going into the weird little chicane thing on the exit and causing each other bother. It's an awkward little corner for sure, isn't it?
It really is, yeah. That was a great round as well, where everyone was so evenly matched, and yeah, kind of to be expected. The amount of incidents that we saw, but yeah, definitely down at that hairpin was absolutely craziness. Of course, ARL GT starting back up next week. All the spots have been filled. 44 drivers signed up for that one, and you can check out the action on Apex Racing TV next Sunday, which I'm really looking forward to. I really like that series. There's a lot of other series, but I don't know. The competitiveness of many of the drivers. No, few less satellite drivers. No Andre or Andrew or Coroni, you kind of dominated the first half of last season. So should be very evenly matched. We've got a few more kind of strong teams as well.
Oh,
as almost into the wall is G Drive. Teason's flashing the lights. I mean, to be honest, mate, I don't think he had the right to the corner. There wasn't alongside. Was always behind, and does get his way past. But that's how dangerous it can be, that final corner. But no, ARL GT should be very good. We'll be starting out at Silverstone next week. Oh, and off the circuit is Teeson now, where he's all over the place.
Oh, mad few moments from Teeson there. Yeah, I'm with you on that one, Sam. I don't think he had the right for the last corner there. You know, the car in front is always going to track out. You know, he's always going to go to the outside and take his line. And as the faster car, it's up to you to go past. You don't expect the cars in front of you just to jump out of your way. That's not what they're briefed to do. So yeah, a little bit, maybe just a little bit frustrated behind the wheel of that car. But as you said, some big teams signing up to the ARL GT. Sam, I have to wear my impartiality hat for that series now, because we have the Mighty Boosted signed up in Mike Horder, current GT3 AM champion for that league, no less.
Of course, yeah. No, good to have him in.
Yeah, he's looking forward to it. We have been having a little bit of a chat about it. He can't wait to get going, and neither can I, to be honest. It's going to be great to do the commentary again on it.
As we are getting closer and closer to the sunrise, look at the sky getting lighter and lighter, and those beautiful clouds. I mean, look at that. It's absolutely fantastic. And of course, again, I was talking with with Adam earlier, Sam, about when you do a long endurance race, seeing the sun creep from the horizon gives you a sense of hope. You know, the night is behind you. You just have to do one last. What happened here? Nothing. Sorry. It's Ryan Walker being passed by the TCRs because he's in the pits, towing. So, yeah, but in this race this is different. It's more like Bathurst because actually you start at night and that is the best track it's going to be. Conditions-wise, it's the 10th of May in sim as well, so it's going to be certainly very hot later in the race, and of course that's the best you are going to be as a driver because you are fresher, you are on the top of your game, but later down the line, of course, you are going to feel the effect of all this. Of all these hours of racing, and of course the bumps here at Sebring are absolutely treacherous. It's going to be a tough one. As oh man, look at that sky. I mean, I really need to stop because otherwise I will channel my inner Bob Ross and start painting. I mean, it's so beautiful.
I've already spoken to Marco about an Attenborough. And I did just say Attenborough because I am from Norfolk. I saw an Attenborough documentary, I think, about the birds that they have in Rome, and it's a very pretty sight. The way that they kind of all flock together. I guess that's the word that you use. But they have nice patterns in the sky. They do poo a lot, however.
Yes.
So if you have a car, then your car is going to be covered in the not nice stuff. Constantly, but I mean, I reckon that sky is even more pretty than this sky, Marco. But I don't know.
It's absolutely amazing when you see it for the first time. I remember, you know, it usually happens in some specific areas of the city, especially the areas of the city which are closer to the center, but also have big parks here in Rome. And there is one of these areas is where the big concert arena that we have here. So a few years ago, well, many years ago actually, I was waiting for a concert on the outside of the arena, and then in the you know, far away, it looked like that scene from the Fellowship of the Ring. No, you see they come out of the cave, and then they start seeing these strange movements in the sky, and at first, you know, I was like 12, 13 back then. I didn't realize what it was. Then I saw that it was a massive amount of birds. It's really hypnotizing. As soon as you, you know, as long as you keep a safe distance, it's a fantastic sight to behold because you can stay there and watch those birds make all those strange moves in the sky, and it's like hypnotizing.
Where I live, we as I think most villages and cities have a Facebook group of all the residents, and someone lost their bird of prey, so that's now roaming about where we live. Haven't seen it yet, but we have had a look out for it. But yet to see a bird of prey yet, which well, it's basically the closest we get to anything as beautiful as those birds that you have in Italy.
I have pigeons.
Lovely.
I'm a town guy. I've got pigeons.
I can't remember where you're from, Adam.
Bedfordshire.
Bedfordshire, of course, yeah.
Yep. One of the shires. Yes.
What is Bedfordshire most notable for? Sorry, I wanna go into this Bedfordshire whole story. I feel like there's more that meets the eye. What's Bedfordshire most famous for? If you could sum up Bedfordshire in like a sentence, what would you say?
Yeah, farming, I guess. But okay, so I can give it a little bit about the town. Bedfordshire, I don't know too much about as a county, but the town. When Henry VIII wanted to get divorced for the second time, the Pope refused him and said, "No, you can't do that under the Roman Catholic Church or whatever it was." So that's when Henry VIII set up the Church of England, who preached, the same. It's the same religion, just a different version of it, so that he could allow himself to get divorced for the second time. And that was done in a church in my town.
Awesome. Okay.
There you go.
Yeah, and then he
By the way,
married Anne Boleyn, and then he also executed her because of
Yes.
supposedly she was scheming against his life.
The crossroads in my town is 2 roads from the Roman Empire. It's one of the oldest highways in the country, and the town is one of the oldest. It used to just be like a little, not farmer's town, like a little trade town. From back in the Roman times. There you go. All about where I'm from. Now you
that's
know.
good. Anyone who's subscribed to the YouTube channel Oversimplified will be experts on that front. I guess you two don't know what I'm talking about. It is one of the best channels on YouTube.
Of course I know. Of course.
Oh, you do know, Marco. Have you seen the video?
I've seen some videos, but it's not really my cup of tea, in the sense that I'm more a big fan of basically Rome, from the birth of Rome to basically when it became an empire. That period, basically the Kingdom of Rome and the Republic of Rome, that is my favorite historic period of all time. So I basically consume videos on a daily basis about that argument.
Ian, he knows. Yeah, Bedfordshire most famous for hats. The straw boater, in fact, is the hat of choice here. Hence why my local team is nicknamed the Hatters. But yeah, the straw boater. The hat that you see. They're not even sailors. The drivers of is it the punting boats that you see in Cambridge and Oxford?
Okay.
But they wear like the straw hat. Some of the not the jazz, the blues, or the barbershop quartet kind of people over here. They wore those straw hats as well. Yeah, that's Bedfordshire. That's where they come from. And in Luton Town FC, known as the Hatters. That is exactly right.
Of course, playing at lovely Kenilworth Road.
Oh, don't. I had a season ticket there once. Never again.
Beautiful stadium.
They paid you to take it.
Let's say, Sam, I don't know how much you are into football, but basically the stadium is in the middle of the houses there, so
to get into the away end, you literally walk underneath one of the houses.
Yeah, exactly.
Like the house has a door on the right hand side. You go up a flight of stairs and then you go across the top of the gate. The gate goes into the away end of the ground.
They've been doing really well though, Luton. I remember when they beat Luton were the first team ever to beat a Premier League, the first non-league side to beat a Premier League team in the FA Cup. Do you all know who do you think they beat?
Oh God, I should know this because I'm a Luton fan, but I want to say that it was Norwich.
Well done. It could only be Norwich.
And I want to say it was at Carrow Road as well.
I think it was. We are rubbish. We lost 1-0 to Luton. This is when we were surprisingly we got relegated, and that was third round of the FA Cup. A few teams have done it since, to be fair, but we were the first to suffer that. But since are Luton League One now? Have they got to League One or are they
Championship? Sorry.
Oh, Championship. Jeez. Why are they doing
much,
so well?
Back-to-back promotions.
But I think that sadly this year things haven't gone their way.
No, not good.
A couple of bad signings, including a keeper.
He's an international. He's supposed to be good. we blew our budget on him. We spent like £1 million on him, the most we've ever spent on a player. Anyway, where are we at in the race? Let's talk about more interesting things than Luton, Poxy Town. Evdoka is 11 seconds ahead now, almost 12 seconds
Yeah,
ahead. Where
this
has
is
this come from?
this is incredible. After the crash, he has checked out. I mean, I still don't understand. I'm curious to see if he's going to take some repairs at the pits, if they are trying to do their best not to take those repairs. Because they might have found some OP damage somewhere in the car, but and even then, I can't see any kind of damage on the rear side of that car where it hit, because again, he hit the wall a ton there, the tire barrier, really a big hit. And it's looks looks in pristine conditions. And again, also he has gone. I mean, the easy. I mean, how easy he got back up to the two cars that passed him after the crash. Got past them, and I mean, Sam was maybe rightfully in speculating that, maybe maybe T3 were waiting for him to play some fuel saving strategies, but no, it was honest, pure pace from Evdoka, and look at those lap times. I mean,
Wow.
he is checking out. He has already.
We kind of saw a similar thing last time, didn't we? With Ackerman dropping back quite significantly, because I'd say Oliver, on the most part, has been the fastest driver of anyone in the TCR class so far this season. I mean, at Road America, he was superb. I think at Daytona, I believe they won. Which rounds did they win? Actually, I've got the point standings up. So Ackerman and Orang and Niederhagen as well. So they didn't win round 1, but they did win round 3 and round 4. But then last time out, they were a little bit distant, weren't they? And Texans Fisto Motorsport beat them quite comfortably at Silverstone. So it's odd the change that they've made. It'll be interesting to know, have T3 just struggled to keep up that form, or have Fitzroy managed to find something in the tank? Lots of the TCR cars now coming into the pits. It looks as though this is going to be an easy 3-stop strategy for these guys. They're not going to be able to do it on 2 stops, but yeah, easy 3-stop strategy, I think, for these drivers to get to the end of the race. So not too much pressure on fuel, and of course they will take tyres as well.
Yeah, Jess Banks has jumped in the 4040 racing car. Philip Eckert has jumped in the Vibe 3 Sports, Vibe Esports car. But Edward May is staying in his Fury car. And now I'm expecting this time around, well, Fury having a very long stop. Very, very long stop, I think. There we go, 50. No, sorry. Forget that. It's a regular stop.
Well, I think he missed his box, so he had to reverse back up a little bit.
So let's see if Evdoka jumps in. And let's see if he's going to give the car to his co-driver for the day. Now, Sam, I have no idea how you managed to do this, but basically, I don't know if you can see this on the left side of the screen, but for some reason you can see through the helmet where the air intake it is there, just below the. You see that all in the visor, no? So you shouldn't be able to see through that, but you can. It's just like the driver has got like a hole all across his head, basically. You will notice better when it's time to.
Is there no head?
When the visors turn dark, because they are still light, but you will. As Ackerman goes in, a bit of a. No, there is the head you can see, but I mean you can see through the visor, and that's all good. That's how it should be. But there is that hole where the air comes in on the right side of the visor, just below that the screw there, and it's basically like there is nothing inside. You can see clearly all the way through the left side of the screen. You will see it better later when the visors turn black, as I said earlier, as if these drivers can change to the clear visors, to the daytime visors in an instant, and they are absolute magicians. No driver change. Evdoka stays on board. I think Ackerman will also stay on board. Ed Rapperger comes in from the lead, very comfortable lead in the GT4 category, which I mistakenly removed. Sorry, there we are, back with the class leaders. Driver change, Ben Sharp comes in.
So do they change visors then, whilst they're driving?
Yes, I will show
Okay.
you if we can catch the exact moment the sun.
Oh, that'd be incredible, won't it?
So I checked and it says that sunrise it is on. So Ian Roots said that sunrise is at 6:40. According to Google, it is on 6:41. So at 6:39 we jump on board with this camera, and we don't leave it for the next 2 minutes or until the. We still have 10 minutes left, but lovely helmet, Michael Schumacher tribute from Michael F. Doka here. So Ben Sharp comes out. Nice to see able. I mean, I don't know about you, Adam, but I didn't realize that this was the Fury livery. I mean, at night it looked like a completely different car.
No, we saw this last time out at Silverstone. It was the first time I'd seen it because they'd recently changed liveries, hadn't they? One of their other cars was running the older style, I think. But yeah, I do like that little bit of metallic with the matte. This G-Drive one's looking particularly nice now that we can see it. I'm loving that little stripe just above the orange. I apologize if it's not orange. I am colorblind. Which is kind of funny, seeing as I do I paint liveries for the team. So yeah, it looks orange to me, but yeah, that little stripe above it, I'm a big fan of that.
Also, Sam, another troublesome helmet is the Porsche Cup helmet. Now you can see what I mean. It's even bigger in the Porsche Cup compared to the TCR. You can see the entire right side of the face of the driver is missing, and you can see clean through it. I mean, seriously, Sam. And you also try to, say that these are great cameras, which they are. I'm sorry, Sam.
I can't. It's really weird, isn't it? I'd never noticed that before. I don't know how to make this man's face reappear, to be honest. But now that you pointed it out to our viewers, I'm not going to be able to avoid. So I think it's your fault, Marco. If this starts to put off people.
Happened to Oliver Ackerman. I think he just disappeared for a bit, because I got noticed that he got passed by Jess Banks, and now he passed Jess Banks. Yeah, so I think a connection issue for Oliver Ackerman. He is back in business. Lap 47 out of 166. Lights are still on the cars. Chris Warner, your leader in GT3. Rob Thyssen leading the way in the Porsche Cup car. Ben Sharp leading in GT4, and Michael F. Doka leading the way in the TCR class.
You can actually start to see some of the damage that was picked up by the Audi there of Jens Homan just ahead of us. Of course, they went off into the wall early on, didn't they, on the exit of the penultimate corner. Hit the wall pretty hard, but managed to keep going. Yeah, this is the corner that they had issues at. Tipped the curb and got a tank swapper on. But, oh, there's some concentration right there in those eyes. That's piercing. That's piercing. Is he going to make a move now? Buzin. Have a little look, maybe not, just sit tucked behind. You get a real sense of how bumpy it is, don't you, when you ride on board of these cars through that last corner. Now, here's a question for you, Sam. Mark and I were discussing it about the cone on the inside of turn 1, up on the railing. Do you notice it, and do you use it for anything? There it is. Look.
No, I think I've asked you about this in the past. Why is that glitch still there? And then you told me, oh, it's meant to be there. Oh, okay.
Oh, did I say it was meant to be there? Okay, we'll go with that then.
I think so. Well, okay. Well, you said that you use it as a drone tool, so I guess iRacing just have kept it there. But yeah, I can't. I don't know about you. I run on a single monitor. Is that because is that why I can't see it? Or
Oh,
because
Might
yeah,
get a little
I've
bit
never
closer.
noticed that cone up there when I'm driving.
Yeah. Well, I'm not sure. Yeah, like I said earlier, I use it as a point of reference for the apex. You know, where to hit. Be interesting if we can get an on board at some point, Marco, with maybe one of the TCRs. See what they do with it at that corner. Just see they just go past one of the cup cars. These two inseparable at the moment, aren't they? They're getting particularly close, but they don't look like they're willing to swap positions at this point. How are they faring further up the road? Ashbeard is, still pulling away quite considerably. Chris Warner out in front, still setting the times. Oh no, he wasn't. He wasn't the fastest last time. Mateus 10 was the quickest last time by a tenth. But Warner still out pulling a gap on Ashbeard in second at the moment.
Homan goes defensive into Sunset Bend. It's pretty much impossible to go around the outside. However, you can line up the corner well here. It's kind of tricky to take an alternative line to get a good exit. Now, this is pretty good. 1/10 of a second behind. Pulls alongside, will be ahead going into the corner. I think this should be enough for Buzan because he's got such overspeed. A little bit of a draft as well from the TCR. But, sorry, is that Buzan got ahead there, did he?
yes.
Yes, there you go. Sorry, I thought he went to the outside, but no, it was very simple for him. Just went to the inside, and he was clear going into turn 1. So Abruzzi Sports GT up into the podium places.
Now, we did see a pass around the outside, didn't we, Marco, earlier on? In fact, we saw 3 from Ashbeard in after he had his off. He took some adventurous lines, shall we say, to gain places back, and he went round the outside. I think there was one at turn 1, there was one at the hairpin, and I forget where the other one was, but they were all interesting lines to say the least.
Oh, they were absolutely, and Beard, like I said, probably was doing that to, I mean, maybe to prove to himself. I don't know if that was there was need, but to he still had some confidence in the car, and the car was working nicely, and that's exactly what happened there, because he absolutely was driving beautifully after the mistake. He was lucky enough to go out in one of the few places where there's plenty of runoff area, so he got lucky there, and he's now looking good for at least a podium finish. Who knows if he can get something more than that.
Kind of crazy when you see the cars that appear from behind that barrier, just how quick they are going. It's breathtaking, really, isn't it? It's scary when you're on board going over all those bouncing almost like curbs, I guess, the height difference between the pieces of concrete they've got there. But when you see them, especially these Audis who are particularly lively over the bumps, you see them come around that corner, appear from behind the barrier, and it's how they can get it round at that speed is mind-blowing. Good fun to watch, though. We see the Abruzzi car pulling a little bit of a gap now that Samuel is ahead. He's starting to get a little bit of a gap back to Hammond behind. Oh, here we go. Here's the on board with Ackerman.
A little bit out of sight there, but you could kind of just about say it. Ian Reed's making the point that you can't have the cone on the ground. It would get clouted by the drivers. Is it there then? Because I kind of assume that it's a spawning mistake, so that's not actually meant to be there. But kind of when the sim loads up, that it just appears on top of the fence. But I guess it was deliberate from iRacing. But no, I guess it works.
You know what? I'm going to go on to my favourite internet search engine, and I'm going to have a look for photographs of turn one at Sebring and see if it's
Oh,
actually there in real life.
I doubt it's there in real life. Surely not. They've also got around this area, which is a bit unique. I think I've seen it at Road Atlanta as well. The trucks with first on them, which was the original name I think for iRacing, which is a silly name. I mean, iRacing's a stupid name. I mean, what does iRacing mean? It sounds like an Apple product. But
Internet racing.
internet. Oh, wait, seriously?
Like,
Is that what
surely.
it stands for?
Well,
No,
don't forget
I think it was just because, you know, when iRacing was launched 10 plus years ago, Sam, and you were still very young. But Apple products were all the rage, so you had the iPad, the iPhone. So I think maybe that was a pun on that. I mean, how Apple have never sued them.
Yeah, yeah.
So for the next 2 minutes, we'll stay on board with Michael F. Doka looking at his beautiful face, and you will see, as if by magic, in a couple of minutes, that visor will turn black. Unless I'm very much mistaken.
Ironically, I've not got that camera pack. Because I think I sent it to you, Mark, but I never uploaded it to the Google Drive, and it's on a different computer for me. So I'm just looking at the rear right wheel currently of Michael Docker, but I can watch the stream, to be fair, and I'm looking forward to this one. I feel like there should be like an Easter egg or something involved in iRacing when this turns. This is going to be a momentous moment. We're only about a minute away from it.
Mm-hmm. Steve Clays is in the pizza.
By the way, Sam Beaton absolutely flying out there. Abruzzi Esports GT3. Once again, faster than the race leaders. They're all pretty evenly matched. Warner with a 2-minute dead, Beard with a 2-minute .1, and Bizon with a 59.9. So all within about 0.2 of one another on that last time round, quarter of a second. And also Mateus Tem as well, a 2-minute .17. So no, very evenly matched. These drivers at the moment. Unfortunately, there's quite a bit of time separating them at the moment after the stuff that's gone on earlier on.
I can confirm after some serious internet searching. If you do go to your searching site of choice and look for Sebring Turn 1 inside cone, there is one picture, and it is from iRacing. But you also get a lovely picture of the worst Christmas candies from a website. I'm not sure how that has got into this. There's also a picture of plastic ice cream cones. Yeah.
That sounds... Honestly, that's... we may be living in like a world of like getting rid of single-use plastic. So plastic ice cream cones, that's disastrous.
I think they're referring to the ones that, you know, that you get them outside the holiday ice cream shops, where it's kind of got like the 99 flake thing, but it's like a 3-foot tall one. I think it's referring to those, not necessarily one that you would eat.
Oh, and that is heavy in the wall for the 1-6. No! Well, that's a save and a half. Congratulations, Mateus Tem. He's then spun it when he got back onto the circuit, but that could have been a game over for him. That's a miracle save. What a save of the season, surely.
Very well done there to keep it from any serious harm. I do. I'm sorry, Sam, but John has just come out with an absolute belter of what do you call that? It's not even an assumption. By saying that he bets the iMac is older than you, Sam. Observation. There we go. That's what I was looking for. That's strong words from Mr. Roberts.
I'm not sure if it is, personally. As we've got a Porsche off the side, that is G Drive. We're a long way off the lead now. The iMac. When was the iMac released?
In the late 90s.
Oh.
Really? Oh,
mid to late 90s, yeah.
Then it is older than me. I mean, I don't know
Oh.
why I'm sad, to be honest. I'm happy. I mean, think of all the years I've got left to live, whereas you guys may as well get your tombstones out already.
Oh wow,
But
harsh.
Yikes. I'll tell you what, Sam,
that
it's
was
a
a
good
bit
job the
strong,
specimen
sorry.
Steve Clays is on screen right now to make me feel happy again.
He's
Yeah.
immortal, is Steve Clays.
Mr. Sexy, the sexiest man alive of 2020. Sam, another new team name and another new livery for these guys. Another, as Adam was saying earlier, another big hit for them because another fantastic livery. I love orange. I mean, who doesn't? I love blue and I love black. So I mean, that's a pretty nice livery. I think the blue has actually got some metallic in it. We'll see, maybe it's better from this side. As you can see there. Maybe, well, a closer look at the car, but absolutely beautiful livery.
As Sam can attest to, I'm a big fan of those almost classic-looking striped liveries on cars. I was particularly fond of the Porsches that were in the ARL GT, driven by Holland and Kittelman. Very nice liveries indeed. Good to see. Actually, we've got some belting liveries coming up, haven't we, Sam? You've seen the pictures for them.
They look good. Yeah, I might just have a quick. I think Indy Motorsports have lets us know about them. The B team with a very nice livery.
I hear they're buzzing about that one.
The H2M Engineering, and that reminded me of the BAR livery from '99, where they have where they wanted to run two different liveries on their cars, but they had to split it in half. It reminds me a little bit of that with the contrast of colours and how it's a perfect divide almost. But it does look very nice, much better than that '99 livery. So no, looking forward to that. There's also the C team. There's being a driver who's signed up under the C team. I don't know if they've got anything to do with the B team or not, but that's a proper ladder if they have either SR at the top, then B team, then C team.
Eagerly awaiting this visor change. How long have we got, Marco?
Surely
it should have, you know, maybe it's waiting a few minutes, maybe for the sun to actually, you know, come into view. But the visors are still pretty clear.
Just got a great example there of how Avdoka almost backs the car into turn one there. So he gets lots of rotation on the rear, doesn't he? Almost kicks it out to over-rotate the car as he makes his initial turn in, and just feathers it through all the way. Almost does the same there as well. Very unique way of driving a front-wheel drive car where it's almost like a motorbike at that point, isn't it? You're kind of throwing the rear end in to get all that extra rotation that you need, so you cancel out the understeer.
Of course, Fitzdie Motorsport, takes sense. Fitzdie Motorsport already the championship winners in this class, in the TCR class. After a very good season, they have won 2 out of 5 races and finished second in the other 3. That's kind of their consistency that they've had. Also, 1 pole position and 1 fastest lap, which is perhaps a little bit surprising. Deathmatch Academy actually, despite only taking part in 3 rounds this season, with 2 pole positions and 2 fastest laps from themselves. It's a bit of a shame that they weren't able to take part in more rounds after looking very strong. Deathmatch generally just I think got a pole position in every class back in Daytona. And after that, unfortunately, gradually have pulled out of the series. Would have been good to see them go up against them, and also T3 as well. Could have been a bit of a tighter battle, but unfortunately, Ackerman got disqualified from Road America after winning because he did the whole race by himself. In fact, actually, I'm just looking at these points, and they haven't taken that into consideration. So Texans Fitzdie Motorsport have actually won 3 races this season, I believe. when you take that Road America round into account. So been a very good season for them. In the other championships, so we've got Year 1 Racing coming to the pits a little bit early, but guess will be 3 more stops for them to finish the race. In the GT3s, Fury Simsport with a 16-point lead over T3 Esports. So T3 Esports would have to win this race, and Fury Simsport to finish in, I believe, 4th or lower. No, even lower than that, 5th or lower. If T3 are going to win the championship, so it's looking very good for Fury at the moment. In the Porsche Cup, Revmatch Esports, RB Scale works despite not being here. They've sewn up that championship. The runners that we've got, Abruzzi Esports Cup and G Drive, Abruzzi are currently in 4th place, joint 4th place in the championship. Sorry.
Of course, G Drive is Revmatch Esports.
Aye, sorry. So G Drive, yep, being renamed. Apologies for that.
No comment.
It's not like we had a conversation about it or anything. Oh, I'm sorry, Sam.
Maybe I'll just leave, alright? You've bullied me about my age, and about how awful a commentator I used to be, and still am, to be honest, we've just proven that. Oh dear, G Drive all over the place now.
Specimen Steve Clay's having some issues there. See, none of this would have happened, Sam, if you'd actually bought those bacon sandwiches with you. And everything would have been forgiven.
I agree.
I got some cheese on toast by my side at the moment, if that's any consolation.
Not really, no. But it's a good effort, but no.
Now, are you going to see the visor swap here? That would be spectacular if it happened in the pits. I think it is going to happen. Dorrington getting into that car.
Cessford got in the car for the Year 1 Mercedes as well, by the way. And it did look, when I don't know whether it was just my camera's picking it up, but it did look like they took some kind of repairs on the front of their car. I feel like I saw the hood there just unruffle itself a touch. But that might have just been for me on that one. I know sometimes it gets a little bit derpy.
Can be quite close if... oh no, I was about to say it would be close if Abruzzi take the lead, but they just come into the pits. So Fury will stay in the lead right now. Year 1, not that far back. Or as Adam Bath once called them, Year 8.
You know, we had an airline company in Italy up until a few years ago that was called Air 1. But it was a pun because Air 1 is spelled the same way as Airone, which is Aeron, the bird, no? Which was also their logo.
Ah.
So you could tell the people that were not really into aviation at the airport that kept calling them Airone instead of Air 1. So, yeah. And confusingly enough, their call sign in ATC conversations was Aaron. So it was like, oh, here we go. Here comes the sun. Who turned on the light? Oh, I just missed it.
Okay, we can do a replay though, can't we? Here we go. Or is it? Is it sticking?
Oh, there we go. Look at that.
Wow, that's a thing. That's incredible.
How did he do that? Like without using his hands? Come on, Michael. Change the visor. We saw you in the replay.
This has reminded me, you know, quantum physics, where there's the really small particles, where if we observe them, we can't see it. We can't see them. in
Yeah,
two
look at
different places. It's reminding me of this.
it's changing every time at a different time when I go back and forth. Oh, iRacing. This is absolutely unacceptable bug. I want to see the exact moment where he changes his visor, but as you can see, it really happens. And also you will see that at the same time, the TCR cars have just got their position lights on. The GT4 cars have no lights on, as you can see right now. And of course, the very, very powerful Audi headlights are now much less powerful. What about the Porsche Cup cars? Yeah, no lights for them as well, just the position lights there at the bottom. So it is officially a day race.
It would be really fun, wouldn't it, if you could customize your visor, so you could choose what visor you run for each race, like you would do if you're a real life driver. And then, of course, you could add the option of the tear-offs, like they have in day-to-night races. And every time you press the tear-off button, it becomes either darker or lighter on your visor. I mean, that'd be great fun. Better than this kind of system.
You can
You should
customize your color of your visor.
Yeah.
That took me a bit to understand, but yeah, I need to change. I haven't changed my helmet in 2 years. It's time to change it.
just have a word with friend of Apex, George Simmons. He does some amazing helmet work. I'm sure you've seen many a driver running
Yeah,
his helmet designs.
his
Some
helmets are
really,
beautiful.
really nice ones.
Absolutely beautiful.
I was fortunate enough to have one made by him. Beautiful, beautiful thing it is. Just the level of detail he puts into them is amazing.
Thank you, Scott Newton, in the chat for not only telling us that the 15th of August 1998 was the initial iMac release, but also helping Sam with his quantum physics explanation.
Ah, the Bose-Einstein condensates. Of course, it's on the tip of my tongue. I've actually been the reason why I think I thought that I've been watching a show called Devs recently, which it is all right, but they went a little bit into that bit existential crisis that whole show.
But was it as good as Battlestar Galactica?
Well, I wouldn't know, would I?
I told you how to watch
Exactly,
Battlestar Galactica. You keep.
Was it on Prime?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I might watch
Yes,
it. I'll watch
Someone in the room next to mine has considered a goal in Ultimate Team in FIFA. I apologize for that. You might have heard.
Congratulations.
What that bang was.
Yes, I'm sorry. I'm not going crazy. Apparently, my brother has gotten some sort of in some sort of esports team in FIFA. So he's usually very much on the edge every time he plays when it's just for fun. So I can imagine now, but still during my coffee break, which by the way I think it's coming right now, Sam. Therefore, I will give you the commands. Please don't go to a replay. And
Will going to a replay actually break it?
I
It
don't
works
know.
fine at Silverstone.
Was it fine because you couldn't come back live at a certain point?
Well, apart from that, yeah. But
yeah,
it's like the old time traveler thing. You go back in time. Once you get there, then you worry about going forwards in time. It'll be fine.
So I'm in commentator and slave. So if you can switch to broadcaster and I see you are watching the year one car.
I think I've not got the overlay up though, however, which I will change. Oh, wait, actually, it's not live at the moment. There you go, live. Is that coming up all right for you?
Yes.
Because it's not coming up all right for me, but I guess I'll be fine.
Perfect. Don't touch anything.
Okay. So, here is Graham Sesford in second place, 23 seconds behind. Matthew Dyson. This is the point at which we would show the gap. However, I'm not sure where the fancy gap thing is. I might not even have it on my... I guess I probably do have it on my screen.
Well, fortunately, the gap is showing on the timing tower at the moment, so we can see it's 23.6
Oh, but
seconds behind.
I want the gap over time, you see. I want that fancy graphic. But I honestly cannot find it on the on the thing. So I'll probably have to leave that. Oh, there's so many options, isn't there? It's so tempting. Anyway, we will
Press
well,
all the buttons.
yeah, so they'll do something. There's Cesspit there, so of course we've got Hawkins in third place. Dropping Marcus Broich at the moment, so of course Hawkins getting in that car after we saw Sam Buzan in it earlier on, and also Marcus Broich going in the T3 car as well. But they are now 6 seconds behind, are outlapping Graham Cessford, to be fair. And of course the race leader Angus Hu there in the Porsche Cup category. Also got this tight battle going on. This is in the TCRs. Jez Banks currently in P3 for Vib 3 Sports, and he's just ahead of. Sorry, this is Philip Eckhart in the Vib 3 Sports, and then Jez Banks in the 44 Racing car. It's a tight battle for third place. We've also got Edward May as well in the Fury car, only just behind.
Earlier on, May had dropped back a little bit from the pack, but seems to have caught them back up again. We saw that Eckert and Banks. I forget who was in before Eckert. My apologies, but they've been pretty close all the way through. In fact, let me check who was in the car beforehand. That'd be a good thing to do. Freiberg House was in before. Was the name that I was looking for. Yes, they've been pretty close for majority of the race. We can see differing lines there going through turn one. Is he going to make a move? Nah, I think's better of it. Probably a wise choice. That's quite a tricky corner to overtake him because you've got that the right left straight afterwards. Trying to find I want to say a concrete line through it. You know, one that you can commit to and force the other car to falling behind. It's really tricky to do because it's so flowing. You know, the car on your inside or outside will always be there. They won't want to be giving it up. But Doswell gets really close behind him in the hairpin now. I wonder if he's going to make a move up into the next chicane. That's the next big braking zone. Really close as he's coming into him.
Yeah, here he goes.
Went defensive early, didn't he? Banks ahead. Eckhart had to fall back in behind.
Yeah, not passed on that occasion. Edward May got that gap below 3 seconds. Banks actually lost 2 seconds in comparison. I think we might see the move right here then for this position. Round the outside or off the circuit onto the grass, then off the track. But has got the inside line for this next corner. Hanging it around the outside impressively. There's Jez Banks, who is doing a remarkable job of defending at the moment, and he should have the better line as well. Going onto the back straight, however, it's a very compromised line, and May is just lapping this up. Gained already a second on these drivers just on this lap. And we might well see a change of position finally into Sunset Bend. Eckhart getting his nose ahead. And Banks for 40-40 Racing, I think we'll have to back out of this one on this occasion. However, might be able to get back into the tour as we move on to lap 63 of this race. This is the battle for P3 in the Audi TCR class. Vib 3 Sports just pulling ahead. I mean, they should have a pace advantage, so they should start pulling away. As now running wide as well is Banks. And May is all over the back of these guys. He's gained about 4 seconds in the last 3 laps on these drivers.
Well, he has indeed. Yeah, what a great little scrap that was, though. We saw coming through the last few corners before the back straight how much how much Banks was literally rallying the car, wasn't he? It was leaning all over the place, getting some wild rear end action going. But yeah, had to concede in the end, and of course that, as you say, has allowed May to catch right up. I think that was kind of helped a little bit as well with the Porsche that went through. Just kind of made them all think twice about what they were doing. Just gave May an extra opportunity to catch up. I do wonder though how much that battle has damaged Banks's tyres. Like I say, he was leaning the car in all sorts of angles and ways. Be interesting to see if that's done any long-term damage to him.
Yeah, might overheat them temporarily. We should be. Oh, can I get the weather up? Because it will be getting warmer and warmer as we've got a driver moving past us. That's the GT3 car, and now May goes for the move around the outside into the Le Mans section, and he gets ahead. So Jez Banks struggling at the moment for 40-40 racing. That just seems to be slightly off the pace as it stands, and he's dropped a couple of places in a quick succession there.
Yeah, maybe it's just a time to sit behind and just chill out a little bit. You know, you've had a couple of hard laps. We're only on 63 of 166, so there's still a long way to go. Maybe just take time for a breather. You don't need to race every lap in these type of races. Although, you know, I'm sure you'll agree, the racer inside all of us means you want to race every corner, every lap, regardless. But maybe just time to take stock of what's been going on as we see the Abruzzi GT3 Cup car, the Porsche, going into the pits behind us.
I think we've got that on hide at the moment, but now you can see that.
There we go. Angus who?
That's the one button I've been able to find. This entire. I don't know where the weather is. Could be anywhere. Sorry about that. No, that way. Oh, Battle's box. We can get that up. Is that showing for you?
Yep, the weather is right next to the big yellow box. It's just to the right of that, where it's
Aha!
got the
There you
weather
go.
radio dashboard. There you go.
So, well, I'm showing in Fahrenheit at the moment, so apologies for that if it's in Fahrenheit for you.
It is, yeah.
Aha, okay, I will, should be able to change that. Oh no, oh, I don't know why it's in Fahrenheit. Anyway, but you can kind of convert it, I guess that's about 22 degrees Celsius for the, maybe a little bit more than that, 23 degrees Celsius for the track temperature. And then similar for the air temperature as well, 7 in the morning at the moment on the 10th of May. So thanks for the stewards for, of course, setting this precise date, because it would have been easy just to go for the default day of May the 15th. But instead we have got the precise date of May the 10th.
20 degrees Celsius. Oh, there we go. Ian has just confirmed it as well. Yep, I went to my favourite internet search machine again, and yeah, 20 degrees Celsius. I'm not sure what Marco done, because it was showing C's earlier, although he did change from kilometres to miles, so maybe that changed it as well.
Perhaps.
But yeah, it's going to start ramping up, I would imagine, the temperature. It was 20 degrees when we started the race as well, so all through the early morning hours it was 20 degrees, and prime racing temperatures. Look at that. You found your gaps.
It. There you go. Oh, we're spoilt now. So this is how the gap between Abruzzi Esports and T3 has grown over the past few laps by 2 seconds. But you can see it's relatively small margins on each lap. How large can we make this?
Oh,
oh dear. No one saw that. Sorry. That was a bad. I typed in 60 in terms of the laps that we could see, which was a mistake. So apologies for that. Out in the lead, Abruzzi Simracersworld. This is how the gap has gone for them significantly as well. Graham Cessford, just struggling at the moment. Is Cessford? His lap times, whenever I've seen it, have been in the 2-minute 2s at the moment, which is a bit strange. because his teammates was running in the 2 minutes, maybe even dipping into the 59s on occasion as well, but just doesn't seem to have the pace at the moment to really take on these guys. There is his lap times. He had 2-minute 2s throughout, seemingly. So, yeah, struggling a little bit.
Maybe that's just his pace here. We are so used to seeing, you know, sort of borderline blistering pace, aren't we? We're treated is the word I was looking for. Treated to seeing some incredibly fast drivers out there, putting in some absolutely amazing lap times. So maybe this is Graham's pace. You know, and to be honest, that's still a decent lap time. Let's be fair to him. That is still a decent lap time. And of course, it's an endurance race, so it doesn't really matter too much about your lap times as long as you can bring the car home in one piece. That's the important thing, I think, for many. So yeah, he'll just be doing what he's doing. I'm sure Ash is in his ear at the moment, giving him the encouragement. Certainly seems to be driving pretty well. He's consistent enough, so I don't think there's too much of a problem there. I think he'll just keep doing what he's doing and bring the car home in one piece, maybe to give back to Ash a little bit later on in the race. And yeah, looking at the stream, it doesn't appear. Yeah, none of the additional bits are coming up.
Yeah, do you have the dashboard currently up?
Yeah, I can see it on my screen, but yeah, it's just not relaying it to the stream for some reason.
Huh, strange. Okay. Well, it doesn't matter too much, but well, here is on board with Graham Sessford on that lap. Does 2-minute 1.7. I think that might be his best lap so far in this stint. So maybe he's improving a little bit. You're absolutely right. Yeah, certainly not slow for Sessford at the moment. Endurance racing is a lot more than just outright pace. But I remember when we won the Sebring 12 hours events. I think there were probably about 10 really competitive Daytona prototype cars. I think the other 9 all got caught up in incidents, which was a massive shame because I wanted a good race. I didn't really care that much about winning. Just wanted to have a good fun race. Unfortunately, pretty much everyone was out by the halfway stage. That was around this circuit, of course. So it is very easy just to get caught up in incidents, especially when we've got a multi-class field. And so if Sessford can keep it clean, then should be in a good place when everything sorts out. We still, of course, had that battle with May, Eckhart, and Banks in that battle for P3 in the TCR class. We were relatively close to one another still, but that's pretty much as close as it gets down the order. No other imminent battles seemingly brewing.
Could we just highlight the pace that Evdoka's still putting in? Last time by a 2:13.7, which is that's mighty. The closest to him was Ackerman with a 14.7. So mega pace from Michael there. He just doesn't show any signs of letting up. It was kind of weird at the start of the race. I think he dropped down to third at one point. Was happy just to sit behind and kind of assess, you know, as we know Michael does. You know, he often sits and assesses before making his move, and he looked like he was just checking out the opposition, and then all of a sudden, like a light switch, like a visor being replaced on his helmet, he's just gone, like absolutely gone.
Yeah, definitely. He's been by far the fastest driver so far in this race. We're not that far off half distance, to be fair. I mean, to be fair, I did miss the first 40 minutes, so but this race does feel like it's gone past pretty quick so far. And Ackerman at the moment with no match in the T3 machine, losing about a half second to a second a lap at the moment. In terms of circuits for next season, Adam, I mean, what endurance circuits do you think this series could go for? There's the obvious ones, you know, this place and Spa, maybe even Le Mans, especially seeing that we got the Le Mans 24 Hours coming up pretty soon, and a few others. I mean, what circuits do you think are the best for endurance racing on iRacing, which perhaps we don't usually visit?
Oh, that is a great question. Because yeah, like you've said, I would instantly go for places like Silverstone, like Spa. I think they're brilliant for endurance racing. Here is pretty good. I don't mind endurance racing here, although it's on a big airfield. The walls are not that far away, are they? So if you do have an incident, you can still get collected by a wall pretty easily. But as for ones that we don't usually visit, um, I don't know. Maybe a Monza would be fun. I'd like to
Yeah.
see a Monza enduro. That'd be. I mean, it's not a particularly hard track to drive. It is hard to drive it quickly. Absolutely, you need to have some serious courage to really attack those chicanes. But yeah, I think Monza would be fun. It would keep a lot of people involved a little bit longer than perhaps they would do normally as well, with all the draft there. It would give the front guys an opportunity to kind of throw some different strategy out there, whether or not they want to lead the race or whether they want to be further down the order. Plus, it will give the guys who aren't quite on the same pace the opportunity to stick with the front guys that little bit longer, with the bonus of the draft. So yeah, Monza would be a good one for me. Maybe I was going to say Snetterton, the 200 version, not the one with the messy infield, but the 200 version of Snetterton. That'd be kind of fun, but I think that'd be out on a limb kind of opinion there.
I just went to a replay, and Marco was right. I shouldn't have gone to a replay, because there's just been an issue for Seb Hawkins. He's just had a 2-minute 5. It's come up with Seb Hawkins crashed. I doubt that was the case. I think he just came to a halt for a moment, but he's just lost 5 seconds on that last lap. Did Seb Hawkins? So the gap between third and fourth is down to 4 seconds. I mean, Snetterton 200, yeah, that would be epic, particularly the old one before they ruined the circuit back in 2011. Still bitter about that one. But I think another circuit, Phillip Island, I think is a thoroughly underutilized for everything. I don't think I've ever done a race around Phillip Island. And I used to drive quite a lot of IMSA. And it's a perfect track for a series like that. Everyone likes Phillip Island. We've actually got in ARL GT. I made a point of including it, and it's actually a really good endurance circuit because you got a lot of runoff area. Of course, it's a MotoGP circuit, so you've got to have a lot of runoff areas. So I think that would be epic for endurance. Maybe it's a little bit narrow in places, but I think it would be all right for the cars that we run. Maybe P1s and P2s. I don't think that would be particularly good, but for these GT3s and other GT cars along with the TCR, I think that would work quite well. So would like Phillip Island to certainly be out there. No, no race at Phillip Island for Sam. Does Scott not like Phillip Island? I don't know what he quite means by that one. I
think he means that you haven't raced there, I think is what he's saying.
Oh,
he's
okay.
questioning that you haven't raced there.
No, I've never raced there.
We've done the ARL TCR Winter Series was there.
Yep.
That was a lot of fun. It's a great touring car track. I'm not particularly fond of it. I don't understand the flow of it. I don't quite get it. So I always struggle there, but it's fun racing in the TCR there. So definitely the TCR section of this field would have some good racing for sure. Phillip Island, a beast track. Yeah, it's very challenging, Scott. Very, very challenging indeed, and you have to be on top of your car for sure. I think that's probably why I'm not particularly good there. I'm a reasonable amateur at best, so I struggle there. It's a little bit too complicated for me. Watkins would be another one. I love Watkins. Any endurance at Watkins, so good, so good.
I mean, the Glen 6 Hours, which used to run on iRacing, used to be my favourite special event of the season, actually. I really enjoyed that one. It was the first special event I ever did as well, back in 2016. only a few months into my iRacing career. And unfortunately, that's not a thing anymore. So, which is a bit of a shame. But hopefully, we'll see it back at some point in the future. I'm sure there'll be lots of kind of private Watkins Glen 6 hours as well being hosted. I think Donington as well. That's very much underutilized for endurance racing. It'd be a little bit tricky around there. Red Atlanta's quite an obvious one, I guess. We had a race in the Aussie Mixed and Fixed GT Championship. By the way, if you watched that, let us know in the chat because it was a phenomenal race where a load of drivers accidentally took tyres during a pace car period, and it turned out to be the perfect strategy. And the bloke who accidentally took tyres won the race, which was superb. That would be quite nice as well on the NASCAR layout, or perhaps the long layout instead. So no, plenty of options. Hopefully, when the hopefully a second series of this endurance championship does go ahead, because it has been I'd say a big success, and would be great to see these guys back out on circuits nice and soon. Of course, by the way, a reminder, of course, that you can join the Simracersworld Facebook group because they have many series. So they have on the Tuesday the TCR Championship, which is broadcasted by Chaslington. Then you got
Oh, it's not Chaslington anymore.
Wait, what? Oh, Chas Draycott Media. Apologies.
There you go.
Sorry. Then you got the GT Championship on a Wednesday, which hopefully will be broadcast in one way or another for next season. And then on the Tuesday, you got the F3 Championship, which I think is still going. I think they're still mid-season in that. That's broadcasted by, I think it's broadcast by Year One Racing, I believe. I think Chaz joins in with the commentary in that as well. So no, certainly do check that out if any of that catches your fancy. And I'm sure they'll. I think a GT4 championship might be starting up as well, which I think I might be taking part in. So that would be very good. If it's going ahead, I don't even know if it's going ahead, to be honest. But I'd like to get a little bit of GT4 racing as my bet. It's quite a nice car.
I'm back.
We broke the overlay for a bit.
Hey. Not we. Don't you say we.
You egged me on. You were like, Sam, oh come on, Sam, go for a little replay. Don't be an idiot. And I got peer pressure into doing it. Just watch the stream back, Marco. But we fixed it. I kind of had to manhandle the overlay to get it to be fixed. But it's apologies to Ian Reitz, by the way. It's broadcast by SRW. Apologies for that.
I don't even want to know what you did, but...
Okay, so can we go back, Marco, though, to Seb Hawkins' crash, though?
Okay,
Because that was what I tried to go back to, but it didn't work.
Yeah, if you leave the broadcasting room, I would be grateful.
Okay, that would help. There you go, done it.
Thank you. Okay, so let's see what happened. So, Sebastian Hawkins crashing. Is that correct?
Yep.
Yes.
I mean, he only lost like 5 seconds. We think it was just a spin. This is strange because it's now coming up for me. Maybe it was showing, but I just didn't turn it to the right count. Maybe it was on scenic and I needed to change it. There you are.
Mysteries of technology. But here we go again. Then it's it looked like it was going to be a. I mean, I guess it's still a very nice day weather-wise. A bit more cloud cover than I was expecting, but looking good, I'd say, for these drivers. Let's keep an eye on the temperature, by the way. Still 20 degrees on the track, so still very manageable.
Oh, that's strange.
What is going on?
When I turned the weather on, it was in Imperial, which was really strange. I don't know why my overlay would be on Imperial, and yet when you click on it, it's metric.
That is very weird.
Yeah, I had to go to the search machine to find out what the Fahrenheit conversion was because
You see the sun,
God
I
knows.
think it's being blocked by some clouds. Because the track surface is not orange, which usually it's the color when the low sun is beaming on the track surface. Therefore, that's why the track is not getting particularly hot at this point in time in the race.
Can I say how much I was enjoying that livery that you've just turned away from? That timing, the Fury livery, the way that they've used the spec map to highlight the green accents. I really like that. I hadn't noticed it until the sun had come up properly. Yeah, I do like that.
I think the best result in these liveries now is having a matte black and a metallic color, like this, for example, or like what is that? This also
Yes.
from Fury. Like this is the best. I mean that matte black almost gives like a chocolate kind of look. I don't know. Maybe it's the I love chocolate, so I don't know. It makes it look like one of those chocolate bars. I kind of want to take a bite at it, but the metallic colors around it really make it stand out. It's absolutely beautiful.
I see that Sean Gardner has joined us in the chat. I'm sure he will agree with me when I say that matte dazzle with glitter color underneath it is also particularly nice. In fact, actually, Sam, I think you experienced that at the Nürburgring 2-hour race with John Roberts' monstrosity of a car, didn't you?
Absolute craziness. I mean, that should be banned. That's like a weapon. I mean, I lost my mind with that one. Yeah, unacceptable, John, for creating that livery. I mean, it's like quite often commentators in tennis kind of ask, why don't all the tennis players just wear green? Because the balls are green. If you just wore green, then the ball would just blend in with you, and it would be really tricky
Isn't the
for
ball
the
yellow
opponent to actually see.
That's what
tennis?
I was thinking,
Well,
yeah.
well, it's kind of yellowy green. Okay, wear yellow then. Basically, whatever color the ball is, just to make it blend in. But no one ever seems to do that. So they have pink or grey or blue, stuff like that.
Have you ever seen
Oh,
the Idaho State college football team in North America?
nope.
No.
They basically wear blue uniforms with orange accents on the shirt and on the rest of the uniform. But also their field is blue instead of green.
Oh.
Wow. They're allowed to do that?
Yes.
Why? I mean, so that's crazy because I imagine like football teams can't just change their pitch to blue. I mean, that's incredible.
Did they say
It's-
Idaho? Sorry, it was Boise State, not Idaho State. My bad.
It's weird how different sports allow that kind of thing. I remember playing football for a team where our first choice goalkeeper kit was black, and you know I loved it. I wore it every game except this one game. The referee came up to me and said you have to change your shirt because it clashes with my kit. I mean,
just
first I'm
posted
thinking,
the
who's going to
picture.
mistake me as the who's going to mistake me as a referee? And secondly, why is it only happening now? Oh wow, look at that! Yikes!
That story from you, Adam, is just sending me back to the painful days of FIFA when you accidentally try to pass it to the referee rather than one of your own team, and you go concede a goal because of it. Not fun. No, that's great. No, I mean let's change. Why not make the grounds at Premier League teams reflective of their colour? So Norwich would have green and yellow, So we've only got to change a little bit of it to add a bit of yellow in it. So that's already an advantage for us. I mean, we can't afford to be splashing the cash, let's face it. And then, yeah, Man City is slightly light blue. That would be brilliant if we had that.
Yeah, a bit of a problem that Sven Leibe went a bit wide and actually turned for a half spin there is that in football you can sort of afford to do that because the sport is playing mostly with the ball in the air and still it's not 100%. It's always a bit tough to play on artificial turf, but football played on artificial turf is particularly hard, especially because football. I like American football. Is mostly played in fall and winter, where it's decently cold. But artificial turf has a very bad tendency of absorbing and attracting a lot of heat from the sun. So I don't know if you've seen, but there was a big complaints when they played the FIFA Women World Cup a couple of years back in Canada on all artificial fields. And basically, I saw basically a segment on YouTube where they were showing that basically the the temperature difference from the actual pitch to I don't know the bench, it was if you stayed on the field you were basically inside a giant pot in an oven turned to the maximum heat. So and then you also have the problem that artificial turf is pretty bad. Famously, when he was playing in North America in the MLS, Thierry Henry refused to play on away games if the team where they were playing at used artificial grass instead of natural grass. For example, he never played against Seattle that they shared with a football team, therefore had artificial turf on their stadium.
Are artificial pitches allowed in Italian football? Because in the UK, I'm not sure if any proper English league teams have artificial, but I know a few National League teams do, which is like the 5th division.
Yes, the fifth
A
year.
few
No,
do.
not allowed.
Okay.
The last team to have one in the proper English league was Luton Town.
Luton Town,
back
yes.
in the late 80s and early 90s.
The famous
wow, okay.
plastic. It was called the plastic pitch back then. I think that
Yeah.
basically a goalkeeper could kick the ball from his area, have the ball bounce on the ground, and jump on top of the crossbar of the opposing goalkeeper. Such
Yeah.
extreme were the bounces.
On the plus side to that, though, it meant that they could rent out the pitch to be played on by normal people, like when there wasn't match days or whatever, because there's no wear and tear on the actual surface, which meant that a few times my father and would go and play there. I'd go and watch, and yeah, half time we'd be on the pitch playing football and whatnot. Yeah, brilliant. Unfortunately, not a thing now, though.
I played most of my footballing career on dirt pitches, and as a goalkeeper, it was not good. I can tell you that.
I'm gonna segue this. Ironically, there is actually some way we can get this roughly back on topic. But roads, I don't know if you've seen this, but there's been some ideas for some, basically some like synthetic roads, so roads made out of plastic, which could start being built because of concrete is whatever they use. Was it? Tarmac. That's the thing. That it's very carbon heavy. It's not very. It's quite pollution, and it's very expensive as well. So they've thought of different ways to have plastic roads, and I just wonder if you had that as a race circuit. I don't know how it would work necessarily. I think the grip would be just as good. You'd probably have even more control of how grippy it was. But that'd be pretty cool if we had a race circuit on plastic instead of concrete.
It'd be like a giant version of Scale Electric, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would. Yeah. Oh, you just made me think of so that's very deep for
Clays.
the clays. Yep. G Drive still leading by about 80 seconds after Sven Leib's pit stop a bit ago. You've just put me thinking about Marbula E. Have you been watching Marbula E?
Is that the guy who commentates on the marble races?
Yes, but I
Ah.
mean, I wasn't a big fan of Marbula 1 or on the other marble races that they had, but Marbula E, who has the real Formula E commentator as well,
Oh
is
yes, I have seen that one. Yes.
absolutely incredible. I'm looking forward to round 3 of the season.
Marcus
This was-
Breach having an issue.
Missing the braking marker completely. It was a weird one. Maybe he had some cars around him. Oh yeah, he was getting past the GT4 there, and maybe that caused him to misjudge his braking point. So it's back to the drawing board for him. He has to go by that TCR car and, of course, that GT4 car. Still some big damage to that car. They haven't. I don't think they can even repair that at this point in time, considering what we were talking about earlier with the damage model of the GT3 cars. So they will have to contend with that until the end of the race. At the front of the field, there he is, just behind Broich, and about to put him one lap down. Is still Fury Sport very own Matthew Dorrington with the 106 car. He's got a comfortable margin, 1 minute and a bit over the Year 1 Racing Team Red car, now driven by Graham Sasford. If Graham is listening, don't worry, I haven't forgotten about your offer. I am very undecided about which kind of flip-flops to get, but I need to make up my mind, because Graham has offered me to make flip-flops like two races ago in this championship, and I'm still undecided on what to get on my. And maybe I should put commentator of the season on those, you know.
Oh no!
Here comes Oman, jumps into the car, takes the place
So
of
this-
Marcus Broich.
So this is lap 79, and they're in for their 3rd stop. So these stints I think are about 28 laps long. So he'd have to go. Could he get to the? So I think he's still got 3 more stops to go. I'm not quite sure. But I might have to do an extra pit stop in comparison to some of these other guys. Yeah, so that's their 3rd pit stop. Why have they made 1 extra pit stop compared to everyone else? Apologies, so they've just come into the pits earlier than everyone else. Sorry. And then, still pretty early though. 5 laps away probably till Furies decide to come back into the pits. There you are. 29 laps in fact for Hawkins on one of those stints, which is pretty impressive. Labe in the Porsche, of course, which has a larger fuel tank. Going 30 laps, so a couple of his stints. And then the TCR, which just is incredible with how little fuel it consumes, can go for about 90 minutes or so, even in a 6-hour race like this. Probably only going to need about 3 stops to get to the end of the event.
You know, Sam, I was talking to Adam when you were still covering. What were you doing earlier, by the way?
AMF.
And why did it take so long this time?
Well, it was an enduro round, but mainly it's because of Aussie time zone. So it's all the races are starting an hour later than they were earlier on in the season.
So if you remember, in the previous race we did, I was talking with Adam about ordering my new load cell pedals, which of course then in the meantime came in. And oh, Year 1 has got a problem. Oh dear, in the wall. Oh, and almost collecting the Fury TCR car. Let's see the replay. What happened to Graham Sasford here? Oh, he spun on his own. A very strange spin. and then he backed up a bit too much, and then coming back on track, almost collecting that Fury car. So maybe time to pit for Graham Sesford there, as he's now again coming to blows with the Fury TCR car. So I was talking to Adam, and the biggest change I noticed in iRacing was how much fun and how much quote unquote easier it is to drive with the front wheel drive car in iRacing. And lately I'm having so much fun with the TCR car. I might even fancy an entrance in next ARL TC Championship.
Oh, well, Adam, watch your back.
I know,
Because
right? That'd be great
Marco's
to see that,
coming.
Marco. Well, I had the privilege of racing against Woody and Adam in the Sunday TCR League when that started up, and that was a lot of fun. Always good to go wheel to wheel with people that you listen to, you know, on the broadcast. So yeah, I'd relish a chance to give you a race as well, Marco. Absolutely.
I remember the championship because I was doing the cameras for that.
Oh, was you?
Yes.
Oh, of course you were. Yep. For Forever Sim Racing.
The great betrayal of.
Yeah, we're still not over that. Marco hasn't been paid ever since.
No, listen. I did my best during those broadcasts, because also that was at the same time. Oh dear.
Whoa.
That was at the same time that the Winter Series was launched, no, for the ARLTC for the first time, no.
It was, yes.
So Adam and Woody were running with these cars with massive Winter Series logos, and so I gave them plenty of close-ups to to promote the championship indirectly.
I enjoyed that championship. I wasn't even part of it, but I still enjoyed just watching it. Was always a source for fun.
It's great fun to be part of, I can assure you.
Yeah. How did you do in that? Did you stick with it for the entire season?
We did, yes. Yeah, we stuck with it.
Because XVR did pretty well with Johnny and Nicole. I mean, they're pretty tricky to beat.
Yeah,
but were you kind of best of the rest?
we were down in the AMs, I think. Although by the end of it, pretty much everyone had become a pro. Like they just bumped everybody up. So yeah, we did all right. We were just there to have a bit of fun and, you know, enjoy the new car as it was.
Sven Leibe, as Steve Claes goes in for his pit stop. Let's see, Sven Leibe maybe made a mistake again, maybe clipping the grass. No, he didn't. He just went a bit too deep. This time he didn't half spin. Texan's car goes by. Let's see if Steve Claes stays in the car or not. I remember Foggy and Brandon were absolutely on point in the championship on Sunday nights. And too bad because it was a decent fight with RSO guys in that Sunday league, but unfortunately there was a little bit of a an argument and a couple of let's say controversial maneuvers, especially in the Barcelona round, I can remember. And RSO then, as Ryan Oliver jumps into the Fury car there, the silver car, and so they left the championship, and from then it was basically Foggy and Brandon leading the way until the end of the championship. It was, I can't say that I was surprised by the fact that the league basically crumbled on itself due to internal arguments between the drivers and let's say the lack of policing or the inconsistency of the policing about on-track incidents. You all know, of course, that it's not a surprise. But again, on the other end, I am really thankful because I basically cut my teeth with several of the BSR series here on Apex Racing TV, so not certainly uh, no throwing shades at them, but at the same time we all have seen over the years that things can get pretty heated around those places.
Yeah, definitely. Fortunately, we got a superb steward now in the ARLTC, who I hear is doing a brilliant job with all the decisions. So that's not something that we have to worry about.
Oh,
Honestly,
John
Um,
Roberts is in the chat, and of course he got banned for a meeting, if I'm not mistaken.
oh, really?
he did, yes. Do you know how hard it is not to say anything right now about it?
And he got banned in the same meeting where he got the nickname the Gentleman, I think. I don't remember. I don't know what he did. Maybe a post-race wreck or something. But he got a
I mean, he's been known as the Gentleman John Roberts for quite some time, even before that series.
okay.
And then, of course, that happened. I think it was even said at the time, the Gentleman John Roberts, and then we see him get a one-race ban. It was intentional net code or something. I can't remember. But yeah, it's so many fun stories that I'd love to share, but I really shouldn't about that series. It was a lot of fun while it was happening. Certainly an experience for everybody.
I mean, let's face it, we'd all go back to it if they launched it again. Would be a lot of fun. I mean, I'd love to race against the drivers that we see on the channel a lot more, but I know nothing really takes my fancy. We need a Porsche Cup League, please. That would be very
tell you
good.
what, Sam, I joined one of the practice lobbies for the ARL GT guys. Like it was on a Sunday evening, I think. Sorry, a Saturday evening before the race on a Sunday, and that was great fun. Just bumbling around on the track with them, having a little bit of a race against them. That was brilliant. Yeah, you should if you get the opportunity, come and join one of those. Yeah, great fun. Well, until you realise that the guys that you're racing are in the AM category and they're still pulling away at like a second a lap.
Yeah, I quite like the illusion that I might actually be a decent driver myself, when in reality, absolutely hopeless. No, well, no, I was at 4 point. I peaked at 4.6k. I think I've dropped down to about 3.6 now, but barely doing any races, so I don't think that's representative whatsoever of my pace whatsoever. I'm probably much lower than that. But no, it would be good to get into some racing.
Maybe we should have a commentators versus drivers event one
that'd be great
time.
fun. Yeah.
Get all the commentators in a variety of teams, and then get the regular teams that we see in pretty much all of the series. That they support all of the series that we broadcast. Get a few teams in. Do a special event night with a couple of races at a couple of different tracks. That would be good fun.
I mean, if Apex has control of the car, I'm sure Alex would just go pick the Williams F1 car and absolutely wipe the floor with everyone. I mean, to be fair, most things he will be very competitive with. Former second place, of course, in the BSRTC Summer Series. Lisa McKee new into the car number 4, and round though for Alyssa. I was asking earlier on, Mark Kate, to Adam, what circuits do you think are on iRacing which are underutilized for endurance racing, which perhaps would be good hosts for next season? And we kind of came up with, so I thought Phillip Island. I thought that would be a really good round. Adam thought of Snetterton 200, which I quite liked, which I think could work.
I did think of another one before you changed over, because that's when you changed the comms thing. I was going to say Motegi.
No.
Oh dear.
No, we're not having that. Adam,
Why?
you can't.
What's wrong with that?
It's an awful. It's genuine. I'm genuinely convulsing even at the thought of it. It's absolutely rubbish. Unless you have the shorter layout, maybe the full layout. I mean, come on. You have turn 1, 90-degree corner into another 90-degree corner. Turn 2, silly little hairpin thing, which is like mega narrow. Then you got a really dull another 90-degree corner. Then the middle bit gets all right, yeah, where you got some sweepers, and then you got a pointless hairpin. strangely, and then another hairpin, and then another little tricky little bit. It's absolutely rubbish, and yeah, should never be used in iRacing.
I like the track,
Wow.
but it's not
Are you-
certainly my favorite. If I had to
Also,
pick, yeah,
sorry, so you go ahead, Marco. Sorry.
I mean, if I had to pick a track for an endurance race that's underutilized, um, there are some tracks that are visited by real-life endurance races that we never see used for proper enduros here in iRacing. Like, I'm thinking about the 24-hour series, which was supposed to have a 12-hour race in Monza this season. Sadly, it was cancelled. But they also used to race in Imola, which also could be a nice place for an enduro as access for this in. I despise it, but a nice place for multi-class racing is certainly Circuit of the Americas. And there they have a 24-hour race, the guys of the 24-hour series in real life. So, I mean, there are not a lot of places where you cannot host an endurance event, in my opinion. I mean, it needs to be like for you to not have an endurance race. I mean, they also have endurance races in the New Hampshire road course, which are, by the way, it's absolutely lovely.
Yeah, we could have a few more races around that place. To be fair, yeah, you're right. We need to get some cameras for it, but could certainly host. I mean, I was also saying Sonoma as well would be quite a bit of fun. The cup layout or the long layout would probably function. So no, hopefully we'll have some fun tracks. Maybe some different configurations as well. Maybe like Road America Bend or something. Could become a thing. Year 1 and Abruzzi, by the way, in the pits from P3 and P4. T3 have already pitted quite recently, so to have the Fury Simsport Silver, Fury Simsport GT3 still yet to pit. However, should see Cesspit pulling away any moment now. 3, 2, 1, go. That's
Wow.
close enough. And I don't know if that's sarcastic, Marco, or not.
No, I
but,
was actually shocked.
Oh, okay. No, the thing is, it's quite
that he could count
obvious.
down from 3.
It is always just 1 minute 8, so it was quite obvious. Busan, to be fair, taking a bit longer, up to 1 minute 11.5. So I don't know why that took him a little bit longer, but back out in P4 now. Is that a change of? That's a change of position, isn't it? Because in the last pit stop, it seems as though T3 Esports didn't take tyres. We've seen this strategy used by them before to win out at Monza, and they haven't taken tyres this time either. G-Drive, you have lost the race lead again because of the pit stops sequence, and they've lost out again to the other Porsche Cup team, currently being held by Sven Labe.
John Roberts, as Dorrington comes into the pits, John Roberts actually reminding us that he took part in the dinner with racers night race with the IndyCars at Mosport, which I had absolute luck to be a commentator for, and that was something. By the way, if you have your basically Wednesday nights free, Thursday morning more than Wednesday nights, I point you towards the dinner with racers, which they are in the last 3 rounds of the season now, and every Thursday night they put on a fantastic show because they really know how to make it entertaining for the fans, and I mean, we had a fantastic event on Thursday when they had a multi-class battle at the Mullenbach with LMP1s, GT3, GT4, TCR, and GTE, and Rallycross, of course, cars. And there were plenty of real-life drivers, but also normal iRacers. You enter the race based on either, being a celebrity or having the best livery possible teamed for the event. This was, of course, a nod to Germany, and so there were plenty of interesting liveries. But more importantly, every time they race, the guys commentate and they have basically one or more special guests in the booth, and they basically talk, and the chat interacts with him, with the guests. They have many things to talk about. And this Tuesday we had Alvin Springer, which is basically the guy who got Porsche into North America, and so he taught us so many interesting stories from the heyday of North American sports car racing, and Porsche, of course, making their way into what is now, of course, IMSA, but in the past was Grand Am, American Le Mans Series, and of course the older categories with the GTP, basically the era of the prototypes and the Audi GTO, and also earlier than that. So it was absolutely amazing, and I am lucky enough to be a part of that. So of course you can follow all the. We had one of my favorite commentators of all time, Calvin Fish, 2 weeks ago when we did the historic Le Mans, and there was Kenny Wallace 3 weeks ago when we raced in Talladega with the Indy cars and the NASCAR Cup cars and the LMP ones, and the Legends, of course. It was nice because the Legends were actually having their own race on the apron, whilst the other cars were running on the main oval. It was absolutely fantastic. So yeah, 3 events left. I think one of those will also include IndyCar driving at night, if I'm not mistaken. So keep your eyes peeled. And it's Thursday nights, broadcasted by us, but on the Dinner with Racers YouTube channel. I think Sam commentated on that 4-hour race with the MX-5s at Talladega.
Yeah, and there was a competition caution with about 5 laps to go, which made the first 3 hours 55 redundant because they put everyone back on the lead lap. That was a long one. Just trying to think who I did. Did I do that with Mark Fletcher? I may have done that with Mark Fletcher, I'm not sure. And Alex Simpson, I think.
That made one of the racing top 10s or not top 10s that month, by the way, if I'm not mistaken.
I think it may have reached it.
The ending of that race, yeah.
Hmm.
Especially because
we got
the very end,
we got a nominee for not top 10 this month as well. Earlier on in Aussie Mixed and Fixed, we had a driver at Sonoma. You know the long layout where you got the long left-hander midway through the track? And because he got a lot of elevation change as well. He went off the circuit behind a barrier, but then went up a hill and slid into the barrier and got stuck. Very much like a spider in a bar. And will certainly be submitting that one to iRacing, so keep your eyes out on that.
I remember that in that big finale, the video was there because there was also, I think, a massive crash at the finish line. But also the thing I spotted is that you called the series Dinner for Racers, which after 4 hours of commentating on MX-5s running around Talladega is absolutely understandable.
Yeah. Is it Dinners with Racers?
Yes.
Aha, okay. Dinners for Racers sounds more fun. That sounds like a fantastic...
charity. Sounds like the name of a charity.
Yeah. I'd sign up for.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'll come race, and you can give me some food while I'm doing
yes, absolutely, 100% agree.
For just £5 a month, you can get Adam 5 potatoes to quench his hunger.
Speaking of, we're at the 3-hour mark. I think I'm going to nip and grab myself a coffee and see if I can find an ice cream van to grab a quick bite. So I'm going to love you and leave you just for a few moments.
Awesome. So let's bring it up for the first time today. The aerial view that comes, as Adam was saying, just at the 3-hour mark. It is the Abruzzi Simracersworld Endurance Series season finale, live from the place called Sebring, the racetrack which only the bravest drivers can tame and actually can say that they have won an endurance race around here. Who is going to join the list today in this 1,000 kilometer race, which I think is also the... Is that also the length of the WEC race, or that is 1,000 miles? I can never remember.
1,000 miles, I think 1,000 kilometers would be too quick.
Yeah, especially because they have the LMP ones, etc. I don't know. I didn't watch the race last year. I didn't care for that because it was, I think, more of a disruption to the whole Sebring 12-hour. I think removing some cars who would have done that race to race in the World Championship race. But whatever the case, we are here for the Abruzzi Simracersworld Endurance Series, which is much better than the WC, if you ask me. And again, the final round of the season. Sam Fitzpatrick in the commentary box together with Adam Edgecock, who just went to take a little bit of a break, and myself, Marco Barbanera, in this beautiful Sunday here, the 10th of May. In real life, as in sim, we are actually 4 hours behind what the real life clock would be right now in Sebring. In fact, if you see that, it's 8 a.m. now there. In sim, whilst in real life it is 4:30. No, it is 10:30 in the morning. There. No, it is 11:30. 11:30 in the morning. Yes, in Sebring right now. 6 p.m. in Italy is noon on the East Coast, so it's 5:30 right now. Yes, it's 11:30 there in real life in Sebring as we speak. And Sam, I'm looking at the track and still 20 degrees. Is that the same value that you get on the iRacing proper interface? Because it basically hasn't moved since the beginning of the race.
Yep, 20 and then 19 degrees air temperature. Yeah, it's barely changed, has it? It's hasn't quite increased. I guess the air temperature is still so cool, and that's there's not been any increase. However, yeah, it is getting a bit more sunny now, so there should be a bit of temperature increase. I think the iRacing system might be a little bit slow with that track temperature. I always think it lags behind a bit. I know they added a new element to it where there's almost like the underlayer now, and so it is basically delayed. There's a bit more of a lag now with this whole system where the heat stays for longer if it cools down, but then the coolness stays for longer if it heats up. But yeah, maybe something that they could address, I think. Maybe just turn it up a little bit.
No, there were some complaints that it was too quick back a few months ago. In the latest build, I think they added even more layers. I think now there are 7 layers below the racetrack.
Wow.
And of course, that is all done in preparation for rain, in my opinion. No, it's not in preparation for rain. We saw while we were talking some drivers going for a bit of a ride in the grass. Here is one of them, Dan Blake, driving for Fury. Nothing major there, just going wide. Also, Freiburghausen and Rang had very, very small moments, nothing to write home about. Just a little bit of work for the groundkeepers and nothing more, as you can see right here. So Matthew Dorrington is your leader in the overall and of course the GT3 class for Fury Simsport, as you can see on the top of your screen. Graham Sesford is in second place right now. Year 1 Racing Team Red. Couple of minutes back, as in fact I think that Mercedes right behind him is Matthew Dorrington himself, and they are both on 3 stops. Therefore, this is pure pace from the 106 car. Absolutely fantastic drive from them. They're about to put the entire field at least 1 lap down. We talked about Graham Sesford is there. Third place in class, Jens Homan for the T3 Esports team. Fourth place for Sam Busey, not that far behind, as you can see. for the Abruzzi Esports GT3 team, and Fury Simsport Silver, who have got some damage. I can't remember when they hit the wall with Ryan Oliver. Or maybe I found it. Let's see, maybe when we were doing our aerial shots of the track, something must have happened, and this might be it, because you can see that car is looking very, very nicely, and in a few seconds I bet you it's not. There you go, big hit with the wall. That was on lap 86 for Ryan himself, so it was 5 laps ago. Did we see that live?
No, I don't think we did. I think we must have missed that one.
Only one retiree so far, and that's in the GT3 class, unfortunately, the Nomad Sim Racing Black of Ryan Walker, who slammed into the wall on lap 34 and hasn't come out of the pits ever since. GT Cup and GT4 are 2 car classes today. Abruzzi are leading by 6 seconds over an surprisingly error-prone Steve Claes and his G-Drive racing car. He has been in the grass plenty of times today as Steve, who has got a very, very nice pace. I mean, at the very least, the G-Drive car has got a 202.4 as their best. Sven Leib and the Abruzzi guys have got a 204.1 as their best. So it's a 2 seconds difference, but they have been much more consistent despite having a couple of spins here and there, and therefore they are in the lead by 7 seconds. GT4 then, with Edward Rapprager trying to wrap the title for Fury. Leading the way, they have got a comfortable 9-lap margin over this car here, the Abruzzi Esports GT4, now driven by Alyssa McKee. And then of course TCR, where we don't know what happened, but apparently what we know is that Texans was leading the way. They got into a tangle with one of the GT3 cars, hit the wall, dropped back to third, and they got back onto the racing surface, and that car, I don't know what happened to that car, but it started flying, and in a matter of a few laps, not only was Evdoka able to get back to the Fury and T3 cars and pass them, but also pull away a gap that has never shrunk back, and in fact now it is almost at 50 seconds, one of the most inexplicable things I've ever seen. I don't know, Sam, because really I'm trying to understand what are the dynamics behind that, and I don't know. I honestly don't know. Like, it looked like the car got an extra boost after that crash. I have no idea how, and Evdoka pulled away with ease from his opponents in what had been up until that moment a super close class as per usual TCR. So Texans are leading in front of T3. Mike Aranga is now in the driver's seat. Dan Blake is sitting in third position with his Fury Sim Sport car. Then Steven Freiburghaus for the iLivery's Vibe Esports car, and rounding up the proceedings in the TCR class, 40-40 Racing. All the TCR cars are on the same lap. Daniel Perry driving the number 310, as we are heading into, and we are well into our third hour of the race, heading into the fourth. Lap 94 out of 166, so halfway mark has been passed by these drivers. Sun is now shining on the racetrack. We saw a glorious sunset, and now the sky, of course, is getting more and more blue as the hours go past, and the sun is also getting higher and higher, becoming less of a problem for the competitors. Sam, now that the sun is high and the liveries are dark, you can see on the left. Oh no! Another mistake for Steve Claes, man. What's happening to him? This is like I mean, he's making all the mistakes he hasn't made in the season, basically, in this race.
And that is another one as well in that first sector. So that seems to be the trouble spot for him. Michael Abdoka, by the way, has let us know from Texans Fitstone Motorsports. I was saving fuel, then got ticked off by the crash, so put my foot down. So I'm not sure why he was saving fuel, to be honest, because I think it's quite an easy 3-stop for the drivers today. But he was saving fuel for a bit. But yeah, then just put his foot down, and
I will say this, Michael. I am studying to get my certification as a scrutineer for in post-race in real life. You are lucky I have to wait 1 more year until I can do the exam, because you need to be a marshal for 3 years before you do that. Otherwise, I would have loved to take a closer look at your Audi.
it's been quick. But to be fair, they had the advantage over T3 in the last round of the championship anyway at Silverstone. But still, this has been a bigger domination than I think they've delivered all season long. So congrats to Texans Fitstone Motorsport. I'd say it's an easy 3-stop. It might actually be... Is it a 4-stop, in fact? Yeah, I guess it's a 4-stop then that they'll have to make. A 3-stop, I guess, was possible, but a bit too far for the TCR machines. The first anyone got was... In fact, that was in the Porsche category. They got into lap 79. The leaders of the TCR class got to, and of course half 166. Oh no, sorry, I'm being dumb. I'm being really dumb. Apologies. So I guess it is an easy 3-stop then for these drivers, because of course they won't complete 166 laps for these TCRs, because they're going to finish about 10 laps down on the race lead, even more than that, about 15 laps down on the race lead. So yeah, it should be quite a simple 3-stop for these drivers.
So Sam, if I can direct your attention on the left side of your screen now that we have, dark visors. Look at that hole on the right side of Louis Bibi's head. You can see clearly through it, straight outside of the visor and into the outside of the car. It's like he doesn't.
A little bit, yeah.
It's like he doesn't have a head. Is he a Cylon? I think he's a Cylon.
I don't know what a Cylon is.
I don't know if Adam made his way back in the commentary box or not. I think not, because otherwise he would have possibly, come to your home and set it on fire. Because that is absolutely terrible of you. Closest fight on the field, Oman and Buzin. Here we go. They have fought for quite a bit earlier, these guys.
Yeah, so Buzan's already got past Homan earlier on in the race. Homan seemingly with a little bit of an advantage over his Buzan with a bit of an advantage over his teammate. Is he going? No, he's not going with. Who is he running with? He is with. Oh, I'm trying to extend it now. Dear me, this is disastrous. Hawkins. Of course. So I think Buzan with a bit of an advantage. Of course, also dressed for Asia. Does Sam Buzan, but I think works a little bit as well for Abruzzi, the racewear brand. You do awesome racewear for real world stuff and simulator stuff. Really, the best products you can possibly hope to buy in that department. So certainly, if you want to get some gloves or boots, go to them, because you can get them personalized with your name and whatever, and for a reasonable price. And they've got pretty good pace as well, catching up to T3 Esports, who of course still have a chance at the title, do T3, but off the pace seemingly today. Jens Homan and his teammates, as Abruzzi are just lining this one up. This is all looking quite comfortable for them right now. Not going to be close enough into sunset. Oh, he's nearly close enough, but of course you got that very intimidating concrete wall on the inside. line opens up for the P4 driver. He just seems to be that much more confident over these bumps. We're going to turn 1. He's not going to be close enough, I think, again.
Mission successful. I found an ice cream van.
Ooh.
Congratulations.
Yes.
Is that an essential service?
Every racetrack needs an ice cream van. Oh yeah, absolutely. In fact, I've crashed many times thinking that I've seen one at the side of the track.
Aha, yep.
You know
Happened to the best.
we don't have ice cream vans in Italy.
Seriously, are they illegal?
We have ice cream shops.
Oh, that sounds even better. Lovely. What's your favourite flavour, Marco? What do you go for when you go to the ice cream shop?
Okay, no, I don't eat ice cream when I'm outside because I don't enjoy it because I spend all of the time trying to avoid making a mess out of it, which
That's a good point.
ultimately ends with a big failure. So what I do is I get I go. You can also get ice cream to bring home. So I get like a little bit of a little tray, and you can put inside it the flavors that you want, and I 100% full of dark chocolate, the only flavor I like.
Now, is that like gelato? Is that the Italian?
Yes, that is
ice
the
cream
Italian
stuff?
word.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
gotcha. So it's not like, yeah, so our ice cream is nowhere near as good as that. We have some weird over whipped stuff that comes out of a machine and goes into a cone shape.
Basically,
I like flakes though.
yeah. When we eat it outside, you can get it on the cone, or you can get it inside. The kids get into a little cup that you can eat with a plastic spoon, which sometimes is what I do if I'm peer pressured into having ice cream outside. As you know, I'm a nocturnal animal. I'm a vampire, so I rarely go outside. Even in the best scenario, which is of course not this one, as abusing looks to the outside. But no, otherwise I just eat at home. But I tell you what, the more I grew older, the less a fan of ice cream I became. So right now, I rarely eat it. Also because as I'm getting older, my digestive system, gets punched hard by very cold stuff in the summer. So yeah. Getting older is a bad business. I can tell you that.
I rarely get ice creams. The time that we always get ice creams, me and my family, so we and this is this is probably the best thing I think me and my family have ever done. But we play a crazy golf. Oh, is that space slow for payment? Does get past the lapped car of Angus Hu, the G Drive car. Oh, sorry, it wasn't G Drive. It was Abruzzi Esports Cup. But we play 5 crazy golf courses in one day, called the Crazy Golf World Tour of Norfolk. And we always get an ice cream on that occasion. And in Great Yarmouth, of course, Great Yarmouth's an absolute tip, and that's being harsh to tips. But always get an ice cream there. That's always very nice by the sea. Have you been to Great Yarmouth? Oh dear, and she's not come back, I see.
No, we left her there.
There's no escape from Great Yarmouth. Have you been on a holiday to Great Yarmouth, Adam?
Nope. No, been there for a day trip. We were visiting some family in what's the town?
Kramer?
Oh no,
Last
it's
stops?
in the Wash. I'm thinking Spalding. It's not Spalding. right in the middle of flat country.
Oh, I don't
we,
know that. I'm South
we had
Norfolk, not North.
we had there's like a holiday home park there that we went to. And we went to Great North for a day. Great Yarmouth for a day, and yeah.
It's a great
That's
place,
all I
isn't it?
can say about it. I mean, as a kid, it would have been great, but yeah, not as somebody who notices how many pieces of chewing gum there are stuck to the floor. That kind of thing. Yeah, it was. I mean, it was okay, but not for me.
You got a treat for you, Marco. I mean, if you think Italy has culture, wait till you see Great Yarmouth. It'll be superb. It'll be eye-opening.
As soon as they lift travel restrictions, I'll come.
Do they have really tacky seaside resorts in Italy?
No.
No. You don't. Do you have like tacky places? Do you have places? As we're actually going to have a move for Abruzzi Esports past T3. That's quite an important move. Busan moves back ahead of Homan. Then, do you have places in Italy which are like, oh, you know, which you can make fun out of if people say that they're from there, and you can say, I mean, even the people who live there are like, yeah, it's an awful place to live. Do you have places like that?
Considering that Italy has been for most of its history fragmented into very, very small city-states, let's say that if you move 10 kilometers away from where you live, you probably find another town where they hate your guts because you come from 10 kilometers away and that other town. So, yeah. Basically, we all make fun of each other in Italy. Like,
Okay.
every place has got their stereotypical connotations, which, as in many stereotypes, there is always a bit of truth in them. But yeah, I mean, Italy is such a wild, varied country. You go from places where it's cold and you know they speak German and they barely know Italian, to places where it's always sunny and people go to the beach in December, basically. You know, as Angus Hu goes wide, very wide indeed. So this GT Cup class, I mean, Steve Clay has made plenty of mistakes. Now he's back in the lead. I think they have different stops. No, they don't. Apologies.
They
So
do.
now,
Well, they're off sequence at least on stops.
let's see what happened to Angus. We actually have a word for it in Italy, which that exemplifies our love for our own place and the absolute despise for the nearby towns. So it's called campanilismo, which basically comes from the word campanile, which is the church, the big you know, bell on the church, no? Don 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 don. Everyone defends their own church, which means their own little town, even if it's like a place forgotten by God with 50 inhabitants. We are always the best, and if the closer the city, another city is to you, the more you hate their guts, as Ryan Oliver goes around.
There's a lot of this happening at the moment, isn't there? Spinning. How are the temperatures looking? I missed the last weather forecast. Are we cranking up the temperature now that we're getting further into the day? Oh, it's only
21.
21.
Yeah,
Oh, it's going up a whole degree.
When you were away getting the ice cream, it was still 20, so now we get it to 21. We were talking about the new layer system that iRacing introduced, I think, in the last build, maybe 2 builds ago. Now we have 7 layers, I think, below the tarmac, so it takes a bit of time. And also, the sun has been up for now 1 hour and a half, almost 2. But at the same time, this is a very big track, and there are not a lot of cars running around, so it's going to take, I think, a bit more time. I actually... Do you reckon we are getting in the 30s with the track temperature, Adam, late in the day, or do you think we are still staying... because in these first 3 hours and a half, it has moved by 2 whole degrees in 3 hours and a half.
I'm going to go for 26 degrees, I think, is what we're going to hit based on how slowly it's warming up. And I think you're right with the sheer lack of cars that are running around to generate that heat even more. Yeah, I think 26 will be the height. But it's interesting to see how some of these cars are starting to struggle with it. Apparently, already. I'm only speculating. We don't know for sure why these spins are happening, but they're certainly becoming more frequent.
Oh, they are absolutely getting more and more frequent as Texan's car makes way for the Abruzzi GT Cup car, and it's the 6th race of the season. I still try to call it a GT3, which when it's because technically, not technically, in name it is a GT3, but in reality, Porsche have their own name for stuff which doesn't reflect. Like the Cayman GT4 was. Oh dear! Clipping that grass is Louis Bibb. You don't want to do that with one. I mean, that car is probably not legal in the sense that it's made out of topaz, which is much tougher and resistant than steel. So when people or iron, people say ruling with the iron fist, no? But as John Green says, it should be said ruling with a topaz fist, because topaz is much more resistant than iron. So nerdy stuff aside, when you have 1 minute and 4 over P2, that's the last thing you want to do, even though that car has proven already to be pretty much indestructible, but you never want to tempt fate, especially on iRacing.
I had to do a double take of what you actually said there, because for a moment in my mind I heard you say tapas. Which I was struggling for a moment to figure out how you'd rule with a tapas fist. Does that mean like you give hors d'oeuvres to people? I didn't understand, but then I realised you were saying topaz. Yes. Oh, good job, Adam. Well done.
So Sesford's still in the year 1 car, actually.
Mm-hmm.
The gap between second and third, I'm sure you're about to make this point, Marco, anyway, it's coming down a bit, isn't it? It's unfortunately we can't see it on the overlay, but it's not coming down a whole lot, but
Of course we can. Sorry,
nibbling down a little bit.
There it is.
There it is. Oh, it's not changed much at all, has it? Well, I think it was upwards of about 40 seconds, I think, at one point between second and third, but it's down to 23 seconds now. Of course, Sesford did have a spin earlier on, which wouldn't have helped in that regard. So it should be a tight battle for second, third, and fourth to the end of the race. Remember, if T3 Esports win this race and Fury Simsport finish in 5th or lower, then it will be T3 who will become the champions, which could still change. Oh, as there's a spin in the background.
That should have been Ryan Oliver.
It was, yeah. All second down to 5th. In fact, first down to 5th were all occupying the same piece of circuit for a moment there, even though they're on 3 different laps of this race.
No, this was on lap 99, and this was on lap 101, 500 meters down the road. But still, Ryan not liking this bit of the track, and apparently while we were watching the replay, he has crashed again. Or maybe he just stopped to let the GT3 car by, let's see. Yeah, I think he should be back on the track there. I think there was a moment for Oman there. Let's get a replay of that once again as Oliver comes into the pits. Maybe I was fooled by the perspective. Yeah, nothing happened to Oman. Sorry, Jens.
I know from personal experience that that little right left, the really quick one towards the start of that back straight gets really tricky with the marbles. the debris from the cars after they've been running a while. I always found that running endurance races here, that was the hardest part to keep consistent. The rest of the track's not too bad, but as soon as you start going offline at that back end of the track, it can become really, really treacherous. Again, maybe that could be something that these guys are starting to experience now. Now that we're over halfway through the race, the marbling out. I mean, you can see the dark line on the track already. Doesn't seem to be too much debris on the outside. Sometimes you can see it really start to cake up, but I wonder, there might be a little something that they have to take into consideration. You see Cessford toying with the grass. That's dangerous.
And yeah, you will see now on board with Abruzzi now the line that you have to take right here. Actually, you have to take a big chunk out of those curbs, and but you need to be careful because 1 centimeter too far to the right or to the left, and you get tagged with a slowdown penalty, which you have then to serve on the Allman Straight here, which is of course the worst place to serve because you have to go slow when the other cars go very, very fast. So problem for Angus, who pointing now back in the proper direction. So maybe he was getting close to the tower turn, I think. Oh, he goes around and saves the car. T3 is in. So Oliver is having a long stop there. Maybe repairing the damage. More than 2 minutes. After 2 minutes our clock gives up and doesn't show you the driver anymore on the bottom. This is an enduro, so we might get it a bit longer. Let's say 350 seconds, which I don't know how many minutes that is. More than 5.
6.
It's 5 minutes and 50 seconds, right?
Yes.
Maybe.
Yeah, 5 minutes 50.
300 seconds is 5 minutes. I think. So as you can see, it's almost been 3 minutes in the pits for Ryan Oliver. Marcus Broich jumps into the car. And he'll be out in a bit, taking tires. We move back to our race leader, still trying to put Graham Cessford 1 lap down. The lap time difference between the pair of them has been ebbing and flowing a bit. Some laps in favor of Dorrington and some laps in favor of Cessford. I think Ryan Oliver has given up on the race, unfortunately, for Fury Sims for Silver. He is not currently in the car anymore.
I think he may have disconnected from the session. Yes, he has. He has manually disconnected from the session, so that'll be the end of Fury Sim Sport Silver's day. Bit of a shame to end their season because they're still fighting for something in the championship. They entered this round of the season a little bit further down the order. Just trying to find where they were. They were in 12th place in the championship, but with the chance of perhaps moving themselves up into the top 6 places. But it doesn't seem like that is going to be the case. I am going to leave you guys to it for the next few minutes. I'll have a little bit of a break and then we'll be returning soon.
Perfect.
Sounds good.
So Adam, as soon as Sam closes the door, lock it behind so he cannot come back in. So this means I think that Fury Sims Sport GT3 have won the title because they cannot be any lower than 4th in their class, which I think they needed to finish 5th, and T3 should have won the race if T3 wanted to win the title. We are waiting for confirmation by Ian Roots in the in-race chat. So we are exactly 60 laps away from the conclusion of this race, as Angus Hu has had another spin, this time in the very final corner. Oh, that was strange.
It's almost as if he's having trouble getting the power down at the moment. I wonder if there's an issue with the car, because there's been a couple of times recently where he's lit up the rear tyres very strangely. we saw a couple of laps ago. He went round and almost hit the wall when he'd done the exact same thing. So I wonder if there's something slightly wrong with that car, because it's very odd, very, very odd.
So in the meantime, Steve Clays put him 1 lap down.
You can see the car's got a bit of damage on it, but yeah, that's an odd one. Sometimes it's pretty easy to explain why a car's turned round, but I'm flummoxed as to why he's having these issues at the moment.
Trying to get a bit behind in the replay, which is not this, and I massively apologize for the
well, that was one for
rewinding.
the couple of laps before, wasn't it?
Yeah. So here we go. The moment he put the power down, you were absolutely right. He lost control of that car. So, and here you will see Steve Clays putting him 1 lap down. Look at the dust there on the outside that when Steve Clays went past him. As we go back live, Steve Freiburghaus and Dan Blake fight for position.
This should be a good battle. Dan, we know, a very accomplished driver in all things touring cars. MX-5s he's very good in as well. Very quick driver. Usually puts in a good stint. You know, put him into any car and he'll go out there and he'll have a good showing. He's not the kind of driver you worry about when you send him out in a car. So, you know, he's I'm going to say his defense against Freiburghaus should be a stellar one. I don't think Freiburghaus will find it easy to get past him. Although that said, there's always a good thing like commentators cursing as we see Freiburghaus come to the inside at the very next corner.
Oh, big
Dan
dive!
squeezing him a bit. Oh, that could have got risky for both of them, but Freiburghaus just muscles his way past it, didn't he? Dan tried to close the door a little bit too late, maybe, and Freiburghaus just muscled his way through in true touring car fashion. What a great move.
So I might have jumped the gun a bit on Fury Sin Sport Silver, because out of nowhere, Matthias Stem has jumped into the car and is actually, I think, back on track. There he is. So maybe they were waiting to finish their repairs, and that's why Ryan Oliver left the car unattended for a bit. As we have seen in several instances in the history of TV and movies, leaving a race car unattended is not a good idea. South Park's episode about NASCAR comes to mind.
Well, it also rings true with how you join the sessions too. It wasn't so long ago that one of the Apex cars got hijacked, wasn't it, in an endurance race at Silverstone?
Oh yes, I quite well remember that.
So how, just out of interest, because I kind of lost touch a little bit as I went for my break. How is Cessford's? Oh, maybe the car hasn't been fixed. Maybe it hasn't. We see Tem having an issue. Oh, to me, that just looked like the rear of the car just didn't have enough heat in it to do what was being asked. It looked like tyres were still pretty cold, and he just got a little bit of a swapper on.
I'm thinking about this. That is a great point, Adam, because that car has been sitting in the pits for 7 minutes and a bit, I think. Maybe even more than that. Let's see the last stop. Yes, 7. He stayed in the pit lane for almost 8 minutes. And when you change the tires and then you let the car sit there, the tires get colder and colder and colder and colder. In fact, if you ever tried this, I don't suggest you do, but if you, for example, crash in one of those series that have a fast repair and you have to tow back, I almost always take tires, even if it takes me a bit more time, because if you wait there for the 2-3 minutes of the towing, and then you get the fast repair and you restart, the tires get stone cold, and that first lap out of the pits, especially with the F3 and the Skippy, you really wish you take. Now with the Skippy it takes 1 hour to take tires. But with the F3 in the rookie series, you lose 8 seconds. Take those tires because at least those are warmed by the tire warmers. Otherwise, yeah, that's the reason why a pro driver told me that in the new tire model races he always jumps in the car at the last second when it's time to grid, because if you wait on the grid, the tires get colder and colder. It's more advantages in that case, but you know that's what distinguishes the pro drivers from the mere mortals. They try to extract every bit of performance. But what were you about to ask me?
What was I gonna ask? Oh yes. So how has? It's funny you go to him right now. I was going to ask you how Cessford's lap times were doing, because we saw that he was a little bit off where perhaps he wanted to be, lap time wise. But how have they kind of equaled out since?
Yeah, he's gaining a bit on Dorrington. I don't know if it's Dorrington is because Dorrington is in traffic. As you can see, they are basically, well, next to the other, almost one lap apart. As you can see, you will see just in turn 1 now it's Cessford. And this lap Cessford has lost 3/10 of a second, but ebbing and flowing. Let's see more of a complete picture with the time delta graphics. You can see, yeah, ebbing and flowing. Look at that. One lap is one driver gaining, the other is the other driver. These last 5 laps put on a pretty interesting picture of each lap being at the advantage of one of the 2 drivers.
No, I'm glad to see. Yeah, it was a little bit worrying when we saw his initial pace, but I'm glad to see that he's kind of leveled it out and is putting in some good times now. Always a worry, isn't it? I don't know whether you've experienced this with your endurance racing, but you get in the car after someone who's been putting in some pretty blinding times, and you look at what you're doing and wondering how on earth they've got a second and a half, or however long it may be. You kind of start doubting yourself for whether or not you're actually driving well.
Well, when I won Sebring in I think there were like 20 splits or something like that. We were in split 10, so it was like a mediocre split. I remember that we were basically running as a, you know, quote-unquote pro-am entry, and therefore I was lapping 2 to 5 seconds slower than my teammate. More towards the 5 than the 2. Unsurprisingly, I had him drive 9 hours and a half in that 12-hour race.
Wow.
Such was the difference in our pace, and you know, we both signed up for the race, so we got put in the, I think in the right split for us. I don't know, but when he was driving, he was, you know, basically every stint, every time he drove, he built a gap, and then when I jumped in the car, I lost the gap. So it was like this.
Don't worry, buddy. I have the same issues when I do my racing. In practice, I'll be fine. I'll be on pace, but as soon as I get in the car in the race, I just can't hit those same lap times, and whatever gap we may or may not have made, I end up losing it. Interestingly, while we were discussing that, Daniel Perry passed Dan Blake. Not sure. I didn't think they were that close together, but all of a sudden they are.
There they go. That's Blake on the outside and Perry on the inside, with the Abruzzi GT3 Audi going past. And that was the move on the Allman straight, easy peasy. Still very close to each other, but yeah, the gap was on lap 93 was 10 seconds. And now
It's come down very quickly, isn't it?
let's bring up the lap time difference. Some pretty pedestrian laps from Blake in 95, 96. He lost 2 seconds, then 3 seconds and a half. So yeah, Dan, we know he's very consistent. So maybe he's just trying to get back into a rhythm now and try to limit the damage, because right now it seems like Freiburg, House and Perry have a bit more as Steve Claes comes in. Will he leave the car to Rob Thiessen? We haven't seen Rob in a bit.
How many stops have we got left for these? This one and another? What would that take us to? For 2 more. Is it 2 more?
Now that is a bit too much for my capabilities, unfortunately. I have
Like,
no idea.
usually I rely on Sam to
Yeah.
tell me. My mathematics is horrendous. So yeah, we'll see. Healthy gap though at this moment in time.
I can tell you basically the whole life of Julius Caesar by heart. But if you ask me to do 5 plus 7 or 5 plus 8 or whatever, I have to use my fingers to count. So, to each their own, I would imagine. Everyone has their favorite, subject. But maths are certainly not mine.
Clay's up on the jacks still at the moment. Obviously filling it up to the brim with fuel. It did look like the helmet just changed then, but it must have been a little bug on my end. Usually the car vanishes and then comes back again when there's a driver change, but no. The specimen Steve Clay stays in the car.
Yeah, let's give him some love and show him, for those that don't know. There he is.
Oh.
Sexiest man alive, I mean, of 2020.
It's just the way he looks like he knows it as well.
Yeah,
like he's standing there. It's like
he oozes confidence from this picture. I mean,
what a man! What a man! But he's out on underway again, still with a sizable lead over Angus Hu.
Also, Steve, one of the nicest guys you can find in sim racing, as Graham Sasford jumps into the pits, and then knowing that he's one of the nicest guys in sim racing, having had the chance to talk to him many times, because he was always in our broadcast booth after these races or after the Pro Series race for the past several seasons. It's when I saw his names in the ban list for the famous Porsche tire debacle. I knew that things were getting out of hand when they got him. When he's, I mean, again, one of the nicest drivers around. So absolutely, I knew that was going a bit too far when his name was in that famous list of banned drivers.
Yeah, well, to be fair to him, I think there was the people who didn't get banned in that debacle were very fortunate. Kind of, from what I was seeing from the outside looking in, it just seemed like everyone was going to get slapped with the hammer at that particular point. But it is what it is. The memes were generated. The Twitter had its day, and it was entertaining from the outside looking in, but I'm sure it was something entirely different for the guys actually involved.
It also gave us the new qualifying scrutineering system, which debuted a couple of weeks ago in a spectacular fail. I don't know if you followed that debacle, which was very entertaining.
Oh no, what happened?
Yeah. Well, basically, iRacing has added this new system where they can police automatically the eventual use of exploits in the in qualifying sessions, no? So they have
for the overt tire warming and
they have created this system that basically automatically polices stuff, and that happens in qualifying, and it has like several levels. Like it has off, lax, stringent, or like Nazi at the top level. No, I don't think that's the exact option, but you get the idea. So they rolled it out, and I think it only works for series from the C class and above. But it came out in one of those, midweek patches, so late in the day. And lo and behold, the people were getting disqualified left, right, and center, even in series where this was not the case. When this was not active, there were people that reportedly, I saw some of the replays, like people jumping in the car, coming down, when you press drive in practice session or in the warm-up before the race, no? When you are already in the race session, people, that go out for the 3-minute practice, the moment the car leaves the pit stall, black flag, and when you get black flag, disqualified in a race session, be it in the warm-up qualifying, you cannot race in the race, no? So, yeah, it was
no.
happening also on the ovals, and so they very quickly removed it, and it came back in the Thursday patch a couple of days ago. So, and I haven't
Wow.
read any kind of complaints, so hopefully this time it works.
Well, I remember, I heard that they were having to do a quick patch because of a qualifying bug, but I wasn't aware that that's what it was. But oh my, what a mistaker to make.
Apparently now it works. I mean, I haven't read any complaints these last couple of days since it came out once again. But yeah, I mean...
That's certainly something. As we see the specimen, Steve Clay's just putting another lap on Lewis Bibby, who's in the TechSense Fitsai Motorsport car. Such a massive lead they have at the moment. A good 1 minute 20 back, which is really surprising, isn't it? Given that we saw they're in a fierce battle the opening few laps, wasn't it? Maybe up to about lap 15 or so. There was all nip and tuck within the top sort of 3 or 4. And then all of a sudden, Evdoka got a wriggle on and just flew away, didn't he? And it looks like Bibby is continuing in the same vein. Some sterling lap times coming in. Again, he's the only man inside the 2-minute 13s for the TCRs. The closest being a 2-minute 14.7 from Perry last time round. So yeah, it doesn't look like they're slowing up anytime soon, does it? Blimey.
Absolutely, no. It seems like they are both now on fire. By the way, Ian Roots tells us that they are updating the timing. Sorry, the live standings as the race goes on. So when Sam comes back, I know he has all the keys and he is our official scorekeeper. So there is the pit stop. Sebastian Hawkins jumps in, and another issue for the GT4 Abruzzi car. Daniele Giudici, who was driving the car in the opening portion of the race when he had that massive hit that basically sent them several laps down. This is just a simple spin. And this does nothing to improve their situation, unfortunately. As you can see, they are a good 10 laps back on the class leader Fury Simsport GT4. Daniel Perry, here we go.
Oh, sorry, go on.
Oh no, Daniel Perry out of nowhere gets past Steven Freiburghaus. So Perry up to third. He's been on a roll as of late. Very, very quick stint this for Daniel, and he has now gone back on the class podium. We have in a matter of 10 seconds both, no, not both, we got Perry, Freiburghaus, and a little bit back is Blake with around 40 seconds up the road from these guys. There's Mike Orang, which is basically in no man's land at the moment because he has 1 minute and 22 to cover to get back to these guys, the TechSense Fitsai Motorsport guys. Absolutely the dominators so far of the day, when we are officially counting down now because we just have 50 laps to go in this race.
We know that those 50 laps will fly by this race. I thought Silverstone went by quickly, but this race seems to, although it's not as action-packed as the last time out, there's certainly plenty going on. It's flown by as well. Absolutely it has. Now, I wonder how much trouble I'll get into. Can we have a look at Daniele Guiducci's car, please? When we saw her just have that spin just a moment ago, I couldn't help but notice that when it was viewed side on, it looked remarkably like the new shaped Volkswagen Beetle. Now I don't know whether that was just me. I don't know how much trouble I'm going to get into for saying that, but yeah, it did strike me. Just the way that nose is slightly bent in now. It just, I don't know. It it looks like it's a smaller version of it, maybe.
I'll show you in private every time I see that the front end of the car. I tell you what it looks like to me. In a second, as we keep on fighting, as Dorrington comes in, keep on this fight between Perry and Freiburghaus.
Perry's definitely the well, aside from Bibby out in front, Perry is the guy on the move in this class. He has been putting in the second best lap times of anyone in the class over the past few laps, and he's certainly come from quite a long way back. It wasn't just it wasn't just it wasn't just yes, you're not wrong, Marco.
Perfect.
You're not wrong.
That has been
It wasn't just
bugging me since the first race of the season. That's a
it
very popular
wasn't,
deodorant in Italy. I don't know if it's the same in the UK. That particular brand.
oh, I'm an Axe man. I'm
I'm an Axe man as well. Axe Africa, of course.
Oh, the classic.
Yeah, exactly.
But no, as I was saying, Perry, although we thought that maybe Blake was going a little bit slower, which maybe made Perry's times look better, the speed that he caught up. But the fact that he's now caught Freiburghaus as well and passed him, he's really he's on a mission at the moment, isn't he? I do wonder. We can see there's a little bit of a gap forming already. I do wonder if he's just going to pull away and leave Freiburghaus behind, who we know is a good driver. He's a solid driver in this car, and he's certainly capable. But he's definitely got his hands full with Perry at the moment. That's going to be a tough ask to stick with him, given Perry's pace.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, Perry has been on a mission today. Oh, by the way, since we have lost, I think Sam. Can't hear him. Oh wow!
Oh, he found his way back. Here he is.
Speak of the devil. There he is.
I listened to a little bit of the stream, and you guys seem to need me. And also, I didn't realise, and I've never done this before. But my a couple of members of my family are currently watching this.
Oh,
and we're
hello, Sam's family.
Who?
Sam's family. I'm saying hello to your family.
Oh, okay. Well, you know my mum's name.
Yes.
Yep.
She's watching. Hello,
And
Wendy.
Yep. Because I don't know if you know this. Do you know the name of Marco's dog, Adam?
I do not know.
Well, he's got a dog called Wendy, which is quite unique. Bit of an oldie name because my mum is old.
In Italy, we poor mom. It's first of all, happy Mother's Day to all the moms out there, even those who apparently are bullied by their children, like Sam is doing right now. Because if I say to my mom that she is old, she will slap me in the face.
Same.
At a minimum.
Yeah, but I mean, to be fair, my mum's a very good cook, but your mum, Marco, is also an exceptional cook. So, I mean, I think you're winning out of that relationship.
Yeah, of course. She made fantastic lunch today, as this is 4th position. Matthias Stem came back on track. Well, that car came back on track, Sam, when you left, I think. We said that this car was off, but apparently they were just waiting for their repairs. They left the car unattended, and then Matthias Stem jumped back in. So Ian is pointing us to the official sheets on the website. He's updating them live as we speak. About for the various championships. So we'll have to keep an eye on that as we go ahead. But yeah, happy Mother's Day to all the moms, and hello to Sam's lovely family, as Marcus Broy hits the wall a ton. That's some big damage.
That is definitely some big damage. Looks like the front of the car has been ripped off. Wow, look at that. That is that's going to cause some issues. That's going to be some. That's got to be a meatball, surely. He's going to be flagged back to the pits to have that repaired. There's no way that that's going to be allowed to carry on.
Can we get the gyro cam for this one? Although he spins off pretty early. There he goes. We've seen that. We've seen that happen a couple of times, haven't we? Almost happened, but it's only a matter of time.
Well, no, there was one early in the race as well. Was it the? Oh, yeah, that is a big one. Was it the Abruzzi Audi? I think did it. I want to say. I think it was.
Oh,
them.
is that how they got the damage in the first place?
I think so. Yeah, that was. They didn't do it as hard as that though. It wasn't as big as that. But yeah, we were saying at the time how easy it is to do because the nature of turn one, you want to use all of that curb on the exit, and the moment you go just that little bit too far, you can end up on the inside wall. Yeah, we just seen it again. Wow, look at that. That's an angry looking Audi now, isn't it?
Certainly going to have the meatball flag. And T3's chances of the championship seemingly not going great for them at the moment. We'll just say to Ian Roots, don't think the points are correct for some of the rounds because we've already discussed it a little bit. Was off the track is G-Drive again. About a minute clear now in the lead, but still, with all these mistakes are setting them back quite a bit. So Ian, at the moment on the TCR sheets, we've got round 3, which I believe was Road America, and we've got T3 winning that round with Texas Pitstone Motorsport finishing second. When I believe T3 should have got disqualified from that because of the fact that they only ran one driver. So I recommend just going over some of the over the results, just to make sure that they are all up to date, so that we can call the championship. I don't think it'll be an issue for the championships, which are still up in air, because Texas Pitstone Motorsport do have the title confirmed, even if T3 do win the championship. As I believe, this is fantastic because I can see what Ian Reitz is actually on. I can literally see what cells he is, and he is looking at that at the moment. And I wait to see if there is a change going to be made.
Speaking of change, Freiberghaus has pulled right back up to the back of Perry again, hasn't he? Perry hasn't been able to escape.
We said we were speculating about Perry pulling away. That has not happened. As I was saying, I was wondering if this is a long repair. Could Matthias Stem actually jump T3 and Fury jump into 4th, because they are 4 laps back of the T3 entry, and this looks like it's going to be a long wait in the pits for T3 guys.
Well, we saw them with some steering damage, didn't we? So that's suspension. If that's just, was it 8 minutes per corner? So if that's both corners, that's 16 minutes plus anything else on top of that. If it's just one corner suspension, that's at least 8 minutes still. So there's a good chance that they could jump them.
Will that be fully fixed when they come out as well, or do you think there might still be a little bit of overhang?
No,
okay.
We were saying about this earlier, weren't we, Marco? About actually having body parts that could be fixed. Like, I mean, you see it in the endurance races now. Someone gets a crumpled bonnet or a bit of bodywork, and you just see the biggest, hurliest crew member they can find to come and start jumping on it or pulling it and pushing it and all sorts, just to try and get it fixed again, don't you? So I don't think it's going to be fully fixed in sim, but
no, we had in this year's Daytona, we had a collision around hour 8, which bent our we got a meatball for our left rear suspension. We got the meatball done, fixed, but we had to go until the end of the race with the car that was basically crabbing a bit, so it never gets fully I would prefer to get an half an hour repair, but to get the mechanics, as we have Freiburghaus going for the move, not working, have the mechanics work on that for half an hour, but get that repaired fully, than to have an 8-minute repair but the car is still handling like crap. So it's basically like it hasn't been replaced. So because then you not only you have to fight a car that's you know not behaving properly, but also you have to have you have uneven tire wear. You are using more fuel, especially if you get some sort of aero damage to go with that. So that really needs to change because again, we all watch endurance racing. We all see that the teams try their best to get that car out, no matter how long it takes. And we see that teams are able to replace entire parts of the car, even unthinkable parts of the car. So, I mean, BMW were able to replace the steering system on their M8 a couple of years ago, and that was the specially designed M8 that Zanardi was driving. Took them like an hour or two, but they did it, and the car went back on track and finished the race no problem. So, why can't we have nice things iRacing? You're so nice and so full of features, and we all like you. And so, please.
I think that's the thing that amazes me in those endurances, especially the smaller teams that maybe don't have the big budgets to have all these spare parts, and their car will come back to the pits and they'll just wheel out this trolley that's just full of everything you can imagine, because they've literally gone down to one of the suppliers that's in the pit lane and said, we need these parts, how much? And literally bought them there and then to fix their cars. I love that that's a thing, though. I love that it's so, I'm not going to say affordable because it's still very expensive, but it's a lot more accessible for teams without big budgets compared to the kind of the higher ends of like the Formula racing, for example, where you need to mortgage a whole street's worth of houses to be able to afford one season.
So I tell you this little story which shows this to expand on what you said, to confirm. So in September I was marshalling in the Italian GT Championship, 3-hour races, GT3, GT4, and I was lucky enough to be assigned at the BMW Italy team, which are they are a privateer team, but you know how it works. No, they are semi-official. They are not like they are BMW Italy, but they are a privateer team which has some backing from the they run an M6 and an M4 in factory BMW liveries. They have the beautiful BMW suits, etc. No, but they are blurring the line between official and privateer. No.
Yeah.
So these guys, the M4 had an issue 30 minutes into the race, or 45 minutes into the race. They got the car in. They went there, they started working on the car. They worked on the car for like an hour and a bit, and they came out, and I went to the guy and said, are you retiring the car? And he looked at me like I was crazy. No, they worked on the car for more than 1 hour, and with half an hour to go, they got the car back out. I have to give them a laundry list of penalties because they pitted before the pit window opened and came out of the pits after the pit window closed. I told the guy, I mean, I have to give you the penalty, but at the same time, I was absolutely amazed at their dedication. They could have just as easily said, this is it. We call it a day. We don't race anymore. No. By the way, the M6, so the GT3 car, won the race, and driving that car as a special guest was a guy that you might know, Alexander Sims, which
oh really?
yeah, and he was flying out there. I mean, he was absolutely fantastic. I still you take these things as like second nature once you start being working at the racetrack. But on the Friday, I spent Saturday and Sunday in front of the BMW. Of the BMW garage, but on Friday I was assigned to like 10 garages up the road, and one of them was a Ferrari privateer team, which was employing for that race a couple of unknowns. I don't know if you know them, Giancarlo Fisichella and Jacques Villeneuve, for that race. So
I think I've heard of them, yeah.
So I was there doing my job, keeping tabs of the stuff, and I turn around and there are Fisichella and Villeneuve which also made me chuckle because if you remember in 2006 they had a massive argument during the qualifying at the Nürburgring Grand Prix over over qualifying blocking. But yeah, I mean, it's it's one of the beauties of working as a marshal at the racetrack. Is it's a way of entering into a sort of an exclusive world. Plus, you are a marshal, no? So you can go everywhere you want. So I remember there were people trying to get into the, of course they were the big stars on Friday, the Villeneuve and Fisichella, and teams for privacy reasons have those little bit of not barriers, those the tape with the tape in front of the garage. I was there. I had my clipboard in my hand, going there.
Just wander through.
I wander through and they take a close look. I'm just verifying that everything is done in the spirit of the regulations. Don't mind me. I'm just going to sit on the side.
Nice. While you were, that's a wonderful story, by the way. I love getting little tidbits of what happens in garages, like from the real world, because it's very rare that you can actually hear first account stories like that. But while you were saying that, we did see that that Perry had pulled back ahead of Freiburg House again, actually extended the gap this time, as we see Rappriger having issues. Wonder what happened here. Oh, coming down into this awkward little chicane. Oh, he catches the curb, doesn't he? And it just starts
that's his teammate.
Unsettle the car.
Ooh, almost collecting Dan Blake, I think, there.
Yeah, that was close. See from on board with Blake. Yeah, you see, just the car up ahead just clips the curb, doesn't he? Oh, Dan spotted it early, though, didn't he? Well done from Dan for avoiding that.
Only 23 seconds behind of Fury from Vib 3 Sports and 44 Racing as well. So it could be pretty close between those three teams towards the end. Gap between Fury and Year 1. Have either of them come into the pits particularly recently? So I think the gap's come down, hasn't it, between Fury and Year 1? Because it was at a lap at one point. Like down to 1 minute 37. But still Warner quite comfortably out in the lead. That was the last lap time now on the timing tower.
So you can see Fury stopped on 116 and the Year 1 on 111 and Abruzzi on 113, as there are children. I mean, I want to scream out of my window.
We can hear them.
We are still under quarantine. You cannot go out and play. And it's been a couple of days that we had basically a football street World Cup down here with people playing, children mainly, and more importantly, children obnoxiously screaming. So I need to close my. If I boil, it's blame those children. I actually have to close my window. In Italy, it's very, very hot now. So yeah, thank you to those children. You can thank them if I evaporate from now until the end of the broadcast.
I've just got an image in my head of that stereotypical Italian street where Marco's at his little balcony by the window in a white vest, waving his fist in the air, saying, "You shut up," to everyone else on the street.
That's more or less the idea, yes. Going back to pit lane stories, actually, the funniest thing that ever happened to me happened in that. Not that happened to me. The funniest story moment that happened in as Marcus Broich comes out, by the way. So still missing the hood, of course, and now down into 5th position in class, which means that they have 7 laps back to the leader, and Matthias Stem, who just gone past him, by the way, is 2 laps ahead. So we'll keep an eye on this fight, but of course for T3, massively tough now to come back. So still in that GT3 Italian Championship, the 2 garages before me were Lamborghini team that were running in GT3, and Zhang Su comes into the pits, and let's say that they had a nightmare in the pit stops. They had two stops. They had They had three drivers per car, so it was two driver changes. Basically, around the 1 hour, the hour mark of each hour. So after the first hour and after the second hour started, you could come in and change drivers. It was like 1 hour for each driver, basically. No? So these guys had 3 stops, and all because they had 2 cars. As Van Lebe jumps into this car, and both of these, all three of these stops were an absolute nightmare. So I could sense that the mechanics were getting a bit feisty between themselves, which I didn't think it was a possibility. So in come the other car for their final stop, and again they make a mistake, and after the car jumps in, I start hearing very, very, very unpolite Italian screaming between the mechanics, and the team principal was sitting on the wall looking back at the pit lane with a shocked face, and I will never forget one of the mechanics screaming to the other, "I think about my tire," in Italian of course, "you think about your tire, shut up," plus insults here and there, like
Oh, Lord.
insults which sadly I cannot repeat live on the air, even though they were Italian insults. So yeah, apparently mechanics are very protective of their tires. But for a second I thought I had to call the security because they were about to come to some fisticuffs in the garage.
And it's not as if the Italian mechanics aren't passionate people. Oh boy.
Ironically, they're the best Italian mechanics in the entirety of the country. But there they are.
Well, no, let's be fair. The Formula One team mechanics are pretty decent once they've finally figured out what they're supposed to be doing.
Exactly, yeah.
The more they make mistakes, the more happy I am. So let's keep it going.
Ian says the points are updated for the current position, Sam. Do you want to give us a rundown?
Yes, I will do. Apologies to Ian. I guess I got that wrong. I swear there was a race though where Ackerman did all the laps. Do you recall that, Marco?
Maybe Spa.
Where Spa, maybe. Yeah.
Maybe, I don't know. I remember there was one of them, yes, but I don't remember. In any case, blame Sam. Hashtag blame Sam.
Thank you very much.
Please make it trend worldwide while we are at it.
So we can go through the order then of all the championships. So Fury Sim Sports, they're already looking very strong, and at the moment, if the championship ended now, they would win the title by 36 points over T3 Esports. Fury leading the way, T3 down in 5th place, but at least are out on cycle. Though you can see the amount of damage they've still got. I mean, that's going to be no fun to drive for these guys to the end of the race. I'm seeing the steering quite straight at least, but they'll be painfully slow on the straight side. Hopefully they'll come into the pits and get it all fixed so they can go for the fastest lap, which is probably their best bet at gaining any more points from here. In the Porsche Cup category, they've got Rev Match Esports RB Scale Works, which as was instructed to me earlier on, G-Drive Racing, Eximia Porsche, who are leading this race as well. They would be on 202 points in the championship, nearly double RSI Esports total. RSI Esports, remember, really pushing them hard for the first 3 rounds, but unfortunately we haven't seen them since. And for Abruzzi, they would move up into joint 4th in the championship. Apologies, not even joint 4th. They would be an outright 4th, but looks as though they're not going to get any higher than that. In the GT4 category, remember, we've had a shortened season. Debuted at Spa, so this is only the 3rd round of the season. However, Fury Sim Sports, Fury Sim Sports and Abruzzi Esports, the only team out there, and Fury, who already had an advantage going into this round, look as though they're well on course for the title. Just need to finish this race, and Edward Radpicker and Ben Sharp will take that title. Abruzzi should get 2nd place at least, Almeida head or fiercely forward at the moment in the title. And in the TCR category, Texas Pitstone Motorsport already had the title sealed up going into this round of the championship, I believe. I think they just had a 46-point lead going into this round of the championship. With 42 points on offer. T3 Esports Alpha would stay in second place, would end the season 46 points behind at the moment, with Vib 3 Sports moving up to third place. In fact, they'd stay in third place, would iLivery's Vib 3 Sports, Fury Sim Sport, TCR, and RevMatch Academy in fourth and fifth, right there. So yeah, all the championships seem to be quite resolved now at this point of the season.
Here comes a new
Awesome.
driver, Edward May. Jumps in that 302 car of Fury.
What I mean, I think this combination of cars would do very well in a future series. But are you guys wanting to see any cars in this championship maybe next season? I mean, obviously we should have the as we should have it in every series, the Corvette C7 Daytona prototype, because it is the best car on the game. But besides that, any other machines that you'd like to see on this grid, or any classes that you think could perhaps be removed? Do you think we should go back down to 3 classes?
Wow, that's a question. Marco, do you want to go first? We'll have a think about this.
Yes, I would definitely think hard about both the Cup car and the GT4 car. As you remember, I was very enthusiastic about GT4 coming to iRacing, but I've driven this car in Project Cars 2, and I think also in Race Room. The Cayman, where's the Cayman? So there it is. I'm not finding it as fun as in those sims here on iRacing. Actually, it's a bit of a frustrating car. It tends to snap on you fairly easily. Like, it's incredible because until you keep it under a certain kind of level, it is the most calm and easy car to drive in iRacing. But then if you go over a threshold, you are never getting it back under control, which is very frustrating. Of course, the Porsche Cup car is a beautiful car, super entertaining to drive, but also very tough to drive. Maybe the Porsche fanatics have divided themselves over this, so they went some with the GT Cup and some with the GT4, and in the end, sadly, we have these 2 smaller fields. So maybe one of the two, maybe the Cup, because it's much quicker than the TCR, whilst with the GT4 we had that issue. But TCR, I mean, I might be a bit, partial
Biased?
to this. Biased, exactly. Thank you, Sam. But
Smitten is the word I'd say.
Oh, nice one.
It's certainly a beautiful car for enduros, massively approved in my opinion. So what happened to Fury? I think they went a bit wide. Raprager risking a bit from the lead again. And he was lucky enough to save it. So I'd say that I would go GT3, TCR, and maybe put in another class, but you know what? I really don't know. Maybe we should do GTE instead of GT3.
Yeah.
Also to make a bit of a change from the regular, the Pro Series, as Daniel Perry comes in. GTE could be also GTE is a bit more, let's say, refined as a class, in the sense that we have more contemporary cars. Even though, I mean, we have the Mercedes and the Audi, which are the 2 more modern GT3s. Freiburg House for Vibe Esports is also in. But GT maybe could provide a nice change of pace for these drivers. Who knows? So GT and TCR, even though it's quite of a unique combination, could work in my opinion. I know one should of course try it, but I think right now, correct me if I'm wrong, guys, but I think that numbers-wise, GT is much more popular than GT3 in the iRacing official landscape. I think I might be correct.
Yeah, I think so. I'm not 100% sure, as we've had a G Drive off the track. I mean, and we're about to find out how this happened. I mean, it's another spin as well for G Drive. Just drive it in a bit too deep, and then getting on the very slippery grass on this new tyre model called Overcast as well now at Sebring. I mean, I'll leave you a little bit more time to think about it, Adam. But I mean, I certainly have the GT3, and I certainly have the TCR back for another season. I'm a fan of the Radical. I think the Radical would be a lot of fun. Problem with the Radical in endurance racing is that it's so brittle, and I mean, that one of those kids outside your window, Marco, could quite happily take a wheel off it, just with a kick of a football. So that would you'd need fast repairs if you did have the Radical. Unfortunately, you can't specify it for certain classes. But that would be a necessity, or at least shorten the races quite significantly, because you'd have barely any finishes, I think, in the Radical class. But yeah, keep the TCR, keep the GT3. I do like the Porsche Cup, but I'm not sure if it's quite got the popularity at the moment in league racing. It's always been a little bit of a struggle as leaders of the TCR class, Texan Spitstone Motorsports, are into the pits. I mean, are there any other kind of prototype classes? I mean, you could have HBD, but that would be
Well,
perhaps a little bit fast and a bit out of place. You could have the C7,
the
Daytona
Nissan
prototype.
GTP.
Yes, yep. That would be interesting. Again, very low participation, however. So yeah, it's a tricky one. It is a tricky one. I mean, I guess we're so sport for choice on iRacing. I mean, there are so many different classes that we can pick and choose between each of them, but it's tricky to get the balance perfect, because you don't want just totally generic cars. You don't want just GT3 and GTE to go together, but at the same time, you don't want it to be low participation. So no, it's a tricky. I don't envy the organisers for this championship for next season. Adam, what do you think?
I would go with GTE as the top class, followed by the Porsche Cup car, and then the TCR as your third and final class.
Okay, no, that's a good shout.
I think with that you've got the high speed kind of you look at the GTE cars and you as we see Lewis Bibby warming up his tires as he comes out of the pits there, or getting more heat into them. Yeah, I think with the GTEs you get that kind of look of proper race cars, proper sports cars, aggressive, quick cars. The Porsche Cup car, I don't see enough of it to be honest. I enjoy it when I do watch it, so would like to see more of it. Yeah, like it looks like a race car, doesn't it? When you think of a Porsche race car, that's kind of what springs to mind. Blimey, Steve Clays is dicing with death on that grass on the outside there. But yeah, it sounds great. It looks great. And then the TCR, you know that it doesn't matter what series it's in. The TCR will arguably be the best racing category out there. Yeah, I think the three of them together, there's enough gap between all three of them to mean that they're not falling over each other too often, except for lapping. Yeah, I think that would work well.
I mean, I guess the GTEs could almost function as a prototype class potentially, because they are that fast and almost have those characteristics. But no, it's yeah, could be a good season coming up in the future. And of course, we've already decided have Phillip Island as a round. Don't have Motegi as a round. We're certain about that. Question, Adam: if you could have Motegi, what time of day would you have it in?
I'd have it at dusk. So you start in sunshine and end under the lights. I like Motegi at night.
Wrong
I think
answer.
it's,
Why?
I
Yes,
mean,
honestly,
right
Adam,
answer for
you've
me.
gone down in
It's
my
Sam.
expectations.
It's Sam that is really sensible about night races at Motegi. I have no issues with that, but I
yeah.
tried to save you, but it was too late.
I like it. I like the, especially when you come back under the bridge towards the end of the lap, where everything has been pretty dark, and then all of a sudden you get to that bridge where the lights are, and it's just blinding as you go through it.
And so we are entering the 4 hour and 31st minute mark, 9:30 in the morning almost, and just around not a lot of laps left in this race here at Sebring, the season finale of season 1 of the Abruzzi Simracersworld Endurance Series. Sam Fitzpatrick, Adam Edgecock, and Marco Barbanera in the commentary box for this one, as the drivers are getting ready to enter into hour 5, just about half an hour away of this last round of the season. It's been a tough race for everyone involved, and still a lot of things to be decided as we get closer and closer to the 30 laps mark, which will start well in a couple of laps at least for the race leader Chris Warner, enjoying a nice day at the front of the field, in front of Graham Sesford and Sebastian Hawkins. G-Drive are leading the way in Porsche, despite having their fair share of mistakes. Fury Simsport GT4 have enjoyed a nice ride at the front, especially because the Abruzzi car in this category has had a lot of issues, and in TCR, Luis Bibi is, together with Michael Evdoka, running away with it. They are in first. They are about to put Jess Banks and the 4040 Racing Team one lap down. And as you can see, Mike Orang is just in front of them, getting out of the pits. As you can see the pit situation right now on the left side of your screen. And basically everyone is on the same strategy compared to the drivers in their class. T3 have gotten I think an extra trip down pit lane. We'll keep an eye on the guys as the race continues, but yeah, getting to 30 laps to go, which is considering that we have 2 minutes per lap more or less, means that Sam, we should be getting into the final hour of the race more or less, if my maths are correct.
Yeah, so we got 32 more laps to go, 2 minutes a lap, so about an hour remaining of the event. It's going to be maybe one of the slightly longer endurance meetings of the season. I think Daytona was the quickest. I think trying to think what the longest one was. I think Barcelona took a little while to be completed, but no, it's been a fantastic championship and a good season finale as well. Good idea from Ben Sharp. Not going to read out his whole name. It's just Ben Sharp. Can we get a V8 supercar class? Which would be quite cool. Simracersworld Supercars has a nice ring to it. I think I'd quite support the formation of that. A little supercar series, or have it in this championship. Because I think the supercars have grown in popularity, or maybe I'm just getting too involved in the Aussie community with AOSC and such. But no, the new generation of cars, getting some people quite excited about them, so that would be a pretty good idea, I think. And Ian Boots says, Simracersworld Supercars sounds good, Sam, with an exclamation mark. Sounds a bit suspicious, doesn't it? So you heard it here first, guys.
How about the Williams F1 car, the Formula 3, and the Skippy?
Yep, done. I'd be week 13 event. That'd be fun around Lime Rock Park.
Yeah.
Or Jefferson Circuit.
They already do the Formula 3 and the Skippy round there, which is scary to say the least. especially if you're in the Formula 3. But yeah, multi-class Formula racing,
Well,
that'd
of
be
course,
fun, wouldn't it?
we've got the F2000 and the other one, like the Indy Lights car, which is coming pretty soon, which will open up our possibilities in that category.
Mm.
But I've never seen that tried on iRacing. And you know what? Why wouldn't it work? I mean, I realise multi-class single-seat racing isn't a thing really in real life motorsports. I don't know why it wouldn't work in iRacing. Yeah, 2-hour races. You know, it's not too long. Might be onto something here.
Yeah. It would be fun to watch and certainly be part of. Speaking of fun, it's been a fun day for Chris Warner, isn't it? He's been relentless this afternoon. When things got tough, he just drove away from it and hasn't looked back. Unfortunate for the guys behind, they just haven't been able to match anything that Fury have been throwing at them. And we can see what's the gap now. 1 minute 47 is the gap back. That is not unsubstantial. Very, very good drive from the Fury guys this afternoon, and the car's still looking spotless as well, which just shows what a good job they've been doing.
It's remarkable when we get to this point in the race and there's barely any scuffs on some of the cars. It certainly is a good sign of their driving. Just wonder if we have admin rights. No, we don't have admin rights. So unfortunately, Ian, you've chopped the ball on that front, haven't you, mate? Because we can't see the incidents for all the drivers, which would be quite interesting as to who's kept it within the in the white lines and he's not had so many spins. I believe there are penalties as well for incidents. So every 40 incidents you get a stop-go penalty. Don't know if Ian Roots could perhaps enlighten us on whether anyone has received one of those penalties yet, or if anyone's close to getting one of those penalties. But it'd be quite interesting.
I think on the most part, we haven't really seen too many people just running a little bit wide. Generally, when we've seen incidents, it's been way off the track. You know, we haven't seen many liberties being taken with track limits as a matter of course. But yeah, it'd be interesting to see if anyone is close to receiving one of those penalties.
T3 are back into the pits now. Just wondering if they're going to get a little bit more repairs done because they still had 40% of their car
No,
not
they're
there.
out of the race, Sam, I think.
Ah, dear.
There is no one in the car right now.
It's a disappointing way to end their season, a season which has been very successful. I remember that they've won a couple of epics, haven't they? I think they won at Daytona. Did they win at Daytona? No, I think it was Fury who won at Daytona, to be fair. But that was them peeling off. Yeah, Fury did win at Daytona, to be fair. But T3 won an epic at Spa, along with winning at Barcelona against a very competitive field. But just yeah, not quite delivering. No, so it wasn't Spa, was it? Round 4. Where was round 4, Marco? That was Spa, wasn't it? Yeah, round 4 was Spa, apologies. And then round 5, Silverstone. So no, that Spa race and that Barcelona race certainly the highlights of their season. But it's going to end in retirement here at Sebring.
Ian's just confirmed some incidents for us. The G-Drive Porsche are at 34 incidents. So they are the closest as it stands to one of those penalties. Fury Silver is on 33. 40 are on 31, and everyone else is, I quote, safe. So we'll see if anyone jumps up over the last hour. Yeah, he got very close to the wall there, didn't he? That was mighty close to that point that we were speaking about earlier, Marco. The little invisible jaggedy bit that sticks out the wall. He was very close to it.
Yeah, and again, as we were saying earlier, if you hit it in the at the right angle, you can do a barrel roll. I remember commentating on the Formula 3.5 last season, I think, and one of the drivers clipped it and did a perfect barrel roll, landed on the right side of the car, but unfortunately, the car was not usable anymore after that. But it was a spectacular way to crash out of a race.
Barrel rolls certainly are a fan favourite. As we see Steve Clays, the specimen, making a move there just to get past some lapped traffic. He's certainly had some adventures today. In fact, both of the Porsches have, haven't they? I think probably I'd say a good half of the incidents that we've seen today have been just the two Porsches having little adventures themselves. Yeah, we still haven't figured out why, have we? There's still no evidence of damage on the cars, and whatever was wrong with this Abruzzi Esports car seems to have resolved itself, because at one point that looked almost undrivable.
One is asking if the GT3 retired. Looks like so. They haven't. No one has jumped in the car in quite a bit now, and they are, I think, effectively out of the race as of this moment. We'll see if they decide to jump back in the car, but whatever the case, they've got now 4 laps to recover from 4th place Fury Sport Silver, so even if they do come back, they really need some helping hand from them if they want to just gain one more position. And Ian says that Marcus Broich has left the server, therefore probably they won't come back, as Jess Banks goes in for a bit of a ride in the grass.
So everyone should be able to get to the end of the race, I guess, from this point, shouldn't they? We've got 27 more laps to go, so even the GT2s will be able to get to the end. So anyone who does come into the pits, and we're expecting pretty much everyone to come into the pits from now to the end. Yeah, we'll be able to see themselves through to the end of the event. It says 10 for Fury Silver in the GT3 class. They may not have to pit again. There they are. They pitted on lap 128, I believe. Which for them was only a few laps ago, because they are so many laps down, so they might not have to pit themselves, but everyone else should have one more trip down the pit lane to complete.
Has that the Abruzzi GT4 just behind, has that lost their bonnet since we last saw them? I don't remember them not having that. I remember the nose being squashed, because that's when we had the humorous conversation about the antiperspirant, but I don't remember them not having a bonnet.
Man, you are the best commentator. I mean, attention to detail, which I tell you, is something that you then lose the more you do this. As Ashley Beard jumps into the Mercedes of year one, you start to get more you rest on your laurels, so to speak, the more you do this. By the way, speaking of, I tell you what, Sam. If you take the controls, I go to make my last coffee of the broadcast.
Okey-doke.
So, here we go.
Okay.
Commentator and
Broadcaster.
and slave. Try to
Apparently
change.
got.
Yeah.
Sorry, it's just the connection count is on 11 now, which is quite strange. Don't know if that's just big.
Try to change the car and see if this works. Awesome.
Yep.
I'll be back in a much shorter time period than the previous one, and I will be back with you.
Okay, I'm gonna see if this dashboard thing comes up. So if that comes up for everyone on the stream, let us know, and I'll know that is an option in the future. But it might not be coming up. I'm not sure.
I'm going to say no, because it's come up for me on my my screen, but it hasn't come up on. I've got the broadcast on a separate screen as well, and it hasn't come up on that.
Aha. Okay. Well, that's a shame. That is a shame. No, I don't know why that's the case, but here we are. So yeah, at the moment, who are the two closest cars? So the two closest cars up there, as we kind of assume, are in the 2CR class. Banks and Eckhart, 4040. I wonder what 4040's favourite beverage is. Perhaps it's juice. I'm sure you got that one, Adam. You there, Adam?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm speechless. I've got nothing.
Honestly, that's hilarious.
Oh.
I've been seeing. I thought of that one about 10 minutes ago. Which is it's a really intellectual joke as well. Because tennis is intellectual. Viv 3 Sports are catching them up though. Maybe they will be able to break them soon. And soon it will be game, set, and match to them.
Yeah,
but
Jesus, you're you're really loving these, aren't you?
you see what this season's done to me. This has been.
Oh my god.
Me and Mark have done. I mean, apart from the breaks that we've had, and of course I missed the first 40 minutes of today's race. Apart from that, me and Mark have probably done about 30 hours, 35 hours of this series, which is it's a lot. That's a lot more than usually have in these like 12-week series, where maybe we'll have a couple of hours broadcast, but we'll probably only get up to about 25 hours across the season. Whereas this, we've done a lot of. It has driven us to craziness, but we've had fun nonetheless. That last lap, Eckhart gained by 1/10 of a second on Jez Banks. They also gained by 2 seconds on this man, Michael Rang, for T3 Esports Alpha. I am going to see what lap times he's done, even though no one else can see it. But me and Adam can see it at least. And from the things that we see, he's losing on average, about half a second a lap at the moment. Is our T3 Esports Alpha, and the gap is only about 17 seconds, so that could certainly close up. Also, of course, all these guys still got to come into the pits as well for one last pit stop, just to get to the end of the race. We're expecting that within the next 10 laps or so. As we've got Thiessen in for G-Drive, and we've also got who is that in
Lisa McKee.
Lisa McKee, there you go.
And
I'm used to.
Sorry, go on.
Well, I was just saying, I'm used to having the gold as the GT3 class, but we don't have that for this.
I was going to say that they now have a bonnet on the front of their car. I wish the sim would make its mind up and show us whether it's on or off. But yeah, interestingly, with the TCR group, there was it the previous lap was 2 seconds off Irang's normal pace. In fact, his last time by again was another 16, which is a good 2 seconds off everyone else around him, with the exception of Bibby out front. So I wonder if they've got a bit of a problem. Maybe they had a slowdown or two. We didn't see anything particularly bad with off-track wise. So yeah, interesting why they're suffering that way. As you see, Thiessen sliding his way into the corner, wasn't he? He was nose down, sliding in. That was quite majestic, the way he glided up to the apex there. But back in now instead of the specimen Steve Clays, presumably to the end of the race, providing they have no issues.
Yeah, I think so. I have seen a few disconnects for drivers at various points in the season. Their gap to second place is 4 minutes currently, so they could afford a disconnect and probably still be leading the race.
It has been interesting between these two. although there've only been the two of them for the duration of this race. They have both had massive adventures, both on and off the track. Out of all of the drivers that we've had here today, these two have been the ones that have supplied most of the excursions. I'm willing to wager. It's weird. I don't understand why it's both cars. Normally, you see a car that might have got their setup a little bit wrong that struggle, but both cars, especially through the middle section of this race, were they looked awful, didn't they? They were all over the place. And then all of a sudden, they've kind of collected it back up again, and they're back driving normally again. I'd be interested to see actually if we have any interviews afterwards, if we could talk to one of them and just find out what was going on with the cars, because it was really odd. I know Marco and I were commenting at the time. We just couldn't figure out what was going on with them.
Yeah, it certainly was strange in that part of the race. Why they were making so many mistakes. Maybe the track's just warming up a little bit now. Maybe operating slightly better are these Porsche Cup cars. They are so difficult to control. Possibly the most easy car to make mistakes in out of all these cars that we got out here. Maybe I think the GT3s might have a bit more of a snap per se when you're going through the fast speed corners where suddenly the rear end loses grip, which can be quite tricky. Maybe the Porsche Cup doesn't quite have that, but of course under traction, ever so difficult to deliver the power and very tricky on the brakes as well. So no, certainly a tricky car, which many of the drivers have struggled to handle as this season has gone on. Thiessen actually only 6 seconds behind the Fury Silver car, which does mean that Fury Silver have been able to jump their way back ahead then. Of course, not battling one another in reality, but yeah, I'm sure we'd still like to beat all of the slower cars.
I'm back.
Aha!
I'm back. I think you're right, Sam. I think that's definitely the first goal, isn't it, of any endurance races? Finish ahead of the slower classes. You don't want the almost embarrassment, isn't it, of being beaten by a car that's, well, there's no right to be racing you. As we see the Fury Sim Sports car exit the pits, Chris Warner back out on track. He's going to be taking it to the end of the race as well. We just see the Year 1 car with Ashley Beard back at the helm, hounding the back of the Fury car just ahead of him. Obviously, quite a out of sync with the pits. Are they though? Hang on a second. How has this worked out? I'm confused. When did Ash come back in for Graham Sesford? When was that? I've lost track of things here. I'm confused at why they're both next to each other on track.
This is the other silver.
No, that's the other one.
Okay, there we go. It's been a long day.
It's been a long day.
I'm
yes.
sorry.
Yes, no, perfectly understandable. Don't worry.
Oh.
I was just thinking, Marco, a couple of moments ago, race of the season. We've had 6 races. So we started off at Barcelona, which was good. Then Daytona had a photo finish almost. And then I think it was Road America, Spa, Silverstone, and now here. What would you say has been the best race of the season?
Spa, 100%. Great drama and fantastic finish. So, absolutely Spa for me.
I mean, I'll divide the vote then. I mean, I'm not going to go the same as you. I'll try to mix it up a bit, and I'll go for Daytona because that was a very good finish as well. The intensity of that final few moments. I think Silverstone as well was really good with the finish. We've had some epic finishes in the GT3 class. I mean, often you have to wait multiple seasons for a great finish, and yet we've had 3 of them so far this season for the GT3 class victory. I mean, Barcelona was good as well when we had probably the highest turnout of any race, and we had a really competitive GT3 class in particular, along with competitive other classes as well. And then of course Red America and Sebring haven't been too bad either, so they've been very good. But yeah, some proper stellar races. I mean, unfortunately, we can't really ask you that too much, Adam, because you've only been around, and I assume for you, Silverstone will be your race of the season.
Oh, absolutely. It was. I mean, I did watch little bits of the other ones, as and when I got the time to do so. But even the bits that I saw didn't compare to the finish that I saw at Silverstone. That was something else. After 6 hours, to see them battling like that for the last 10 or so laps was brilliant. 26 degrees. Look at that.
Yeah. Did you say 26 earlier on?
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
I mean, no disrespect, but you're probably going to be wrong, seeing as it's going to rise higher than that by the end. Might get to maybe 30. Don't know. Yeah, it's getting a bit warmer now. When was the Sebring 1,000 miles meant to take place? I think that was been and gone.
The day before the 12-hour race.
Right, that was back in March, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
So after my unfortunate mishap with mistaking the Fury car, the actual gap between Warner and Beard is 2 minutes 32. So a big old gap there. Not not next to each other on track like I thought they were. But 2 minutes 32. That's not insignificant, is it?
Yeah, it's actually opened up as well. I think maybe I got it a little bit wrong earlier on, because it was down to about a minute and 35, wasn't it? But maybe year one we're yet to make a pit stop, because it has opened up since then. Maybe a bit reminiscent of Road America. Maybe Road America was a bit more dominant, I think, because I think they actually two-lapped everyone, and that was a bit of a longer circuit, and that came out of the blue after T3 had pushed them hard for a few rounds. For Fury to win by that margin was quite a shock. Whereas year one had been there or thereabouts, but just haven't been able to match the Fury Sim Sports team. I mean, it's kind of strange with Fury, because they haven't dominated every round, and I mean, like I said, Road America was such a shock, but they've always been either joint fastest or the fastest, whereas the other teams have seemingly dropped off in the other rounds. They've just been that bit better for you, and of course it's always tricky to put in the same amount of time and effort into each round of the championship, so there's been a little bit of a variance, but I think it's safe to say that Fury could have won every round of the championship, bar maybe Barcelona. Lost out in a couple of tight races, but they've always been there for the entire season.
As I finally realized how to show you the pit strategy battle in the other classes.
Oh, that's good.
On the final 40 minutes of the final race of the season. You know, I live in a road that's been, the name of the road is in honor of a very popular presenter that basically had a TV show in which after World War II used to every day teach Italian to the people who were, didn't know how to write Italian and to read Italian, especially because during wartime there was not a lot of effort put into schools in Italy, and the name of this show was It's Never Too Late, and in this case it is never too late. I will make treasure of this great realization that I can show the strategy fight for the other classes, and hopefully will come in handy in the future.
Of course, you can see going to the right there was the alternative layouts, which do I think they make a good challenge for the worst cameras in iRacing. I mean, it's hotly contested. There's no doubt. There's a lot of competition to because some of the cameras are bad. But the ones around here on the club circuit are remarkably bad, and strangely, they're not the same as the full circuit's default ones. Even though it's like quite simple to actually copy them over and then make a couple of changes, that they decided to make some new ones. And honestly, I'm not joking. We've done back when it was BSRTC, we've done BSRTC meetings around here with such cameras, and it is tricky to see literally the car that you're focusing on. It is mind-boggling how awful they are.
Yeah, the default cameras for the main track are bad, but the ones for the club track take the cake for how bad they are. I mean, they are absolutely dreadful. And around he goes. No,
That's going to be a lap down.
going to be a slowdown maybe because he cut a big portion, a big chunk of that corner. Here comes Bibi. Not taking any risk there, I would imagine. Getting in front of Mike Rang. Also a problem for Rob Thyssen. Went a bit wide here. Kicking up some dirt, nothing major. Unless he spun here. Which he didn't. So yeah, I don't know what they were thinking when they made the cameras for this place. Cameras are so far away. I used to joke that they are positioned in Daytona. And they are so far away. They are absolutely terrible. Someone gets paid to do the cameras for the tracks, no?
Honestly, as someone who's gone through all the cameras, and I mean, I've got better at doing the cameras over the past year, and I look back at my camera packs from a year ago, and I think they are dreadful with some of the stuff that I do. And even these, I mean, you'll see the if you go on TV2 here, Marco, you'll see an absolutely dreadful static camera, which shows you nothing. I mean, absolutely nothing. Here we are. Prepare yourself.
Yeah. There it is. Now.
Here we go. I mean, what an awful camera that is. I mean, you can barely see what's going on. And this is meant to be like high intensity, and you're just waiting for the car to actually reach something, so the camera will eventually change. But honestly, even when I started out, I'm still 10 times better than whoever does the best iRacing default cameras. I mean, they are insanely awful. It is quite remarkable. I was doing the Sonoma ones recently, actually, and once again, just really strange. And it's incredible how all of them are so different. So you have the zoom values, for example, which is obviously how zoomed in to the car you have it. And some of them, a good zoom value is about maybe 30, kind of 20 to 30. And then some of them will have it at 40. The ones I was doing at Sonoma had a zoom value of 8. And it's just absolutely mad ranges either side. I've seen a few different people do them, but they're all dreadful. No, it's good that we've got these better ones.
Enjoying a lap on board this GT4 Cayman of Ben Sharp and his Fury Scene Sport GT4, running safely towards the class victory.
While you were away, Marco, we did spot the Abruzzi Esports GT4 with a bonnet reattached with a fresh hood. Somewhere along the line, they reacquired a hood.
They do.
There we go. Yeah, that was. So I don't know whether when we saw them that time they didn't have it. It was just one of those iRacing moments, or if they've had it all along. But yes, they are back being almost aerodynamic again. I do have to say that they do sound much better on board than they do from the outside, in my opinion.
I'm a big fan of the steering wheel as well on the GT4 Porsche. I think that's quite a nice looking steering wheel. Do need to create some camera pads actually to create a shoulder cam in this situation. Bit like that.
I've only just realised how thick the visor is. Wow,
It is quite, isn't it? Yeah. That's steel.
That's massive. Yeah. Wow, I've never noted that. That is really thick. Yikes.
And yet there's still a hole straight through the helmet. So as you can see it there, you can just see straight through this man's skull, or this woman's skull.
Marco Mittinen. Sorry if I'm butchering your name, but yes, you know, thick with double C. It is definitely a thick helmet. Visor.
Marco Barbanero also saying that's what she said. ... Thanks for that contribution, Marco.
Fury Simsport joining the chat as well. Great drive from all the Fury drivers today. Yeah, it's been a solid day all round for the Fury guys. Unfortunately, fell out of touch a little bit with the TCR. Couldn't keep up with those guys, but everywhere else for sure, dominating the GT3 and dominating the GT. No, yeah, sorry, the GT4 as well. Yeah, I thought that was the Porsche Cup, the GT4 as well.
And lifting and coasting a bit there, I thought, going through Sunset Bend. I don't know. We are on lap 151, or Sabizan's just moving on to lap 150, I think. Yeah, lap 150 for Biza. Last pitted in on lap 141, so he should comfortably be able to get to the end of the race. 26 laps isn't that far on a tank of fuel, so might be worth keeping an eye out on his lap time, see if he's struggling for a pace at all.
Just been reliably informed that your rubbish tennis pun team are also Fury as well. I did not know that 4040 are a team, Fury team as well.
Couldn't have told us, guys. Jeez.
Yeah. Wow.
We've been we've been making a racket about how they're not associated.
Sorry, did I miss this 4040 pan somewhere when I was not here?
Okay.
Oh, you didn't miss anything.
Yeah, quite something.
Should they be called Deuce?
Oh, don't.
Hey,
No.
hey. Well, the way I phrased it, Marco, is I wonder what their favourite beverage is. I wonder if it's juice.
This is painful.
Great minds think alike.
I'm surprised he had the balls to say something like that.
Oh, lovely. Well done.
You're welcome.
You joined the dark side. You're giving in to
I heard
hate.
there were cookies.
So we are having a lap on board each one of the cars. So we had GT3, we had GT4, and we had Cup. I'm trying to find a TCR car that's about to start their lap. There are none of them as of this moment. Matthias Stem has entered and left the pits for a little bit of a splash. 10 seconds of stationary time for him, 11 I should say. And out he comes.
Could we have a look at the track map, please, Marco, just to see how everyone's spread out? So I know last time we checked in, they were all seem to be congregated in one area, but they're nicely spread out now.
TCR race leader about to come to the start finish line, so we'll enjoy a lap on board with him. There he is. But instead of having the... Yeah, no, let's skip the dashboard there. It makes for a nice... let's see, of course, every once in a while you need to refresh the class leaders, otherwise they don't update the driver names. There they are.
When was the last time you updated that?
I don't know. I remember every once in a while, which it's not a very scientifically correct term. Let's say every 20 to 30 minutes I remember that I need to update it.
Okay, I was just a bit concerned that you hadn't updated them since half an hour into the race.
No.
And,
I'm still trying to find the code to replace the driver name with the team name. I'm too stubborn to ask Pascal. I want to find out by myself. I think I might ask him because it's been 6 months now.
Apparently 40-40 with the 30 points that they're going to be getting today. Or move up to 48 points, would send them ahead of Meraki Racing TCR, Abruzzi Esports TCR, and Talk Freak Racing as well. They'd move ahead of all those teams. And Newman Sim Racing Red as well.
Look at the absolute concentration and the arrow, arrow pointing downwards on the helmet.
I have to say this is a really good demonstration on how the TCR should be driven. A lot of people get in it and they just drive it far too hard. They ask too much of the car. As you can see from the way that Bibby's driving, he's not rushing anything. It's all very smooth, very deliberate. He's not forcing the car to be too late on the brakes. He's not trying to put too much power in too early to get out of the corners. He's just letting the car do its thing and is encouraging it round the track. And when you do that, you reap some amazing lap times. It's a real joy to watch, actually. And anyone who's interested in driving this car, watch the onboards from these guys as he slides it into turn one. But no, watch the onboards from these guys. It's a masterclass in how the car should be driven.
We've only got 12 and a half laps to go then. At least for a few SimSport GT3, they've got 12 and a half more laps to go. Doesn't look like they're going to be able to lap any more of their GT3 rivals. Only 4 of them still remaining in this race after the 2 retirements we got in this race, T3 Esports and Nomad Sim Racing Black. The only retirements so far in this event. Which you can say now we don't have any faster pairs is pretty impressive. By the way, little word out to Ian Reeds. I mean, certainly if Ian wants to chat after the race, have a little bit of an interview, he is more than welcome to. It'd be really good to have a chat with him to finish off the season. Say that he's been the mastermind behind this title, along with a couple of other organisers. But Ian's certainly taking the helm with it, especially with the in-race stewarding, which is it's a tough job. But he's done a very good job of it, as you would expect. As we start lap 155 of 166, and it does look like we will certainly at least reach that 5.5 hour mark, and just go a little bit beyond it.
Shows what a gloomy day it is out there still. We see little bits of sunshine, but the headlights are really, they're still piercing, aren't they? They're still really bright as we see the car come towards us. It's, yeah, surprisingly dark. It started off looking like it was going to be a pleasant day, but yeah, it just kind of stuck a little bit overcast. But once again, Fury guys in the GT3 category have dominated today, and it's been brilliant watching them. Absolutely, it has. Pulling another 3 seconds, I believe, on that lap. 2 seconds on that last lap. So they're still driving incredibly hard, despite being a lap to the good. They are still pushing as hard as ever, which is great to see. We always like to see cars go all out from start to finish. So yeah, great drive from them today.
I'm just trying to think back to the last time. It wasn't just Marco doing the post-race interviews, because me and Adam have got a little bit of a reputation, at least from the last round of the championship, where we had to nip off very quickly to do the ARL GT championship. But today, we all three of us should be conducting the interviews, I assume, unless
I got
someone.
a reputation from that.
Yeah, well, it's 100% Adam. Come on.
Oh,
I wasn't alone last time around with the interviews. My dog jumped in during
Oh,
the
good.
interviews, which actually
I
caused me to like laugh on the air and saying something along the lines of it has been a great race today here at Sebring. So when we were in Silverstone, as you know, so I cracked under the pressure of the 6+ hour broadcast and my dog barking, and more importantly, people in the chat, including Ian Roots, saying stuff like woof woof and stuff like that. So, I think also Dame Bird was one of the guys saying woof woof in the chat. So, a big drama yesterday in our Discord. I'm a bit surprised, Sam, that you didn't jump into the fight.
I was a little bit late on, to be honest.
Because I have been claimed by 3 of our colleagues, and you didn't bat an eye on that. I mean,
So what was the controversy about?
Well, Wei-An said that I am husband material.
Yeah, no doubt on that.
Dane said, no, Marco is mine, and then Austin said, no, Marco is mine. So, 3 of them, and you didn't bat an eye on that, and we have by far been working the most together. So
I don't think I need to comment on our relationship, Marco. I think it goes without saying.
Oh dear!
Nearly into the wall.
And you don't want to crash because, all things considered, after 5 hours and a bit, it's only 1 lap the gap between G-Drive and Abruzzi. Therefore, if you crash, it's pretty much the race lost with only 10 laps to go.
just seeing out the corner of my eye that Elisa McKee went off the track, although that might have been some time ago. Was that some time ago? Have I only just seen that? No, surely not. Nope, there it is. Yep, just runs a little bit wide at turn 1.
Lap 130 for the GT4s for her, and lap 131 right now, so 1 lap ago. Of course, 12 laps down compared to Ben Sharp. Let's go back to our race leader. Someone is having a wrestling match with their microphone. I think it's Sam.
Sorry, I've just looked down and I've literally got about 20 knots in my headphone wire thing. And I've just tried to undo some of them. I think it's got a bit better, but I don't know how I've done that.
I was,
At least...
I was trying to move the other day because with my chair, and the chair was stuck. Well, it was a few days ago because I still had. It was before I got the pedals, and the chair was stuck. So I yanked it with a bit of too much force, and I realized it was the headset cable that was tangled with it, and so I ripped a hole in the cable. So it's holding on by dear life. You can see the real cable on the inside exposed. So I'm giving this headset around 1 more month at most before it dies. You know, the other headset I have is great when I have to broadcast 60 plus fields races, because being with a jack, and not USB, it really alleviates whatever bug iRacing has with the CPU load, but it sounds bad. So I really need to buy a new one. Um, so maybe I should buy a microphone proper this time around, like only the microphone, even though I'm very ignorant. So I really need some help, some direction on that, because I have no idea where to start.
Well, I can highly recommend you a particular one. I won't start advertising now, shilling for a company, but yeah, the one I use is very good, very cheap, and sounds pretty decent when you remember to turn your voice modulator off.
So, well,
I
if
jumped in.
if you send me the name in private, I will be very, very happy. I'll take a look at it.
I jumped into in a pre-race chat with Alex the other day, and I'd rebuilt the PC and put everything back together, and during the testing of setting it all up, I wanted to make sure that my voice modulator was working, and I forgot to turn it off. So as I jumped into the chat with Alex, it still sounded like I was on helium, which did tickle him a little bit. But there you go. There's that one right there, Mr. Marco. Yeah, very good. Very good
sounds like
indeed.
one of those big robots from Star Wars.
It does. It does. But yes, no, very good. It is.
I can't believe we got this far into the race, Marco. May the 4th was quite recent, and did you finally watch every Star Wars?
No, I
No.
will watch them when they become available in Italy, the new trilogy.
Okay. I mean, there's no. The problem is, I know where this conversation is going. We all know where this conversation is going, and it's going to Toaster, and I don't know what that means.
That's Battlestar Galactica, Sam, not Star Wars.
Well, yeah, exactly. But I know you'll just change the conversation into that, saying how much better it is.
You see, you are not paying attention, because I always sprinkle my broadcasts with pop culture references. For example, I say every time, most of the time, I say "as of this moment," which is a Battlestar Galactica quote, of course. It's what they say when they need to make a big announcement. And of course, if you watch the very first, the mini-series, there's the historic line, "as of this moment, we are at war." So, yeah.
I'm sitting here, just nodding my head at this. Like, yep, that is right.
Sam, you need to really watch Battlestar Galactica.
Yeah. No, I will do. Will do. Oh, G-Drive, almost into the wall.
Yes, flirting with disaster. Again, Sven Leib is only one lap behind. And if you have a problem now with 7 laps to go, it's not going to be easy to come back from that. Apart from this, there are no true battles on the field that I can see that jump up to the track map. I see a couple of cars close, but of course they are in different classes. Ashley Beard is about to go past second car in GT4, so the Abruzzi car.
The specimen Steve Clays has just said that Rob is taking care of the car. He's just making it interesting. Steve, just while you are in the chat, what was going on earlier?
Dear.
It seemed like it was a bit of a handful. Oh, he's gone round again. What's happened here? Couple of bumps.
Oh.
Boing. Thankfully the engine is on the other side, so he can get away with it.
I wonder what that was. That was another odd one. We've seen lots of odd ones in this car today.
See, now Rob is making it too interesting. See the gap. which is wrong because we should have Sven Leibe in the car. Oh, there we go. Still
Of course.
gaining, but you know.
What you got to remember, of course, is that Labour is 1 lap down, so everything's delayed by quite a bit. So, of course, the fact that Jason's just had that mistake won't come up as a gain for Labour until he's completed this next lap.
It is our race leader then, about to start lap 161, which means 5 laps to go.
Six laps to go.
Oh, 5 when it becomes to 161, right?
No, it's well, think
Six
about it.
laps, yes.
Yeah, 6 laps. Yeah. No, I mean it's a very common mistake. I mean it's very, I think most people would say that. I'd say I'm being that was a horrible thing for me to say to correct you on that point.
No, you were absolutely right.
No, it was totally unnecessary. I think I've turned cynical. As
very
this race has gone on.
pedantic,
Well,
wasn't it?
Very
you
pedantic,
might
wasn't
you
it?
might
I'm
you might
sorry.
be cynical, but I am you know, how do you say, nihilist?
I mean, at least I'm not shouting at children outside my house.
While wearing a white vest and shaking your fist in the air.
Yeah.
When I went to make coffee the second time, I actually went on the balcony and looked outside, and I wanted to say something, but the children were there with their parents, which are people that live in the same apartments as me, so I didn't want to, you know, get into a fight. But we are more than nihilist, I'm existentialist, but I have nihilistic tendencies, so, you know, don't worry if you feel like you are a bit harsh. Nothing makes sense, so most of the things I say are absolutely utter nonsense, which is even more than nonsense. Steve Clace is asking in the chat if we had a question for him. Do we have a question for him?
Yes, I was going to
yeah.
ask him what was going on in the middle of the race, because we saw both the Porsches were almost like on ice, weren't they? At one point, they were having all sorts of issues. I was just wondering if he wanted to share what was happening with his particular car at that time, because it looked pretty rough and looked particularly hard to drive. Labour having issues.
Oh,
yeah.
Careful there.
You're just going to go in a bit too deep. No?
Oh, that was strange, wasn't it?
Let's jump on board with him and see, maybe from a better perspective.
I was thinking maybe he knew that he was going to miss the corner, so he decided to turn in like mega early. Oh no, he locked the rears. There you go. Let's straight across.
Right, a rodeo ride over the curbs there. Yikes!
I'm not a massive fan of driving this circuit. However, that middle part of the lap, where you got the trackside scenery, I think it's some of the best you got in all of iRacing. You got the huge amounts of camper vans on the infield of the circuit. It is quite unique for the first half of the lap. Kind of almost weaving yourself through all the celebrations and all the fans on the side of the circuit, which is a pretty nice element to this circuit. iRacing doing a very good job on that front.
So Steve Clace is blaming my country for, and I completely agree with him. A bit of cloud cover on the racetrack. Let's see if the weather. Let's see if.
Seems to have got a bit overcast again now.
29 now.
29. Cool. That's gone up quick, isn't it?
We had a new series to Apex Racing TV, who I won't name who it was. But they demanded that the championship was always sunny. they didn't want the broadcast to look cloudy at all. They wanted it all to always to be sunny, um, for the fans, which is an interesting request. I guess it does look a bit better, doesn't it, when it's a bit more sunny? But I like I think when it's dark, it's almost a bit more dramatic, aren't they?
I love dark, miserable days. So I mean, give me and I have a soft spot for sport played in like treacherous condition, especially like a tough rain. You know my. By the way, if you take a closer look now, in some of these shots, you will see the marbles on the outside of the racing line. So my favorite, like my perfect football match, is a 3-2. I'm talking about as a neutral observer. A 3-2 match played in the rain with at least two red cards, one per side if possible. And yeah, so you know it has to be wet and miserable. Of course, the players when they slide for meters on end, so you can get more bad tackles. So at least a red card apiece, and it has to finish 3-2. So
You see, I'm not sure
4-4-3
if
or
I.
5-4 or 6-5, and it needs to be back and forth affair. That's what I mean.
So you prefer to have. You almost prefer a low quality match to a high quality match because you prefer kind of the mistakes from teams.
I want entertainment.
Okay. No, I'm just thinking in of course I watch a lot of tennis, believe it or not. And I probably prefer high quality matches where it's still, there's no wind, it's a bit overcast, it's 20 degrees or something, so quite easy conditions, and often that's the best way to watch it. And once it gets a bit windy, it's a little less good. But I mean, in motorsport, everyone prefers it in the rain, don't they? I don't think there's really anyone who would say that wet weather races are worse than dry weather races. So I guess it depends on the sport.
I don't.
I would
As
argue
as a
with
marshal, I don't like wet weather races.
No, I guess not.
I would argue that wet races are not as fun as changeable races, where it's
Yeah.
a little bit sunny, a little bit rainy. It's all over the place. It's got a bit of everything in it. I prefer those rather than just a straight out rainy race. When you get to see your Hulkenberg putting it on the pole position at Interlagos, or
Don't remind me.
drives like Button at Canada. Yeah, when it's changeable, that's the beautiful bit of motor racing for me. That's when you get to see all the great races. Although that said, Senna in was it Donington when it was
Yep.
absolutely lashing down. That was something pretty special.
Yeah, all the wet races don't tend to be that great, do they? I mean, I'm just thinking back to Silverstone 08, which really wasn't that great. Although that was getting dry at some point. But yeah, you're absolutely right. The mixed races are Brazil 2012.
I don't think that was a great race, but it was a great drive from Hamilton in that one, wasn't it? That was his defining moment of I can drive in the wet. That was the big one of that race, rather than the actual racing itself, I think.
But then you also had like Shanghai 09, which was a bit meh. Fuji 07 was pretty good, but again wasn't amazing. South Korea 2010 wasn't amazing. So no, you make a good point that almost all the best races are changeable rather than all out wet.
Steve Clay says he prefers darker days because then he can have sexier pictures.
Oh, it's true. Yeah.
He has right now, which I completely agree. 2 laps to go right now. Just started this penultimate lap, and looks like Fury could have a parade finish in GT3 as they are basically close to each other. Nothing much left to say about this race. The drivers are all looking to bring their cars back home safe and sound. And given that it is 10:30, just in time for brunch, I think they will go at the end of the... I don't know, we don't have brunch in Italy, but I can imagine that's more or less when you would want to do it.
I just thought of something. All 4 winners of the classes today are all going to win the championships.
Which is beautiful.
Yeah, that's how it should be.
Huh.
It's taken me 6 hours to realise that.
Let's see, I think they all started on their class pole position, by the way.
Will they all score maximum points? So, fastest lap. Can we get all the fastest laps up on the screen, Marco? Yes. They're all gonna get faster lap. All gonna get pole positions and all gonna get the race win, so they're all gonna get max points. That's quite something. And I swear now, if T3 Esports Alpha steal that, I'm not gonna be happy. So guys, go slow. Give them the fastest lap, because that is some lovely stuff for all our OCD viewers.
One more lap to go. SG Drive.
Oh, that's a lot of... Is that a lot of damage? I don't know. They almost look like they're crabbing, but I think that might just be the bodywork damage making that illusion.
See what happened here. Oh, okay, no, he was able to stop it just at the right moment. Might just have been a way to get more TV time. I wouldn't put it past Rob. I love that orange number on the car, by the way, and the orange roll bar. Oh wow, this looks like it's going to be a mega parade finish. If
Ah,
they can,
lovely.
if they can, I mean, it's going to be a long way, so they are both going past the TCR car. We should also have the 40-40 car somewhere.
They've got Elisa McKee, the next driver behind, in the Abruzzi Esports GT4 car. I think that's going to be the only one which might interfere, but yeah, the 40-40 car is too far away. It's not going to be that. Oh, come on, guys, you've got to be in formation, because you're going to win a couple of the championships.
Also, the GT4 car is in another zip code. But there we go, guys. Final corner for this season. Final corner for the GT3 class. And Fury are about to bring everything home.
Yep, it's Fury Simsport GT3, along with the Fury Silver car and the TCR car coming in behind. Fury Simsport GT3 win at Sebring, and they confirm the GT3 class championship in the Sim Racers World Endurance Championship, sponsored by Abruzzi. Congratulations to them. It was a comfortable championship win in the end. That's their 3rd race victory of the season, maybe even 4th race victory of the season, actually, for Fury, and they have certainly been the best team out there this season. G-Drive Racing, Examir Porsche, well, they didn't start off as G-Drive, started off at Rev Match, but there's been no doubt they've been the best team on the grid for the entire season. They've pretty much had the title confirmed already, but they're going to take another race victory as well. Rob Thiessen, Steve Clays win out for G-Drive, win the Porsche Cup class. Next winners are going to be Texans Fitstone Motorsports, who also had the championship in the bag already going into this round, but it's going to be another race victory for them, their 3rd of the season, and they would have finished every race in the top 2 as well. It's been an exemplary season for them, and that is Texans Fitstone Motorsport taking the TCR class win. And the final champions, and this one was up in the air going into this round. Fury Simsport, if they were beaten by Abruzzi, could have lost the title. However, there's been no sign of that all day long, quickly pulling away, and they've been driving at a very high level throughout. So here comes Fury Simsport GT4 to confirm their championship with a race win in the GT4 class at Sebring. They round off the season in brilliant fashion, and that is 2 wins out of 3 for them to round out the championship as well. 2 wins and a 2nd place. Which is quite some achievement, and 3 pole positions as well, and dare I say 3 fastest laps. That is quite some way to dominate the GT4 class. Here is the little formation. Try's going to be able to take a few photos of this. But Adam, I mean, lots of great driving out there. All the class victors did a fantastic job, and all the championship winners as well undoubtedly were the guys who deserved the titles.
Absolutely, Sam. You are right. A little bit anticlimactic with how spread out the cars were, but take nothing away from them. You have to be made of stern stuff to participate in these endurance races, and to be consistent over the course of a season like this is just pure brilliance. So congratulations to every single one of them. In fact, to all of the drivers today who have brought their cars home, and in any of the races this season. 6 hours is not to be snuffed at. It's a challenge. It's a task. So congratulations to them all.
So the drivers will just complete this in lap. We'll be getting some interviews with the drivers pretty soon as well, as there you are. There are the title winners then for the first season of the Simracersworld Endurance Championship. Fury GT3, G-Drive, Fury GT4, and Texans Pitstyle Motorsports. Congratulations to them. Le Champion! Right there. I'll let you say it though, Mark. I feel like I can't quite do it justice.
Le Champion.
There you go. That's how it's done. And well, I wonder if we could get the results up on screen then, as we see these fantastic pictures of the cars completing the season. So, winning out then for the last time this season is Fury Simsport GT3. They beat Year 1 Racing Team Red by a lap. Abruzzi Simracersworld GT3 were pretty close throughout, but just ended up about half a minute behind in 3rd. Fury Simsport Silver finished 7 laps down. Great determination from those guys though after an incident in the first half of the race. T3 Esports unfortunately not finishing. Shame to end their season in that fashion. And Nomad Sim Racing Black, same, 132 laps. And those two though, well, I believe the only 2 retirees in the entire order though, because in the Porsche Cup class, we had a victory for G-Drive Racing. Managed to win out with Rob Thiessen and Steve Clays. In 2nd place, Abruzzi Porsche Cup to finish in that 2nd place in that class. And in the GT4s, we had, as there are the results for the Porsche Cup class, and in the GT4 class, Fury Simsports GT4 ahead of Abruzzi Esports GT4, and there's Team Sebastian Herber, one of the stewards. But Fury Simsport, yeah, absolutely dominates in that class. Abruzzi fell a few laps down with an incident early on, but even after that, they were heavily beaten. Texans Pitstyle Motorsports won out in the TCR class, and probably in the most dominant fashion we've seen all season long. 1 lap clear in the end of their arch nemesis T3 Esports Alpha. 4040 Racing with a good drive to finish on the podium. iLivery's Vib3 Sports finishing in 4th. Fury Simsport TCR finishing in 5th place. Once again, all those teams in the TCR category ever so competitive. So,
I missed a letter the first time, of course.
There you go.
To my defense, I always have the graphic ready for single driver, so it's Le Champion. So let's add the S here and the S there, and I forgot, I outfoxed myself and I didn't add the first of the 2 S's. But there we are. graphic once again, and now we wait for the interviews. Thanks to, of course, um, the driver in the chat that has helped us identify the absolutely embarrassing mistake. And now let's see the interviews, and I will leave you guys to them.
Yes, and it is. Oh, well, actually, all of a sudden we've just had a few more who have jumped in. Well, I see a class Victor in there, and I also see a very attractive man as well, Steve Clays. Steve, do you have in the commentary waiting area? Do we have Rob in there? Has he named himself something weird, or is it just you?
Hello, good evening, guys. It's just me. Rob is not a talker. Let's put it that way.
That is absolutely fine. So great to have a chat with you. And yeah, winning out then in the Porsche Cup class didn't look easy though. It looked like it was a bit of a tricky car to drive around this Sebring circuit. I mean, how did you find it out there? You got through pretty comfortably in the end, but looked like a struggle for the whole 5.5 hours.
Yeah, like you said, it was not an easy task. I love the car, I drive it a lot, but yeah, they made the change on the tires, and yeah, it got me by surprise sometimes, like that I totally didn't feel it coming. Sometimes I went in too hot, didn't brake enough, or brake too deep into the turn, so I knew I was going to spin or lose it or have a difficult time. But sometimes I just lost it, like, and I was surprised by it. So yeah, it's strange, but nevertheless, the love is as big as it has ever been.
Absolutely, and in the end, it was a fantastic championship put together by you guys. I mean, whenever you didn't have a trouble in the race, you were winning out. I mean, winner at Barcelona, and then at Spa and Road America. You came second at Daytona despite being taken out, and of course, winner today as well. I mean, you must be really pleased with yours and Rob's performances throughout the season.
Yeah, we had a great season. It's a little bit pity that the amount of cars was quite low in the last races, but it is what it is, and we can only hope for the better for next times. But it was fun. Endurance races is something that I like because it's not the same like a sprint race where you have to give everything and everybody's fully packed on the track. It's more spread out, but still, like today, I went for it 110%. My lap times were very fast. I was very pleased, despite the few mistakes, which are, I think, Marco's fault, because I think every time he talks about me on the broadcast, about me being the sexiest man alive, I think it's a commentator's curse. Then I spin. I think maybe I feel it, and there's too much love going on, and it's get heated.
It's very understandable. Marco is a very passionate man, so yeah, I'm sure how that could be distracting for you. Of course, another development as this season has gone on, despite besides the all the race wins you got, of course, G Drive getting involved in your team. I mean, what changes have occurred to the team over the last few months, and what have you got your sights set on for future championships?
First, I have to put something straight, because Marco is telling not the truth. We didn't change 10 times our name in the last 2 years. Yes, I hear everything what you say in the broadcast. But yeah, we have made some changes with Job in our team, of course, and his real racing job with G Drive. There was some, they wanted to start an esports team, and he was already in ref match, and then it's easy to say, okay, instead of starting something new, let's just take what we have, and that we rename it, and then we are part of a real racing team. So for the whole team, it was a good opportunity to be linked, like the big other big teams that have a connection with real racing teams. So it's fun. I don't know where we are going. It's not me who decides that. I'm just a driver in the team, But I think they have big plans, and they really want to put the team where it should be, and that's in the top. And then we will attract big names, I think, or develop our current drivers into let's say world stars.
Absolutely. Well, best of luck, Steve, for that fantastic championship put together by you guys, and you certainly deserve that title. Would you like to give thanks to anyone before we say goodbye?
I first want to thank my team for the help throughout the season. I want to thank Rob for for running with me. It's always been a pleasure racing with him. And I want to thank organization, Simracersworld, and of course you guys, and especially Marco for all the kind words he says. And I hope to send in a new picture, let's say in the summer, and that I can still be the same man he claims I am in 2021. So we're going to change a picture with the same look. So it's up to him to decide.
I can't wait. I really can't wait.
Awesome. Well, thanks for having a chat with us, Steve. Thanks for having a chat with us, Steve, and hope to see you back very soon.
I hope to. Thanks, guys. Bye-bye.
That was Steve Clay driving for G-Drive Racing, your Porsche Cup winner today. Adam, who are we going to chat with next?
I was going to have a quick chat with Ben Sharp, the GT4 winner from today.
I love it, so.
Oh, and here he is. Sorry, Ben, to interrupt your conversation. Welcome to the interview. I was literally just saying you were the GT4 winner today. It looked a little bit of an odd race.
Yeah,
kind of going. Obviously, the championship going into it was still up for grabs, but obviously you had to get the job done. So talk us through your afternoon racing.
Well, we were obviously upset when we found out Fiercely Forward weren't going to come and actually make a proper race of it, because that would have made it really hard work for us, because they're really quick boys. Just instead we just said we knew that Abruzzi could still get us if we didn't finish, so we knew the main aim today was just to drive around, be safe, and get some points on the board.
Gotcha. Well, I mean, mission success with that one, certainly. Obviously, I commented right at the start that it was a shame it was a little bit of a depleted field today. Did that change your mentality at all going into the race at the start? Because I know from personal experience, when I see more space on the track, I get a little bit more exuberant with how I drive. How was it for you guys?
Well, at the start, we decided that we would have a bit. We were taking it steady. We're going to win, and then after about 20-30 minutes, we all got bored, and myself and Ed decided that to make a bit of a race, we would try and have a fastest lap competition, which Ed got by a 10th. So we were both, in fact, driving flat out for the entire race because of our little own competition we had between us. And then we were also having a 1x competition as well, just to try and make it, just to try and give us something to aim for.
Fair enough.
So, it was good fun.
Over the course of the season, obviously you've run out champions, which is an amazing achievement. But over the course of the season, have there been any particular high moments that you can pinpoint, or game-changing moments that have really swung things in your favour?
Well, we had unfortunately, I spun myself at Spa. We ended up losing the race by 4 seconds, and I lost 10 seconds in the spin. So I feel like I lost that one for us. But then at Silverstone, the other team got involved in contact, and I think that was the point where it really swung to our favour, because they were right behind us. They had a spin, and then they had contact with another car. And then after that, it's been it was a lot steadier, because we got the win at Silverstone, and we came here today, and they haven't showed up, unfortunately.
Gotcha. And of course, it comes the end of the season. You're planning for new ventures, new competitions to enter. What plans do you have for the immediate future?
Well, me and Ed are looking now for like a V8 Supercar Championship, or we would like to do this again, but maybe in a GT3 or another class. But yeah, we'd like to come back again. It was good fun.
Awesome. No, glad to hear it. Well, congratulations on today and for the season. Before I usher you off, is there anyone that you'd like to say thanks to or give a shout out to?
Well, big thanks to everyone at Fury Simsport, really. With the GT4 car, we worked really hard for the setup for this one because we thought it was going to be a bit of a dogfight for the win. So we done a few test sessions. One of our other drivers, Paul, has been coming in and helping with the GT4 car, which is big thanks to him. But yeah, no, just everyone at Fury. And my wife for putting up with me playing the computer game.
That's the most important one. Absolutely, it is. Well, Ben, again, congratulations. Well done for today and for this season. We look forward to seeing you again on track soon.
Thank you very much.
There we go, Ben Sharp.
Yes, I think we're going to have one more interview, and it's with a very special man. It's a man who has finished in 11th place in, 2,000 races. Quite a record. It's Ian Roots in the commentary box with us. Well, usually I say congratulations, Ian. Well, I am going to say congratulations, to be honest, because it's been a great season. We've had brilliant fun covering it. I think it's been a fantastic success. You must be delighted with how it's all ended up.
Yeah, incredibly so. I always said right from the start that it was going to be a test season, something we'd never done before at SRW, and it is a big, big task to get 40 or even 30 cars on the grid week in, week out, because you're talking 100 plus drivers. The test season, I think, was a success. I've just kind of sat here for the last 10 minutes and discussed it with the Fury guys on where we can improve it, and I think the rulebook contributed a little bit to low numbers towards the end of the season. But being a test season, we live, we learn. It was a learning curve, and I think if we decide to go ahead with season 2, there needs to be some changes to get the grid on a larger scale, and I think there are ways we can do that. But all in all, some of the racing this season, you guys have covered it. I think you'll agree with me. Some of the racing has been phenomenal.
Definitely. I mean, we were discussing what our best round of the season was, and it's really tricky to say what it was. I mean, we had a really good round at Daytona was great. That was probably my favourite round. But then Marco was saying how Spa was his favourite round. Adam was saying how Silverstone was his favourite round. So I mean, we've had an absolutely fantastic season. And I mean, from your perspective, I mean, what was your favourite round of the season? What was the highlight for you?
Daytona, without a shadow of a doubt. Daytona. What an absolutely amazing race that was. Not only in one class, but two. I think it was TCR and GT3 provided some incredible racing. Do you remember Andy Hopley bump drafting? That was an incredible race to watch. I think he was top 2 or top 3. Honestly, and then the fight between Robin Monster, Danny Crowes for Rev Match as they were then, and I think it was Matthew Dorrington Fury for the GT3 title that day was incredible. That went right down to the very, very end, and that for me stands as the standout round for sure. But there's been some fantastic racing right the way through. We tailed off towards the end a little bit, and you guys kept it interesting. But like I said, it was a big success. I've just spoken to a lot of the guys in the chat, and they're all really happy with the series, and they want more of it. They love the endurance, they love the team side of things, and I just need to sit and dissect it, pull it apart, and see what we can provide. But no, it has been good. It has been really, really good, and yeah, at the end of another season, and it's kind of getting to that period in the year where Sim Racers World dies off a little bit. We've only got one more week left for the series that we run ourselves, TCR and GT Pro, and then it all quietens off and tails off a little bit. So we sit back, we reflect, and we decide on where we go.
So going into next season, then I mean, of course, once we got the GT3 and the TCR seasons done, when can we expect to see some more events being hosted by Sim Racers World? What's kind of on the horizon after that?
Well, we always plan to have a summer shutdown, but I think this year is going to be slightly different. What we normally do is we normally have our community meetings older at the end of May, which obviously is no longer taking place this year because of the situation at the moment. And it's normally when we get all the guys together and we bash heads, and we kind of bring ideas forward to where we're going to go in the autumn. F3 is definitely going into season 2. That's been a massive success. Registration for that is very, very soon. That's going to run straight away through the summer. Bart Dalman and Matthias have made an absolute monster of a series there, and we're expecting 60 plus drivers potentially in 2 kind of splits for F3 next season. So that's massive. TCR and GT3 Pro. GT3 Pro is a bit of a downer at the moment, but the series is still running. It's the championship is still not decided yet. We're not quite sure where we're going with that one at the moment. Sadly, we need to talk about that. TCR, very, very strong league. We're hoping to kind of continue with that. Nothing's confirmed yet. We've got some big events coming up for Sim Race as well. We've got another Porsche event on Friday. Registration at the moment is open for that. So that's, we're taking Porsche multi-class only with Porsche Sport. That was a big success the first time we did that. So we've got projects on the horizon. As you guys know, we do our own broadcasting as well now, which complements some of our series. And if it wasn't for you guys, we would never be able to do that, because you guys have shown us the way and are the guiding light, really, to be honest. Sim Racers World is we're not disappearing for sure. We just get to this period of the year where we step back, we look at what we've done, we look at what we've achieved, we reflect, and then we kind of build for the next session.
Definitely. Well, we're certainly looking forward to when all those different series get back underway, Ian. I mean, before I let you go, I mean, I'm sure there's a long list of people you'd like to give a thanks to for making this championship possible. Yeah,
I just want to quickly touch on, obviously, we're here because it's an endurance series and the championship has come to an end. Obviously, we got the GT3 drivers, Chris Warner, Matthew Dorrington and Neil Cooper. They took the fight all the way to the end, and a big thanks to Fury all round, really, for supporting the series. They've been there since the start, and they've introduced teams and cars as the season's gone on, so they've gone from strength to strength, and their support has been fantastic. So I need to thank those guys for supporting us. But as GT3 champions, those 3 guys need a big shout out. Porsche Cup, obviously, the sexiest man alive, Mr. Clays, and Rob Thiessen, obviously not forgetting Martin van Loozenord, who stepped in right at the very beginning of the season. I think he won the first round with Steve or Rob, I can't remember who now, but obviously that they're the champions in the Porsche Cup. We move on to GT4, came in at the second half of the season with the new car as it came out. We promised to bring it in, and it's been a big success, actually. Fury and Abruzzi are fighting for the title there, with Fury coming out on top. So obviously Ben Sharp and Edward and Daniel in that car, and they're champions as well. So massive shout out to those guys. And finally TCR, that's been an amazing season as well. A big field to start with, but Tech Sense obviously deserve their title. It's just a shame that T3 just couldn't push them to the end in the final round. But no, so everybody that's competed, to Fury Sim Sport for the support, Abruzzi for the support, obviously their sponsors. Big shout out to Ben and Sebastian Hawkins for pushing his team and supplying drivers every month for that, for all of the classes. But And you guys, we must thank you guys, because 6 or 7 hours behind the mic, and it is something amazing you do. And I just want to thank you all for the support of Simracersworld, and just for putting up with us and putting us on air and making us look good.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much, Ian, for those kind words. Thanks for playing on the season. We've thoroughly enjoyed it, and hope to see it back very soon as well in the near future.
We have got one more thing, Sam.
Yeah.
Commentator of the season.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. I've been waiting for it. I've prepared a speech and
Have you?
everything.
Are you listening, Marco?
Yes.
Okay, so whenever you hand over the broadcasting tools to Sam, what happens?
It goes terrifically well.
It always goes tits up. So for that reason and that reason only, Marco, I have to say that I'll be pleased to award you commentator of the season.
Thank you. Another great victory. Thanks a lot. This is the right recognition, because Sam can take a break and be safe that everything is going okay. When I take a break, I always have in the back of my mind, is the broadcast still going well? Did Sam do something that he shouldn't have done?
You only need to watch it back, Marco, to see that it never goes well. Cheers, guys. Well, thank you very much, and we hope to see you very, very soon with the next broadcast.
Thanks a lot, Ian. Have a good one.
No problem. Take care, guys. Good night.
Ian Roots there.
He sounds so dejected, Sam.
A man who I used to like. Jeez. All right. Well, there's always next season, isn't there? Sorry to all the drivers who we haven't had a chat with, by the way. We are a little bit. Oh dear! Come on, Marco.
We are only like a bit like something like 40 minutes out of the scheduled time, but we don't care. It's the last race of the season. But yeah, unfortunately, we cannot take everyone. Otherwise, my dinner will get cold and Lee will get very upset, because also I think we have another broadcast coming up and we need to free up the channel. So one way or another, we need to say goodnight. But it was a pleasure. Thanks a lot to everyone. And I will leave you to close this one out, Sam.
Yes.
It's a consolation prize for not winning the...
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you, mate. Honestly, when this is over, Mark, I'm never going to speak to you again, because all of this. Well, safe to say I'm not a winner from this, but congratulations to all the class winners who have ended up in the as the champions this season. And thanks to all the drivers besides that, because they've put on a fantastic season. We've really enjoyed covering it on Apex Racing TV. Thanks to the drivers and the team. Thanks to the organisers, in particular Ian Roots, for making this championship possible, for thinking it up. It's been an awesome 6-round title, some properly memorable moments across the season, and hopefully you've enjoyed it. Thanks last off to you for tuning in for all these races. We certainly appreciate you watching along. Otherwise, we wouldn't be doing this. So thanks a lot for following the broadcast. Do please leave a like on the video if you've enjoyed it, and also subscribe to Apex Racing TV and check out all our social media. We'd mega appreciate that. But for the last time this season, I've been Sam Fitzpatrick. Adam Hedgecock and Marco Barbonet have been in the commentary booth alongside me, and we hope to see you back very, very soon.